Give me a sign, will everything be alright? I need a sign, cause I don't wanna waste my time. Sometimes I don't wanna wake up, I feel tired in my bed, wanna lay up. Watch TV instead, about fake love. Let the drama unfold with my brain numb. Yeah, I'm still digesting everything that's going on, second guessing if this world is a place worth saving. I feel lost in this world as of lately. Give me a sign, will everything be alright? I need a sign, cause I don't wanna waste my time. I wish I knew if all of my dreams would come true. I wanna be free, I gotta find a way to believe. All I know is that if I give up then it's over, but if I keep going every day's a bit closer. Highs and the lows feels like a roller coaster, it's never over. I gotta find a way to get inspired in this life. Stop looking out and start looking inside. Find what I love and take a little pride. Anything is better than complaining about life. I don't need help, I could do it by myself. No pain, no gain, I will go through hell. Do what it takes, I will break out of my shell. I'm never coming back, once I'm gone I'm out. Yeah, got me like ooh, watch me on the screen, you gon' see me making moves. You gon' see me scheme like I got something to prove. Working like a fiend, yeah I do just what I do. Got a purpose, got a view, turn my vision into truth. My dreams are becoming lucid. The more I work improving, the more I fight, keep moving. I am not losing, pride keeps me refueling. I will be better real soon, yeah. Real soon, yeah. Give me a sign, will everything be alright? I need a sign, cause I don't wanna waste my time. I wish I knew if all of my dreams would come true. I wanna be free, I gotta find a way to believe. Gotta believe, I will make it happen one day. You gon' see my face and my name. Came to this place to be great. I will make it happen one day. You gon' see my face and my name. Came to this place to be great. Okay.
I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hating like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss. See, I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python, grab what I like real fast. Choke until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see, matter of fact. Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed, and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind you know I'll always manifest it.
just think carefully, I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed, and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind, you know I'll always manifest it.
Hello and welcome to my Mind Over Your Matter. My name is Rick, and it's another round of craziness. Round 5, part 2. Because I did a little show this morning. It was pretty good. I had a pretty good time. I got sleepy though, and I had to get off the show and lay down and get some sleep. I am anemic, so I do get sleepy and tired out of nowhere. And the best thing for me to do is take a nap when I feel like that. And that's what I did. And the show ended the way it did. But it's okay. We're here for part 2. I just finished rolling up my beautiful joint. I got to buy some more medicine tomorrow. I'm going to go buy some more medicine. And you see how I call it medicine? I don't call it weed or marijuana or any of that stuff. Because, yeah, that's what it's called. But I call it medicine because that's what I use it for. It's just to medicate is for my health and my well-being. And the cool thing about it is I'm licensed to smoke, which is great. I feel bad for the people in Texas. Because Texas are, I don't know, they're going backwards with marijuana and with the THC ban and all this craziness that's going on in Texas. But we're going to be taking a look at some newscast from Los Angeles to check out what's going on round 5. I mean, I feel like this is a boxing match. So who's going to win the match? Tonight's lineup, it's a very unique one because the U.S. Marines are up and are pretty much playing security now. And we're going to hear today from Karen Bass, and we might hear from Gavin Newsom because they did have a couple of press conferences today. But let's go first to the Karen Bass press conference, and let's listen in on her and let's listen to what she has to say because she's a nutty buddy. She's a maniac on the dance floor. Yeah, she's dancing like she hasn't danced before. This bitch is crazy. I'm telling you. She's dancing the Pee Wee Hermit right now. She looks very awkward, and she's definitely a gaslighter. She doesn't see and believe what she sees. What she sees and what she details is just complete opposite from what we're seeing. But it's okay. Let's go ahead and go to that conference and see what she has to say because she is a nutty buddy. Actually, let me come over to this side because. Let's bring it over here. This will be a lot better. Give me 1 second while I set this up. Here we go. And let's go to this nutty buddy Karen Bass with her super mayor. She's the LA mayor news conference. So let's go ahead and start right here. Let's turn up the volume. They're going to be marching in here. And this was about half an hour ago this conference happened, so we're a little bit behind on the feed, but it's okay because we're going to listen to every single word she says. I'm pretty sure she's gonna say it was peaceful protest and nothing happened. Everything was perfect. There's no destruction. There's no need for the National Guard or the military, like the Marines, to be on the streets of LA. Here they come finally in. Like, what energy? Look at this energy coming into the room. Oh, this is gonna be ridiculous. Look, they have to line up a certain way. Okay, move over. You have to stand over here. No, 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 over here. Okay, a little closer. Okay, you guys are in frame. Perfect. You guys are doing a great job. Wow. These are the leaders of LA. My goodness, they don't even know how to line up. They have to be told how to line up, how to line up. But Karen Bass is about to come on here and speak. So
Test. Final check, audio check, sound check. 1, 2, 3. Sounds good.
yeah,
Good.
it sounds
One,
good.
two,
Now
three.
my ears are going to be
Check.
blown by Karen Bass with
One,
her
two, three,
stupidity.
4, 5, 6, 7. Sound check. 1, 2. Good. All right.
So,
Everybody good.
hey, what's up, Terry? How you doing, man? I hope you're doing good. We're here at it again to about 3-ish in the morning. Wow. And then it went to bed. Nice. Thanks for the support, man. I appreciate it. It's legal here medically, and yeah. No, I know. I have my license. I've had my medicinal my medical marijuana license when it first started. The very same day that it was active, I applied and I got my license right away. And I renew it every year, and I smoke every day, just only when I'm on the show. That's one thing. I only smoke on the show. I don't smoke off the show because I feel like when I smoke during the show, I inhale more deeply into my lungs, and I feel much better after smoking. It's all right. Look at this guy with the hair. Who is this guy with the hair? This is a Jackson 5. He just got out from the gym. Dun, 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 dun. I'm looking for like little Michael Jackson. Dancing, dancing, dancing. He's a dancing machine. Oh, we got the little thumbs up with the little ears, like the little. I think he's the sign language guy. Is he going to be doing the sign language? Because he did do the little fingers. I wonder. Yeah, he looks like a little Jackson 5. He's not a bad looking person. Too much hair, though. I think the hair is way too much. I mean, those curls, they're beautiful curls, but I wouldn't want to maintain them. That's a headache right there. That's a lot of product that has to go into that head. And no way. If he was going into the Marines, we would shave that head bald. I'll tell you right now, he couldn't go into the military like that. I don't know. I don't care how fit he looks. You go into the military like that, I swear to you, that's the very same day you get there, they're gonna shave that mug right off your head. We're here waiting for Karen Bass. I mean, I could fast forward it a bit, but I'd rather wait for her to come because we know what we're gonna get. We're gonna get a whole bunch of gaslighting, a whole bunch of deflection, blame Trump, blame Tom Holman, blame everyone, but never take accountability for your own actions. That's the I don't know. That's the Democratic way. They don't know what accountability is. They don't know that word. I mean, I still got to talk to my boy Texan and tell him to make a shirt, make accountability great again. Oh goodness, it's gonna be interesting.
Here we go.
Chloe, what's up? How you been? Been a long time. 100%. Here goes the gaslighter. Get ready for the flames.
Good morning, everyone. Just to catch you up on where we are today,
As of now, we have not received words of raids. I think you all understand that the city is not notified when ICE goes to a workplace. And what we rely on, frankly, is reporting from the community, especially the immigrant rights organizations that have formed the Rapid Response Network. That is usually
Rapid
how we
Response
hear
Network.
about
Wow, that should be under
a raid
investigation.
taking place.
That needs to be
As
under
far as we know,
investigation.
there might be one rally today, but we don't believe there's going to be a series of them, and we don't have a lot of information about that one rally. I do want to say that at 6 o'clock tonight, though, there will be an interfaith prayer vigil of which I will be honored to attend, and it will be at 6 o'clock, calling
prayer
for peace,
vigil?
calling
Who
for
died?
unifying our community, calling for supporting
Her career is about to
immigrant
die.
Angelenos. So let me just say now, commenting about last night, the violence we saw last night, there is just no way to view it as unacceptable. So I do not believe that individuals that commit vandalism and violence in our city really are in support of immigrants. They have another agenda. If you support immigrants and the rights of immigrants to be in our city, you would not be
I'm
tearing
doing
the
good,
city
Chloe.
apart or vandalizing.
Could be better,
it.
but
And I do want to say,
I'm all right.
especially for our
I'm alive.
national audiences, that those of us in Los Angeles understand that the unrest that has happened are a few
Hey, they got
blocks
one good-looking
within the
guy there
downtown
with the sign
area. It
language.
is not all of downtown, and it is not all of the city. Unfortunately, the visuals
That's awesome.
make it seem as though our entire city is in flames, and it is not the case at all. And I think it's important to say that. Now, having said that, though, the violence and the damage is unacceptable. It is not going to be tolerated, and individuals will be arrested and prosecuted to the full extent of the law. And no individual that is involved in vandalism should think because they went home that night that they're off scot-free, because investigations will take place, and I am assured.
Wait a minute,
by
I
the
thought it
police
was
department
peaceful.
That there will be
That's Bob
follow-up
Ross'
and
son.
arrests. The extensive vandalism.
Yeah, he's a good-looking
downtown,
guy.
especially
I
with the
mean, nice
graffiti
color. He has my
that
same
is
complexion.
just blanketing a number
Just
of
too
blocks.
much hair. That's all.
Has been
But
extensive. We are 1 year away from the World
it's
Cup.
unique. It's pretty cool.
This
I
is
like
about
that he knows sign
beautifying our city
language.
and bringing our city together. And so I am calling on business leaders, community leaders, faith leaders to come together downtown in the next few days to talk about how we are going to clean up the city. Obviously, city workers are already out there removing the graffiti, but this is so extensive, it's going to take community-wide involvement. We had launched a program called Shine LA a couple of months ago in preparation for the World Cup, and now we are called on to direct that.
That World Cup is
citywide.
going to
We
be
need
a
people from
nightmare.
all over the city to come to downtown.
It's going to be a
and help
nightmare
with
with
this effort.
protesters. I guarantee you.
The staff, the mayoral staff standing
I'm pretty
behind
sure there's
me
going to be
represent the best of our organizers,
some kind of terrorist
and
attack
community
during that World Cup.
liaisons, and they will be leading that
I guarantee
effort.
it.
I do want to go back and say that, just go back in time a minute. On Thursday of last week, Los Angeles was peaceful. There was nothing going on here that warranted the federal intervention that
Terry.
took place the very
Nah,
next
you're
day.
good, man.
If we want to look at the cause
I had
of what
long
is
hair,
happening
and
here,
I had to chop it
take
off.
it back to raids that took place on Friday, and the uncertainty and the fear and the fact that families across the city are terrified that they don't know if they should go to work, they don't know if they should go to school. We have people that were detained. We don't even know the
Nah,
exact
they're not going to
numbers
move
of
the
the
World
people
Cup,
that were detained.
but
We
there's
have
going to
people
be
that have
something
not had
happening during the
contact
World
with
Cup for
legal
sure. You're going to have a lot of protests.
representation, nor have they even had contact with their families. And so there is an awful lot of concern. When the administration started, they said that this was about crime. They were going to go after violent felons, drug dealers.
Here she goes,
And I don't know
gaslighting.
how that matches
We went
with the
from
scenes
peaceful
that we saw
protests to now
of people in
gaslighting.
Home Depot running through the parking lot because they were afraid that they were going to get arrested. You are talking about people who are trying to survive day by day, which is what a day laborer
They
is,
can survive
is
in their
doing,
own country.
and
They don't
why
need to
they
survive
would be
here. They
considered
can go to their
as
country
part
and
of
survive.
the problem as opposed to contributing to our economy is very difficult for me to understand. We've also
Tell the
received
truth, Karen. You don't want them to be
reports of
deported
people who are
because
here
they fund
legally,
you
who are
and
showing
they
up for
vote
their
for you.
annual appointment.
That's the only
at
reason
the
why you're
immigration
defending them.
office, and maybe even showing up with their family and getting detained. This is just absolutely unnecessary. People have asked me, what are the Marines going to do when they get here? That's a good question. I have no idea. The National Guard
Girl,
that
you
are
never
here
knew.
now
You don't
have
have
one
a brain, so
assignment, and
of
that is
course
to
you don't have an
protect
idea.
one building, which is
You're
the
so
federal
stupid.
building downtown. The second building, which is the federal building on Westwood Boulevard. And as far as I know, nothing has happened in Westwood at all. So this was not needed. The idea that the administration would usurp the
No,
authority
we need to
of our
remove
state
you
government,
from
take it away
office. We
from
need to remove
our
Gavin
governor, Gavin
Newsom
Newsom.
and
The
put
governor
interim
knows
mayors and
that if we
interim
put a
governor
request in
to
for the
run this
National Guard and it went to
shit
him,
show that's going
he
on in
would
California.
comply. There was never an issue there because we were never thinking about calling upon the National Guard. So I do want you to know that the violence that has happened has required LAPD to ask for
Blame
additional
Trump.
assistance, but not from the federal government. We are a county of 88 cities. There's a number of police departments in those cities.
Yeah, and
We
you
have
don't
the
use
sheriff's
them.
department, and so we have
The same
received
way you did with the
assistance
fires.
from the California
What did you
Highway
do with the
Patrol.
police
I
chief, with
mentioned
the
the
fire
sheriffs
chief? You
from
fired her.
Orange County, San Bernardino,
Well,
Riverside, Santa
you said
Barbara,
that
Ventura County,
all
and a
right,
number of law
the
enforcement
reservoirs
departments
were full,
around
and
the
yet they
county.
were
So
empty.
with them being
So
fully deployed
you're full of
now,
shit.
we're
I don't
establishing
believe
a
anything this
unified
lady says.
command under LAPD and Chief McDonnell, which will accelerate
I need
our
to smoke
ability to
because
respond to hot
she always
spots
pisses
when
me off
people
when she
splinter
talks.
off and create pockets of trouble. So I do want to thank all the officers who've been working tirelessly and putting themselves at risk to keep our
Wow,
city
13
safe.
years,
But
Chloe.
the real solution of
Wow,
all
you
of
must have
this is
beautiful
for
hair
the
then.
administration to stop the raids. We have heard that these raids might take place for the next 30 days. We don't know how many are going to take place in a given day. And you just think about the disruption to families and the disruption to our local economy.
Yeah, she's
You might have a
definitely
mother
DEI.
who goes to work in someone's home doing childcare or taking care of the household,
Listen to
a
this.
father who is the gardener or doing
Listen.
landscaping, people who are working in factories, and people without documents who are running small businesses, contributing to our economy in every step
That's
of the way.
illegal.
So I just want to conclude
What
by
she's
saying
just
we are
saying right
12
now,
months away
she
from the
knows
World
that's
Cup.
illegal.
We need the administration to help
Oh
us
my
prepare.
God.
They are talking about spending over $100 million with this deployment, which is why I say that I feel like we've all been in Los Angeles a part of a grand experiment to see what happens when the federal government decides they want to roll up on a state
No, we
or
need to
roll up on a
remove her
city
from
and take
office.
over.
Somehow
So
she
with
needs to
that,
be
I would
removed from
open it up for
office.
questions of which Zach will manage.
Thanks, Mayor Bass. I know that you're saying that some of the violence that we've seen, the chaos
Blame
later in
Trump.
the evenings, that it's only limited to a few streets, but it does seem to be ramping up. There was a lot of looting last night, spreading to other parts of downtown LA. I know you've said that the solution is to stop the raids, but the federal government has said that's not going to happen. What is your plan to bring?
Yeah, they're not stopping the raids
Well,
because you say
first
so.
of all, when I say a few streets, I don't mean that to mean like it's very small, because the vandalism, especially the graffiti, has happened kind of outside of that. But nevertheless, I'm trying to counter the image that this is happening all over our city, because it is not. And so we do want law enforcement to
so she's
respond
gaslighting you.
aggressively.
That's what
Anybody
she
that is
just
out
just
committing
admitted it.
crimes
She's
are not doing
gaslighting
it in
you.
solidarity with immigrants. They are doing the exact opposite. So we have to enforce
Turn
the
on my
law
chat
here.
on my
I'm
phone.
going to continue advocating with the federal government, though, to see how disruptive this is. But there needs to be a call that says this is unacceptable. And if you engage in this behavior, you will be prosecuted. Now, we're looking at things like curfews. We're looking at other aggressive response that we can have in case this violence breaks out again.
Do you think there will be a curfew? And wouldn't you say that the LAPD is being aggressive?
Well, I do think that they are, but I do think that we need to be in terms of prevention. And I don't mean aggressive in terms of engaging with the crowd, but there's things that you can do to prevent. So I had a brief conversation with the chief this morning about a curfew. So we will be meeting about that later on today. And that's the type of aggressive tactic I was referring to.
Mayor, good morning. We have reporting on KNX that this presence of Marines and/or National Guard could actually now go on for 60 days. Is the new information?
The new information this minute. Go ahead.
Yes. And so your response to that? It seems like despite calls from you and the governor, the answers are going the opposite direction.
Well, that doesn't mean that I will stop. You know that. I'm not going to give up. But on the other hand, you just said 60 days. Somebody else is going to say 30. Somebody's going to say 90. The bottom line is we don't know. And that is consistent with ICE raids, of course. We never know when, we
You
never know
don't
how
know.
long.
You don't need to
But that
know. It's an
very notion
operation,
creates
dummy.
such a terrible sense of fear in our city. And it's just not right to do that to a
Excuse
population
me. If
who is
they're
trying to
illegal
survive.
and they're
We are
here
a
as
city of
they're
immigrants.
criminals and they're going after illegal criminals, they have every right to be
Right.
there. Last time I checked, Los Angeles is part of the United States. I don't know where she thinks she's living at.
No, I think that was money, as I understand it, that
Where
they
does
were
she think
going to
she's
spend
living?
on the troop mobilization. Maybe that's what
She's
you're
such a
referring to.
fucking.
They
Just
don't
get out
need
of
to spend
office,
it
man.
themselves. So I could not even imagine that they would come here and ask us to reimburse their unnecessary expense. Just imagine what we could do with $130 million in terms of preparing our city
Oh, you
for
want
the
the
World
money,
Cup.
130 million, right? Shut the fuck
Exactly.
up. You just
No,
destroyed
LA
your
cannot
city. You're
afford it.
not doing nothing for
Yes.
your city. You did one of the worst things with the fires, and now with this protest, you're proving that you can't take care of your own people. Your people are just out of control.
No, that is correct. But Julia, at
I
this
know I'm
point in time,
correct.
that would be really early. Oh, okay. Where are you going?
She's a fucking nut. She don't even know what the hell she's doing.
Let me just. I'm sorry. You finish. Okay. I was worried about that before the ice raids. I mean, that is a worry. I mean, the theme of the administration is uncertainty. And so I have been very hopeful, and you know this, in terms of the fires and the cooperation we received from the federal government, working well with the administration. And now the pendulum has swung in a whole nother area. Well, you know what it would mean. I mean, you know that we came off of a very difficult budget year, but you also, it's very important to understand that it takes FEMA a long time. We're still looking for some reimbursements from COVID, and that didn't have
Oh, she's
anything to
still
do with
looking
this
for
administration.
COVID money. Listen to this crazy bitch. She's looking for COVID money. Oh my god. This lady, she wins the cake for the most stupidest fucking answer known to man. You're an idiot. Fucking answer.
With LAPD. Mhm.
Terry.
No, well,
Terry, you make me laugh,
yeah, let me
man.
just say that I have been, a close coordination has not been necessary right now, but I have been in
Yeah, if this goes
conversation
on
with
for 30
Superintendent
days, this is
Cavallo.
crazy.
We spoke the other day. And what he is deciding to do, I know he's deciding to protect the children. You know that a month ago or 2 months ago, ICE agents showed up to an elementary school to do a welfare check on some
Even
kids.
the
I thought
sign
that's very
language guy
interesting
knows
that you
she's
would send
gaslighting the fuck
federal
out of everybody.
officers in to check on
Look
elementary
at his
school
body
kids.
language.
But I know he's also dealing with the fear from the parents. So, for example, at my grandson's school yesterday, there was ice that was visible, and you have parents who are dropping off and picking up their kids.
Now she's saying that
How do you
ICE
think
was
they
there
feel?
present
You
at her
know, I mean, it's a
child, at
sense of
some kids'
intimidation
graduation.
and
Like
fear
what?
that is just so unnecessary and so corrosive
Come
to our
with
city.
come with receipts. Don't talk about it. Show it. Show the receipts. Show the pictures. I want to see the ICE agents at the graduation. I would see. I'm the reporter here. I would tell her, "Look, I
No,
want to see
no,
pictures. Show me
no,
video pictures.
no.
Show
I
me
can't
proof
imagine
that
that there would be
what you're saying
conflict
is true."
between local and federal police from the LAPD perspective. That will not happen.
I'm not letting Karen Bass ruin my high tonight. Not tonight.
No, no, I do not. I mean, I talked to the chief an hour ago. No, we're not notified of anything. I will tell you that Saturday night, when there was definitely some vandalism downtown, not what happened in the morning, which was in Paramount, but downtown Saturday night, and the president tweeted
Crazy. She's
out
crazy.
that it was because he sent in the National Guard that the violence was stopped. And he congratulated the National
Yeah,
Guard on
right, Chloe.
Saturday. The National
That's
Guard
crazy.
didn't
She's
arrive in the
crazy.
city until Sunday.
She's gaslighting the shit out of the public. I'm surprised she hasn't said more about Trump. Blame Trump. Trump, Trump, Trump. Always blame Trump. Democratic easy way out. Blame Trump. She looks so weird there.
Absolutely not. I mean, my guess is that you have social media phenomena that calls for parties, that calls for street takeovers, and I think it's in the same vein. What I do believe very strongly is that the groups that are vandalizing
Well, then you know
downtown
what? We got to
are
go
not a
to
part of the
social
immigrant
media
rights
and start
movement, are not
investigating
concerned
and
about
start
immigrants,
arresting
are
the
concerned about
individuals that
wreaking
were taking
havoc,
place in
and
these events
are
and causing all
immigrant
this
rights organizations that have been
disturbance.
institutions, well established, well respected institutions in our city for decades,
Especially the
are used to
looters.
doing protests. They are very well organized and coordinated, and they don't tolerate the violence. Yesterday's demonstration that was put on by labor, especially in solidarity with David Huerta, they had a system there where they wouldn't let people in a certain area if they had a mask on. My point is that we
Stupid.
know how to take care of these issues
No,
ourselves. And then when you said
she's
about
not. She's
how
trying to
the
protect
reason
them.
why
She's trying to.
things have gotten under control
She's
because of the
really
National
trying to
Guard,
protect
I
the
gave you an
immigrants.
example where the National Guard
She's
wasn't
really
even
trying to
here, and he was
protect the
tweeting that out.
illegals.
The other thing is that if you want to know what the
That's what
National
she's
Guard is
doing.
doing, drive by the federal building. They are
Look,
stationary at the federal building, protecting the building. They are not out doing crowd control or
of
anything
course
like
not.
that.
That's
So
your
I don't know
job,
how
honey
he could
bunny.
say that the
Didn't you
National
say
Guard is who
the
saved the
National
day.
Guard
Who saved the
and the
day are
Marines
our
were
local
supposed to
law
be,
enforcement
there to
agencies.
protect the property? They're not there to do the service of the police that you have it under control. How come you don't have it under control? How come now you're spilling this bullshit? You're an asshole, you basshole. What?
Well,
50K a week?
on
We found
Friday, I
ads
was
in our local
notified
area
when the raids were happening. I was
paying
notified,
the
there were three
oh lord, they
raids
paying
in the city of
the
Los Angeles.
rioters
There might have been some
five
others I've heard
k a
about that were
week.
outside of the city that day. And I
They're
heard
the
about it when
professional
the Rapid
ones,
Response
right?
Network began notifying people that a raid was taking place. And then at that point, the family members know, hey, my son, my father, my spouse is working at this place. And then they start showing up. So that's when I heard about it. And then shortly after that, you began hearing from the administration. The National Guard issue came into play on Friday as well as Saturday. That's when I was talking to officials with the Trump administration, including Tom Holman. I spoke to him maybe about an hour before he said if I got out of line or the governor did, we'd both be arrested.
And the Marines will back up ICE and the operations on removing these illegals from our country.
Right.
I know you said right.
Contacted people, not talking about Casey Wasserman, but people at the IOC in Switzerland, trying to
The
calm
Marines are
down
gonna have fun. Oh man,
I appreciate that question. Ironically, the IOC was here last week, and so I met with them directly. We did actually a panel with them, and we were talking then about how vast our city is, and how if something happens in one area, it doesn't mean it's happening all around the city. So it's a little ironic we were having that conversation. I have not talked to them directly since then. Needless to say, my focus has been on keeping Angelinos safe and protected here.
And the second question, the curfew idea, obviously, that happened many years ago with the Rodney King situation, and it did calm things down. What would the parameters be? Would it be a localized, limited area type curfew? At least what you're thinking right now.
What I'm thinking is yes, because there's no need for it to be anything other than that. It's just important to reiterate that what is happening is not happening. It's not even happening in the entire downtown area. So there would be no need for a citywide curfew. But again, this is just preliminary discussions.
it
It's
sounds
one
like
thing to say a curfew,
she's
then you have to enforce it.
alerting these people to show up in numbers throughout the city. That's what I'm hearing. She's like, "Oh yeah, they're not around the city. They're not doing nothing. This and that to get them to do the opposite and do the damage and the
Well, I
chaos.
wish I could say and not have to worry about, but we're coming together. I spoke to business leaders this morning saying that we need to come together, not just to talk, but come together with a
Not
plan
Trump is
on
not
how
going to
we're
allow no
going
damn
to
Paris Olympics
repair the
2.0
damage that has
here.
taken
Fuck
place
that.
and understand that it's going to take everybody. It's going to take the private sector, obviously the city. The city workers are already out there and they've been out there for hours and they've been out there for the last couple of days. But I know if
You
you've
know what
driven
needs to
around
happen?
downtown, you know how massive this is.
Really
So the
big
city workers are
earthquake
going to need
hitting Los
assistance as well,
Angeles.
but also, general citizens. I
And
think
half the
everybody
building
is
collapsed
concerned about
on
downtown. I
Karen
think people need
Bass.
to come
You
from
know, she don't
all
need.
different
We
parts of
don't
the
need her.
city to join
She's
us
not
in
helpful
in
at all.
repairing the
Because she could be
damage that has
telling right
taken
now
place.
the audience and telling the people, please stay home tonight. Do not come out and protest. We got your point. We got the message. You know, we have the Marines here. We don't need to escalate what we're doing. We're Angelitos, have to care for each other, take care of our families, and the only way we could do that is stay home and stay safe. Are you hearing her say that? No,
To be honest with
she's
you,
not
I
saying that
don't
at all.
know, especially considering the relationship that was developing before this. The only thing I can think of, and that's why I keep going back to, I think we're an experiment. Because if you can do this to the nation's second largest city, maybe the administration is hoping that this will be a signal to everybody everywhere to
Yeah,
fear
she's
them.
she's
That
she's
your federal
definitely
government, that
a puppet.
historically has protected you, can come in and take over.
This is conspiracy theory. Wait a minute, that's a conspiracy.
No, no, but
It's
I'm gonna put out a
conspiracy.
call to him today. I have been
That's
talking
bullshit.
to.
Since they like to call us
I want to tell him
conspiracy
to stop
theorists,
the raids.
well,
I
then
want to
that's
tell him that this
conspiracy
is a
what she
city of
just mentioned.
immigrants. I want to tell him that if you want to devastate the economy of the city of Los Angeles, then attack the immigrant population. I want to tell him, don't you want the World Cup to be a success for you? Well, if that's
Well,
what you
now she's
want,
using the
give us
World Cup
help. Give
against
us the
Trump.
$130 million that are being used for no
She's
reason,
using the World Cup
wasting
against Trump.
taxpayers' money. Give us that money so that we can get prepared
Listen
for
to
the
her.
World
Give
Cup
us
next
that
year.
money so we could prepare. Listen to her, bitch. You were supposed to have that money. What you did with that money? This is something big going on behind the scenes. She is
No,
deep shit.
no, 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 no. What I said is that I have not, period, reached out directly to President Trump. My conversations with people either in the
So you haven't spoken to
administration
the
or
president.
close
So
to the
then,
administration have been
how the hell are you
continuing.
talking
I've
out of your
not
ass then?
spoken to Mr. Holman again, but I think those conversations are still going on.
She is assuming.
I know that you talked about getting business leaders to come together to clean up and help the downtown area, but some have talked to us about their concerns about just protecting their businesses.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And some have even said, could we get even the National Guard to protect us? Your thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, again, the National Guard's mission is to protect the federal building. That's why I said that we're in discussion as to whether or not there should be a curfew. All of those things will help their business.
Right here in the blue. Thank you very much. Mayor Bass, obviously you brought up Borders Czar Tom Homan. He's always admonished sanctuary cities. I'm wondering if you feel as if Los Angeles is being targeted because it is a sanctuary city. And in that same vein, if you have a message for Boston, Denver, Chicago, who could experience the exact same thing you're going through right now here in
Well, first of all, the state of California is a sanctuary state. So this
No,
could
it's
have
not.
happened basically to any of the cities.
No, it's
Now,
not.
cities, some have adopted the policy, but it is state
You are not
policy.
sanctuary
And so,
nothing.
yes,
You
my
are part of the
concern
United States
with
of
those
America.
cities
You
that you
dumb
named
piece of shit.
is look out. This could happen to you. And if I'm not mistaken, at least a couple of those cities, I think it's
Sanctuary
Denver and
city.
Boston, have already been hauled in to congressional hearings.
I know you said that your office is not being given a heads up about these raids. We were hearing reports yesterday that ICE went to Exposition Park yesterday and took some street vendors into custody. This is a public property. The city has a swimming pool there. Can either you or your staff tell us what you know about this? Is it in fact true? And if it is true, what cautions is the city taking to safeguard the public at Exposition Park or any other public facility?
Well, Dave, yes, we did know about it, like anything else, when it was occurring. We knew about it. Well, just what you said. I mean, the same information I have as well, that street vendors were arrested, that they went in and arrested or detained street vendors. But in terms of what the city can do to protect public properties, you know that we have no idea where they're going. We would not have the capacity to have LAPD at every public facility. And so I was in a room yesterday morning, meeting with the immigrant rights organizations, and all of a sudden everybody's cell phones started blowing up. That's when we all heard about a raid that was taking place in Whittier. So part of the uncertainty
So
and
they
the
were
instability
alerted
that this
to their
creates
cell phones.
is
Can
that we don't know. It's
investigate
kind of like
that?
whack-a-mole.
Investigate
So
it.
if the city hears of something, they will go to it, but you know there is no capacity that we could monitor all of the public facilities.
But just for our understanding, for example, if ICE shows up at the city side, the aquatic center, whatever, does the city ask them to produce a warrant? Do they ask if they have a warrant to go onto the property?
Well, we can ask that, but at the end of the day, it would be very difficult for city staff to tell armed ICE agents that they can't come in somewhere. Nick? Oh,
Yeah, the
I'm sorry. I'm going to call on you.
right now- sorry. Oh, I was going to say, yeah, the federal military is now confined. What would be the implications if they step beyond the federal building protection? And what would you tell those troops to think about before they took an order, or if they were ordered to do something like
Well,
that?
I don't think I'm going to tell them. What I would tell them is go back and guard the building. That's what I would tell them. But obviously, I have no authority over federal troops.
But what would be the implications for the city if?
Well, the implication, it depends on what they would do. Again, there's nothing happening. So if they wanted to just march up and down the street, then that's one thing. But there's nothing going on right now. And when there is something going on, our law enforcement has the capacity to address it. Yes, wrap us up.
She's getting annoyed. She's a sovereign citizen. She don't belong, and she says she's not a part of the U.S. This is not the U.S. where she's at. It's a sovereign citizen city.
Well, I mean, I think it's terrible. I think it sends a terrible message. As you said, the prime minister of the country had to respond. The president of Mexico has responded. Again, I know, but maybe I don't, that these countries look at this, and I don't think they thought
Assuming
there was
there
some
again.
grand thing happening
You
here
heard her? She
that
just assumed.
required ICE agents to come and
Oh,
disrupt
man. What the
workplaces or
fuck you
chase
doing?
people through Home Depot parking lots. Thank you very
This is a
much,
sovereign
everyone.
citizen. This is a sovereign citizen. Oh, what an idiot. Yo, you sound so stupid, Karen Bass, asshole. You're a fucking idiot. Thank you for wasting my time and my life watching your stupid ass. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize because that's one idiot. And then there's a lot of them out there. I can't believe that she just gaslit like everyone here. So let me move up a little bit on here because this has happened earlier. So we can see what's going on. Give me 1 second, and then we'll get it moving forward. Come on. There we go. Trump orders more troops to Los Angeles. Huh.
Protesters. President Trump says he's sending in more federal troops to the area. 1,700 members of the National Guard are now in Southern
go door to
California,
door
with
and start
another
taking people out.
2,000 set to arrive soon. This is in addition to another 700 Marines who
Civil
were
War.
deployed yesterday.
This is what the Democrats
this morning,
want.
the head of the Marine Corps telling Congress that the battalion deployed to Los Angeles is already there and ready to follow the orders, but clarified they haven't been called to respond yet. He added that the Marines have no authority to make arrests. And in the background of all this, a showdown brewing between President Trump and
just
Governor
include have
Newsom, with
authority
Trump now
by the
publicly
President of the
supporting
United
the
States.
idea of arresting Newsom. This as Newsom pushes a major lawsuit against the Trump administration to remove the troops.
What
So
major?
with that, let's get to
they're gonna throw
ABC's
that case
Perry
out.
Russum with more.
President has the
Good morning.
discretion.
Governor Gavin Newsom has been in a back and forth with President Trump, and the governor with a clear message to Trump saying, just get it over with, arrest me.
Of course, arrest him so he could get
Trump
free
sending 700 Marines to Los Angeles
publicity.
amid the protests against immigration and customs enforcement. The Marines will support the nearly 1,700 National Guard troops already on the ground, some seen here protecting a courthouse.
The introduction of federal military personnel without direct coordination creates logistical challenges and risks confusion during critical incidents.
LA's police chief says
Yeah, they're
most of the
dancing in the
protests in
road.
the city have been peaceful.
How is this normal?
He says those who engage in
Then-
violence or
oh, she swung at the
vandalism
police.
will be arrested.
Oh,
LA
they
Mayor
need to
Karen
arrest
Bass
that
says the
chick.
federal government's response is contributing to the chaos. It comes as peaceful demonstrations against ICE
look,
are
they're
spreading
peaceful.
to other major cities nationwide, including Atlanta, Chicago, and New York.
We
Very
are not
peaceful.
criminals.
California Governor Gavin Newsom now in a
We're not
war of words with
criminals.
President Trump after Trump
We're not
expressed support
criminals.
of arresting Newsom. California has sued the Trump administration. They are trying to stop the deployment of National Guard troops and Marines. The mayor says they are only protecting 2 federal buildings downtown. Perry Russum, ABC News, Washington.
That's crazy.
Thank you, Perry. Well, let's take a closer look at those arrest threats. Trump accusing Newsom of interfering with federal law enforcement, and border czar Tom Homan suggesting that arresting Governor Newsom. Here's what the governor had to say to Homan on Sunday.
The fear, the horror. The hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. You know,
Tough guy.
I don't give a damn.
Tough guy.
And here was President Trump's response at the White House.
I like Gavin Newsom. He's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent. I would do
Exactly,
it if I were
Chloe.
Tom. I think it's great.
And House Speaker Mike Johnson is supporting Trump's statement, saying in part, quote, "What Governor Newsom has done is a complete dereliction of duty as usual." While in an exclusive interview, To The Point host Alex Bell spoke with Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis, who would take over as governor if Newsom were arrested. So
Yes.
Alex asked her how seriously people
Yeah.
should take the statements from President Trump supporting Newsom's arrest.
There is absolutely nothing that the governor can be arrested for. He hasn't broken the law. He hasn't done anything
Arrest
wrong.
her too.
So, so again, it's just all part of this chaos and,
You
and
see,
things that are extremely
it doesn't get better if you get rid
deeply
of the mayor, because this is what they
disturbing, and
replace.
very disruptive for people.
This is
in
the
their
replacement.
lives.
Are there any conversations being had about what would that mean for your role as lieutenant governor if that were to happen?
Look,
Yeah.
it's just all bizarre. If the president were to order for the governor to be arrested for no reason, I would imagine I would probably be right behind the governor and then my successor behind them. I mean, none of this really makes any sense. There's no legal framework or justification or precedent for any of this. And so again, when I think about people watching right now trying to make sense of it all, it's very difficult because
Terry,
there
you're so
is
funny.
no precedent and there is no foundation within the rule of law for any of this.
And we know the National Guard's already there. Now we're hearing that Marines are being deployed over the next 24 hours. What is the state doing to de-escalate tensions right now in Los Angeles?
He's sent these ICE agents into places of work indiscriminately, taking people into custody,
Yes.
regardless of whether or
Because
not
they're ordered
they
to.
know
They
in
have a
fact, whether
judge.
they're documented.
Like, it's ordered.
And all of this, as we know,
Deportation
has
notices. They
generated
got judge
what,
order,
as
government
of
ordered.
yesterday,
This
were
is,
relatively
you see,
small
this
and
lady is not going to be any better if she takes
peaceful
over.
protests, which, by the way,
How is she going to be
where
any
in
better
the
than Gavin
circumstances
Newsom
where they were
or
becoming
Karen
not
Bass?
peaceful, local law enforcement fully had the
It's just they're
capabilities to
polluted there. They're, all these
But
Democrats and
instead,
their ways
again,
of
here is
thinking is
Donald
just
Trump
horrible.
escalating, throwing fuel on the fire, saying
Listen,
that
listen to her.
this is, akin to the LA riots of many years ago, taking control of the National Guard, which again, the governor is sued because there is no precedent, and this also appears to be highly illegal.
And Rockland Republican Congressman Kevin Kiley spoke out about the protests in LA on the floor of the House last night. Here's what he had to say.
The scenes we are seeing in Los Angeles right now are absolutely horrifying, and California's radical political leadership has done everything possible to usher in this chaos.
And we continue to follow reaction to the recent events unfolding in Los Angeles. On Monday, both Democratic and Republican state lawmakers held news conferences addressing the protests in LA and President Trump's use of the National Guard. ABC 10's Becca Habecker has their reaction.
This federal government
They not like us.
That's Democratic Assemblymember
Lord.
Tina McKinnon of Inglewood
More
denouncing
Democrats.
Trump sending the California National Guard into Los Angeles amid protests against federal
Democrats.
immigration raids.
We have a simple message for
Form.
current president of the United States. Stop. Just stop.
On Monday,
these
more than
Democrats.
24 Democratic state lawmakers, many from the
Democrats.
LA delegation, gathered to voice their opposition to Trump
Not
deploying
surprised.
the California National Guard against Governor Newsom's wishes.
Trump claims to be concerned about the safety of Angelenos. But that is a lie.
Everything's a lie, right?
This is not about
So,
law and order.
majority
Because
of
if it
your
was about law
constituents
and
there
order, he
are
would
not
listen
illegal?
to our local law enforcement. Instead,
Are
Trump
you
wants
illegal?
chaos. He wants disruption.
Some say if federal officials arrest Governor Newsom,
he's going to have to arrest every single one of us. We all took an oath that we
Listen
take
to this.
seriously to uphold and defend the Constitution.
So they're
We do
threatening.
not. What you are seeing
Democrats
for
are
this
threatening
president,
Trump.
it's hard to call him a president in this moment because he's acting like a dictator, is he is trying to jail political opponents.
Who's the president
Republican
here?
Assemblymember
Who's
Joe
running the
Patterson
country?
said he
Is
doesn't
it you,
think
tough guy?
arresting the governor is the right thing to do.
Are the
As much
Democrats
as I
in charge?
disagree
No,
with
they're not.
him trying to stoke hysteria into the LA region, I don't think he necessarily should be arrested for that. But I think it's important that he shows more leadership and he stops creating all this hysteria.
More than a dozen Republican state lawmakers held
I want-
their
I
own
want them to
news
come here to
conference Monday,
Connecticut. I
focusing
would
on the
love
budget,
ICE to
but
come to
also
Connecticut.
addressing the protests in LA.
Right now, I'm concerned about our frontline law enforcement personnel in Los Angeles, but I'm concerned about everyone caught in the crossfire.
They criticized the agitators who are causing destruction, burning cars and throwing objects at federal officers.
Look at this.
They say Governor Newsom has failed to contain the chaos. And anti-ICE and immigration rights activists took to the streets in Northern California yesterday. We spoke with people at Cesar Chavez Park in downtown Sacramento.
I
Well,
see
here in
people being
Sacramento.
ripped
Uh-oh.
off the streets
Karen,
by
another
people
Karen.
who don't identify themselves. And I see the president calling in the National Guard against American citizens and
Is
threatening
that Rosie
to call in the
O'Donnell?
Marines
Kind of look like Rosie
against national
O'Donnell.
citizens.
And after arriving at the ICE building, demonstrators held a rally calling for immigrants to be treated with dignity and respect. ABC 10's Garj
Respect. What the
Sangha
fuck
has
that has
more
to
from
mean? That don't mean
protesters
shit.
at the
If
Capitol
you're illegal,
last
get the
night.
fuck out. How about that? That sounds better.
It wasn't just a rally. It was the end of a grueling journey. Dozens of immigrant families and advocates walked for 3 days, from
They
Vacaville
need
to
to walk
Sacramento,
back
demanding real
how they
immigration
came
reform.
from the border.
In order to stop the
Walk
deportations
over the border
and
and
the
go back to Mexico.
Gestapo-like enforcement tactics imposed right now by the Trump administration,
Just keep
and
walking
to
like
shake
he
some
did.
sense into our country.
Organizers say the 40-mile trek through Dixon and Davis symbolizes the struggle immigrant families face
Yeah, they
daily,
come on.
living in fear of
right
being torn
past the
apart.
border. Keep
When we
going
see
down
the
to
photos
Mexico.
of children who are handcuffed or torn from their mothers, it's unconscionable, it's inhumane, it's immoral.
Marchers
Like,
called for
that's
the end of
really
ICE
happening,
raids
right?
and a
You
clear
guys are
path to
such
citizenship.
fucking
For first-time
whiny
marcher Blake
motherfuckers.
Kleinman, it was eye-opening.
Look, they're all looking
they're
illegal.
hard workers. So
Look, he looks illegal.
we should all fight for
He looks like he
immigration
hasn't
reform
missed a meal in his life.
at the end of the day.
Labor unions also stood in solidarity. SEIU members rallied behind their president, David Huerta, who was
What
just
the
released
hell?
after being arrested in LA.
It is a great feeling for, my brother David Huerta to be released.
My brother.
But at the same time, it's,
What
we have a lot of
brother?
work to do because the arrest shouldn't have happened at all.
Excuse me, if he was
And even after the
interfering
march
and
ended,
got in the way
the message
of
remained
an
loud and clear.
investigation
We're going to
detain
come out here and
someone,
represent
then
our
yes,
immigrant
you are collateral
community
damage and you
and
will be
demand an
arrested
end to
and held
deportations
accountable.
and demand a pathway to citizenship for all of us.
Those who march want California to live up to its sanctuary state label, and also they want to put a stop to old prisons from being reopened to house immigrants. Reporting from the state capitol, Garj Sangha, ABC 10.
Right, Chloe? They're not
Garj Paul,
welcome
thank
here.
you. And that is the latest for now. Make sure to stay with ABC 10 for updates on the protests, troop deployments, and threats to jail California's governor. We have live newscasts this evening at 5 and 6. And meantime, you can always get the latest on the ABC 10 mobile app.
Okay, let's check out some other stuff here because I do got other news besides that one. Let me see. Yeah, let's check out this one. It's a 2-minute coverage here. So let's come over here, share this tab, and let's play.
President Trump is deploying hundreds of Marines to Los Angeles as immigration protests enter the 5th day. ABC's Jacqueline Lee shares why California's governor says the troops are not needed.
Buses, presumably filled with Marines, seen leaving the 29 Palms base in California, heading towards Los Angeles, ordered by the president to respond to the protests that are now entering a 5th day today. Their final destination is not publicly known. The 700 active duty Marines is on top of the more than 4,000 National Guard troops mobilized by the president. City officials blasting the federal intervention.
We didn't need the National Guard. Why on earth? What are they going to do? Do you know what the National Guard is doing now? They are guarding 2 buildings.
Testifying this morning on Capitol Hill, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth defended the troop deployment.
In Los Angeles, we believe that ICE, which is a federal law enforcement agency, has the right to safely conduct operations in any state and any jurisdiction in the country.
Mayor Bass saying more than 100 people were arrested Monday night, the majority for unlawful assembly. The mayor saying the majority of people demonstrating during the day have been peaceful, and the violence and vandalism is happening late at night by fringe groups. Governor Gavin Newsom announced he's sending more than 800 additional state and local law enforcement officers to LA to help. Newsom mocking the deployments.
The absurdity of this cannot be understated. There were 2,000 National Guard that were, quote unquote, deployed, of which only 315 actually were mission assigned. 1,700 have no particular role or responsibility.
President Trump suggesting Newsom should be arrested.
What crime has Governor Newsom committed?
A crime has he committed?
Yeah, to warrant his arrest, as you had suggested earlier.
I think his primary crime is running for governor because he's done such a bad job.
The president defending his actions, saying on social media that if I didn't send in the troops to Los Angeles, the city would be burning to the ground right now. Jacqueline Lee, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Look at this here on your screen. We have a post from a Fox 11 reporter, Matthew Seedorf, saying, breaking, federal sources tell me the, quote, rock thrower from Saturday's violent clash in Paramount, California has been identified as Elpidio Reyna.
Hey,
The FBI believes
$50,000.
Reyna is the man
$50,000.
seen on video hurling
I will
rocks at
find
Border
him.
Patrol agents. There's a
If I wasn't-
$50,000 reward
I would've gone after
leading
him.
to his arrest. It does get cut off a little bit
That's
there.
huge
But I
salary.
want to showcase some of that video that Matthew is referencing to here. He did break this story for our team at Fox 11. So take a look here in case you have not seen it yet.
Boom.
These are just some of the videos that we have been showcasing for you, and that is the suspect that right now I do believe
You know that
police
dude?
are still looking
We know.
for. Authorities are identifying that man now on Saturday.
you know that
Border
dude.
Patrol had a staging area in Paramount, California, when they were confronted by protesters. Agitators then started throwing glass bottles and chunks of cement
help a lot of
toward
people.
authorities, who fired back with tear gas and rubber bullets. Video there obtained by Fox shows Border Patrol agents leaving the tense situation Saturday while their vehicle was hit by numerous rocks. The FBI used social media videos and a Fox 11 News report to identify that rock thrower.
Wow.
According to officials, they're going to continue investigating protest videos shared on social media to make additional arrests. They had said this: we have a mission here in Los Angeles. We won't be deterred from that mission, whether it's arresting illegal aliens or protecting federal facilities. We are going to do that. If anyone thinks this guy or any other thug out there is going to stop us from doing our job, they've got to think again. Again, that is law enforcement down there in Los Angeles. The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for any information.
$50,000 is a lot of money.
With the Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Governor, good to be with you this morning. Thanks so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
So let me start you off with this question. As governor of the state of Arkansas, if the president of the United States deployed the National Guard to your state without your request or your assent, what would your reaction be?
Well, we wouldn't have this problem in Arkansas in the first place because we would never choose rioters and criminal illegals over American law enforcement. And if we got to a place where that was happening, I would call the president myself and ask him to bring people in to help us out. But we would never allow what California Governor Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass have allowed to take place in California to ever happen in Arkansas. It's really clear. They can either choose normal versus crazy or order versus chaos. The fact that they are allowing rioters to run their streets and are mad at the president for stopping it is insane. They should be thanking Donald Trump for helping and assisting bring order back to their city and state that they're frankly incapable of doing themselves. If they were doing a good job, Donald Trump wouldn't have to step in and start bringing order to their state. I think it's insane that it has gone as far as it has, but I'm thankful we have a president who's going to choose American law enforcement, who's going to choose law and order over chaos and criminals, and that's exactly what we're seeing happen in California right now.
It turns out, Governor, that a lot of the arguing in Washington that's happening over this deployment is still hypothetical because we know that the full contingent of National Guardsmen is not there on the ground. And now we're just getting in from our Pentagon team here at Fox News. The Marines who are slated to head there, the 700, are going to get training at Seal Beach for a few more days before they go to LA, this per a DOD official.
Wow.
So, I mean, there are not that many boots on the ground right now.
No, and again, frankly, if you look at what's happening, the boots need to get on the ground pretty quickly. The idea that you have a governor who is allowing his state to be totally overrun by criminal illegals, the fact that they have arrested a number of gang members, people who have been convicted of violent crimes, and they're mad that that's what's happening and not that they're mad that these people are there running wild in their streets. Their anger is so displaced and so delusional that, frankly, I don't think the president has any other choice but to engage and try to help protect and secure the cities in California and step up where this governor and this mayor have absolutely failed.
Yeah, we're seeing pictures of protesters as they're trying to break up sidewalk sidewalk slabs into rocks so that they could throw them at police. I mean, that would constitute deadly force in anyone's mind. But you've got Governor Newsom, who's suing the president about the deployment of the National Guard. And this headline from the New York Times says, before Saturday, the last time a president sent Guard troops in to deal with civil unrest without cooperation from his state's governor was back in 1965. It was a Democratic president, it was a Republican governor. It was another Democratic governor at that time. But I mean, it's well established in American law that the president has got the authority to do this. So where's the legal argument here?
I don't think he has a strong legal argument to make. Again, the fact that you're having these riots take place in the streets and they aren't doing anything to step in and stop that, I think gives the president certain cause to go in and protect the American people and make sure that the cities in California are safe and secure. And they're certainly not going to see that happen under Governor Gavin Newsom or under Mayor Bass. We've seen their failure already play out over the last couple of weeks. And now President Trump is going to take action, as he should, to bring safety, security, and order back to the state of California.
All right, Governor, thanks for taking time with us today. Great to talk to you.
Good to see you, Gov. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-host, Harris.
Very, very, very disgusting. I'm just disgusted because it's just like these people, it's not getting any better anytime soon. The Democrats has a foothold really deep into California politics. As you can see, they all want to go down with the ship. They're like, if you're gonna arrest my governor Newsom, you're gonna have to arrest me too. Like, bitch, shut the fuck up and turn around and put your hands behind your back. Then we'll take your ass too, dummy. Let's check out the streets live. Actually, it's not really live. I can move up to live, but let me move up little by little so we can see what's going on in LA. This is today. This is about an hour ago, so I gotta move it forward. But you can see the police is there, and the media, of course, is there. And this is the VA hospital, if I'm not mistaken, that they're guarding and protecting. Got a lot of immigrants, weird people that are standing around and documenting this. In reality, why are these people hanging around? You know what I mean? What is the reason you're standing in front of the VA? These people shouldn't even be there. But look at all the graffiti in the walls. Look at. But hey, Karen wants to tell you there's nothing to see here. Everything is peaceful. Everything's great. Don't worry about it. We got it all under control. Yeah. When a leader speaks like that, the reflections lies. Okay? And that bitch is one big liar. And let's go ahead and move it forward so we can see what's truly going on over here. So let's say they're gonna start moving the people around. I'll try to move up little by little so we don't miss too much. Oh, nice. American flag upside down. Who's holding that flag? What type of liberal is holding that flag? Like what why? We're not in distress. The immigrants are. They're the ones in distress because they know their time is numbered and their time is now and they're going to be kicked out. And even if you're in a scooter like this gentleman here, if he's an illegal, he will be kicked out with his scooter. All right, Terry. All right, let's go ahead and move forward on this video because this is like an hour back. So we'll see what they were doing. That person with the distress flag walking around is just looking for attention. This is probably the one that makes $15,000 a week. Like, what's the purpose? Like, what does that make? Look, all these, they look illegal. I guess they're gonna make a way for this vehicle. Oh, nice. It says "fuck ICE" on the federal building. Oh, nice. Here's the military moving out. They're probably going to a different location, another staging area. Maybe they're gonna go get dinner. Yeah, you gotta get ready for tonight. So go pick up delivery. They're gonna go pick up and deliver some food. But I don't know why you see all these old people here taking pictures. Like, you can't come home and take a screenshot from your house, because I could do that. All my pictures that I put up are screenshots from videos. You don't need to be there to take a picture. But the police, the military, they're there. National Guard is there. Let's see, then go ahead and move it forward. See what's happening over here. Wow, they put a lot of graffiti on the wall. Let's keep it moving forward. Because look, here's the paid actress. Who's this dude with the mask on his face? I thought Trump said arrest anyone who's wearing face masks and covering their face and their head. No, they need to get these people and throw them in jail. Throw them in jail. Throw everybody in jail. All they're doing is for a photo op. That's all they want. Photo ops. See, with the Mexican flag and the distressed American flag, that's all they're looking for. They're looking for that picture with the police and with the agents here on the side. That's what it is. This is all staged. Staged propaganda. This is propaganda. I wonder how much that person is getting paid for these pictures. And why are you waving a Mexican flag and having a distress look? How they're walking back and forth. And it's just them two. American flag upside down with the Mexican flag. This Mexican flag, he needs to be grabbed and deported. Put him inside the detention center. You see, it's a picture. Look. See, that's all they want. It's a photo op. Look. Now you have a car that comes and crashes against all these people. Let's go ahead and move forward. Oh no, they got the horses again. They're already starting, look. Hey, they got a trans. That's a trans guy, girl. Whoever this person is. What a horrible looking person. Oh my goodness. Oh, throw it back in the closet. Throw it back in the closet. We don't need it. Oh no, that is scary. Oh, how about throw it back? Throw it back. Throw it back. I don't understand why all these people are standing around there. Stop the federal invasion? Are you kidding me? The illegal invasion, you mean, right? So many people taking videos and pictures, and you got this person walking back and forth with this flag upside down. Like, I want to know how much she's getting paid for this. Yeah, it's just crazy, Chloe. Like, you should be loving this country, loving that you're here. loving that you're given an opportunity, right? And the illegals, they come in and they just abuse the system, and then the system had enough of them and wants to get rid of them. And then you have these idiots stepping up to the police and stepping up to the guards, like they mean, like they like. Listen, just grab them and arrest them. That's it. Grab them and arrest them. Like, what is he saying that's gonna change their minds? That, like, you got the transsexual back there. Like the transsexual, he's like, "Hey, leave the immigrants alone. I need my immigrant man. He's Mexican, and fuck it, I'm with them." I can't even do her voice or its voice. It's gonna hurt my voice.
Who's gonna clean your house? Who's gonna cut your grass? Who's gonna make your tacos and burritos?
Virtual signaling at its finest. Let's see if we can move it a little bit forward, because we could get to more live, but let's move it up a little bit. I know they bring the horses. Here comes the horses! No! They're bringing the horses! No! Leave the horses alone! Ooh, at least they have shields on. Here comes the horse. Here comes the horses. The police horses. Here comes the parade of horses. And you better not harm those horses. Hey, at least they're working with horsepower. At least 1 horsepower. You hear? Look at the guy in the blue. Look.
Fuck you, bitch. Thank you, bitch.
You hear him? Idiot. They gotta go and arrest him. They gotta start arresting these people. Hey, 5 days is too much. Grab them and detain them. And have their day in court. You know? Put it on their record. You want to act the fool? Well, here's your stupid prize. Ooh, the horses, they stop on command. That's pretty cool. Ooh. Move your fucking horses. It's like, fuck, man, another day I could have been in my stall. Now I gotta be out here with these stupid people. Urgh. I'm gonna shit all over them when I get the opportunity. And I'm gonna bite them. These are pretty horses, though. I love horses. Don't worry, California has something really big coming to them, and it's going to be a really big earthquake. It's all the projecting, the negativity, the energy they're projecting is very, very bad and very negative. And when you project that much energy, you attract negative in return. So natural disasters tends to happen, like earthquakes and tsunamis. And I feel like with all the stuff that's going on in California and all the craziness that's been going on in California, I feel like something really big, like a big earthquake, can break out in California. And yeah, and imagine no power, no water, no, like, for weeks and months. and you need law and order, but the police cannot keep up because they're tired and they're short-staffed, and you need the military. Well, at least Trump is sending you the military now, ahead of time. You know, there's so much writing you can do that you need support. You need backup. Some beautiful horses, though. I love horses. I do. Let's move it forward a little bit here. And they're standing outside the VA. That's crazy, man. Why are these people outside the VA? Don't they know that's a military hospital, like a military place? It's also detention because they can't hold immigrants there. But that's wild. Trying to move it up a little bit. Oh, the people are getting on the highway again. Hold on. Oh, they're getting on the highway again. Here they go. Karen Bass. Where's Karen Bass? We gotta show this to Karen. Where is Karen? Here they are. The Mexicans have gone back on the highway again. Where is Karen? I would have ran them over. I'll run them over. I hit them. And I'll talk to the police later. I said, listen, I was driving. The guy in front of me, I hit him. I just kept going because of my safety. But at least I'm reporting that I did hit someone on the highway that wasn't supposed to be there. There they go. They're starting to back up traffic again and cause chaos again. I swear to God, if this was to happen to me, I swear I will run you over.
They're on the highway.
They're on the highway. Oh, Lord. Here we go again. Round 5, Part 2. Highway. Here comes the highway again. Individuals stopping the traffic, flow of traffic. You see, all these people should be under arrest. I don't care about your Mexican flags. All these people, that's why they need the military here. Because the military will arrest all these people. All these Mexican flag wavers, they will get them and send them to Mexico. If they're confused. I mean, they think California's Mexico. Once upon a time it was, but not anymore. And I tell you one thing. I can't wait for the military to get here. I hope someone gets run over. I really do. Oh, here comes the police. Woo, woo. It's time for the police. There you go. The police are there. These people are gonna get run over, man. They need to start arresting these people, man. You're not gonna stop this unless you have to put your foot down and you gotta start arresting these people, man. They got to. They can't. This cannot be continuing going. Every day, this shit. Oh man, you're gonna have to do a big time cleanup of LA, man. LA is I think half of the citizens of California, it's illegal. I would say half. Half of the population of California is possibly illegal. You're gonna have to call in more reinforcements. Call up the army. Bring the army out. Army will have a field day with these people. Bring his dog. You got like, what is that, Rottweiler? That's stupid bringing a dog to this type of protest and stuff. Let me move it forward. There they are. Blocking traffic. Where's the flashbangs? Where's the smoke? Where's the pepper spray? Look, all these dogs. Why are they bringing their dogs with them? That's animal abuse. Look. There's the police pushing them. Yeah, you're not supposed to be in the highway, you old fuck. Uh-oh, look. Here they go, fighting. Police. Police are gonna start hitting these people. Get out the highway. You're not supposed to be in the highway. Everything that's happening, this is your consequences. This is your problem because you're not supposed to be there. They're gonna start arresting. They need to start arresting these people. What is this picture's worth to them that they have to be there to take pictures? There you go. Someone got arrested. There you go. Congratulations, you're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. Now you're going to jail for a while. Look at another dumbass over there. He's a dumbass. Another dumbass. There you go. Start arresting. They're gonna arrest a lot of people now. All right, get out the way, dude. Arrest more. Arrest them all. Arrest them. Oh, now they're shooting fireworks again. Is night 5 gonna be worse than night 4? That's a good question. As it looks, it could be hyped tonight. It seems like they want to continue the narrative and push the narrative because the mayor doesn't care. This is what happens when you have a weak government. When you have a weak leader like Karen Bass, when you have a weak governor like Gavin Newsom, this is what you get. This is the results. They could gaslight you all they want. They could tell you all the bullshit that they want to tell you, but this is the results that you get. This is the lack, the soft on crime, the soft on punishment. Like, all those people are not even supposed to be in that area. They're supposed to be on the other side of the fence. But you see, they broke the fence, and you see how they walked through? So whoever, the cameraman that walked through, they're putting themselves in harm's way. So if the police pushes you and knocks you down, that's your fault. That's your problem. You're not supposed to be there. But someone broke the fence, and that's how the people are getting across. Oh, here's the tough girl. Here's the tough girls. The tough girls. Fucking pussies. All this vulgar stuff. Stupid idiot, you're not supposed to be on the highway. They're trying to save your life. And you're putting yourself in harm's way. Because if a car runs you over, I'm sure they're not going to care because you were not supposed to be there. Yeah, someone broke the fence, you see? They can't get through. Like they get through easily. That fence needs to be repaired quick. I feel bad for the animals, man. Like this dog right here, this little white dog, he shouldn't be there. Why is she having a Mexican flag? She doesn't. That person doesn't even look Mexican. But I feel bad for the dog because the dog looks like it's thirsty. Let's see a Marines flag. When are the Marines coming? Yeah, you should be on the other side of the fence, dude. You shouldn't even be in the way there. See all these face masks? That should be illegal.
Hey! A little closer there! Hey, everyone!
But listen. This is peaceful. Remember what you're looking at. This is peaceful. This is not Mexico. Viva Mexico, then go to Mexico. Go to Mexico. Go to Mexico. Go to Mexico. Go back to Mexico. If you're so wanting to Mexico and you care about Mexico so much, take your ass to Mexico. Take your happy candy ass to Mexico. Even this look, they even got a handicapped guy here in a wheelchair. He should be at home. He shouldn't even be out on the streets. A lot of trans women, whatever you want to call them. I've noticed a lot of trans here. It is Pride Month, so. But I don't know why they're bringing dogs and animals. I think that's animal cruelty. All these dogs here, like that's animal cruelty. It'll get crazy if someone like gets so fed up to the point that say fuck it and they're gonna get a car and run over all these people. Then they're gonna be like, they're gonna get even more crazier. But get out the street. I don't know, man. And I blame the mayor. The mayor should have this under control. Does this look like under control? No. Do you see any Marines around? No. So she cannot say or have excuses saying, well, the Marines were here and look, this is what they caused. They're not even there yet. They're not even there yet. And second of all, where is your police force? Because supposedly you have a grand police force. Where are they? Where's the police? That was a small little group of police officers that were able to move some of the people off of the highway. But it's very, very limited of police. And that's the reason why Trump sent the force that he did to protect the federal buildings. Because he knows that the LAPD will never be able to handle the influx of individuals that are going to these government officials and government buildings. Let's see if we can move it forward. See, these people are just dumb as can be. I can show other networks, so give me a second. I can probably move it and go to live. Let's go live. All right, this is live. It's so hot there. I don't know how they could cover their face and wear all these sweaters. That's crazy. But they shouldn't be covering their faces like Trump said, right? They don't want the ICE agents to cover their faces, but it's okay for the citizens here to cover their faces? No, it's not, because Trump says if you see them with face masks and they're causing a ruckus, you have every authority to get them and arrest them. A lot of people here look very illegal. Very, very illegal.
No more ICE in LA!
Let's see if I can get another angle or another footage here. Let's go over to this side over here. Let's see what's going on. Give this side a break. Let's see what's happening over here. Let's go ahead and put up the volume. Now this one's just a back view, say a half an hour back. But we could move it along, see what we're looking at. There's no live. There's no live. Let's see what's happening live. Oh, they're arresting people? Oh boy, they're arresting people. You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. They're gonna arrest you because you're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. Oh man, they're arresting people. I wonder how much they're gonna arrest tonight. That's wild, man. Wow, I just saw Trump do the Trump dance. He was giving a speech at Fort Bragg. I'll go to the end of the speech. Let's take a look. I'm getting tired of all this craziness. Let me see what Trump's here saying. This is towards the end of the speech that he gave not too long ago, but there it is.
The Army, they don't want to join our military. Frankly, they didn't want to join our police, our firemen. They lost confidence. They lost faith in our country. And just a short number of months later, we're setting all-time records. In fact, your job might be in jeopardy. Somebody else may come in and take it. That was bad. We'll get you out of here. You have to be good. We're getting the best people that you've ever seen. We're getting people.
I agree, Terry. They don't know why they're there.
Great people are coming in. Doesn't it make you feel good, though? You have something and you're doing something, other people want to join you. Isn't that a great feeling? And wasn't it a lousy feeling just a short time ago when they announced, you're a soldier and you're proud of your country and you're proud of the Army in your case, and you're reading stories about nobody wants to come in and join the military, right? Isn't that lousy? Even the ladies from North Carolina were not happy with that. But then we had a great election. It was amazing. Too big to rig. We had a great election, and all of a sudden, the people are pouring in, and we have incredible people like Pete and the others that are here, Dan. I think they made a big difference. I really do. So thank you very much. All of you guys, I think you've really made a big difference. The Army will soon be stronger, bigger, and better than ever before. And every new soldier that joins our ranks will kindle the same fighting spirit exemplified by the likes of Sergeant Major Jim Schmidt, who's no longer with us. At 15 years old, after lying about his age, because he wanted to get in so badly, Jim trained at Fort Bragg to fight in World War II. When Jim's middle school wrote to ask if he would attend his 8th grade graduation, he wrote back, "That will be impossible, as I'm rather busy now. I'm in the hinterlands hunting down Germans," and I have to say this, and Italians. I know there are a couple of Germans and Italians here. As a paratrooper, he made the famous drops at Sicily and Salerno while still a young boy, too young to be in. The Army kicked him out. They found out about it. They kicked him out. They discovered he was way underage. They said, "Jim, you got to get out of here. You're a hell of a soldier, but you got to get out." But that didn't stop Jim. He enlisted in the Navy. But the moment he turned 18, he came right back and he joined the 82nd Airborne. How about that?
I was part of the 82nd Airborne.
He went on to fight at the Chosun Reservoir in Korea.
Give me back memories.
Saw combat in Vietnam and ended his career right back at Fort Bragg, having earned 2 Silver Stars, 3 Bronze
I got injured
Stars,
at Fort Bragg.
and 2 Purple Hearts. With us today is Jim's widow, Peggy, and their beloved grandson, Army Specialist Christian Forbes, who is currently deployed at our southern border defending our country from an invasion, whether we like it or not. It's an invasion, but I don't know if you've heard, the invasion was 99.9% stopped. Did you hear that? 99? Could even be more right. 99.999% stopped. That invasion is stopped, so I think he's in good shape. Specialist Forbes, I want to thank you for defending America. And you've obviously done a good job because that invasion has been stopped, and we appreciate you being here. Thank you, wherever you may be. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great. We stopped that sucker, didn't we, huh? We stopped it. Thank you very much. Each and every one of you here today carries in your souls the love, strength, and courage of millions upon millions of Army patriots who came before you. Your uniforms bear the same stars and stripes that our ancestors carried to victory at Yorktown, across the Great Plains, and over our Rockies, up the Missionary Ridge, down through the streets of Paris. That's right, we went down the streets of Paris. We got to help our allies, don't we? Across the sands of North Africa and onto the shores of Omaha Beach, into the blood-soaked hills of Korea. And it was a West Point graduate named Buzz Aldrin who first planted our great American flag on the face of the moon. We know that. Now it's your turn to carry that flag forward and to add your own daring deeds into this chronicle of triumph and legends. Now it's your duty to shield the flame of freedom that was first lit 250 years ago by the heroes of Concord Bridge and Bunker Hill. Standing before you today, I am more confident than ever that in the days ahead and every generation to come, the U.S. Army will heap glory upon glory upon glory upon us all. You will protect every inch of U.S. soil, and you will defend America to the ends of the earth. Wherever danger is, there the U.S. Army will be. Another beautiful phrase. Whatever peril comes our way, whatever menace threatens our people, you will stand strong, you will be proud, you will charge hard, and you will keep that flame lit, that beautiful, beautiful flame. You're going to keep it lit. You will hold the flag high, and you will do something that's become quite a famous little phrase also, but you're a hell of a lot braver than me. You will fight, 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 and you will win, win, win. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our soldiers, and God bless the U.S. Army. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
All right, you're just listening in there to President Trump speaking at Fort Bragg. Really a preview, a precursor to what's coming up this weekend with that military spectacle, the 250th anniversary. Also making comments about what's going on in LA right now, but just speaking to what he mentioned there as he was joined by the senators from North Carolina, Bud and Tillis, on the ground at Fort Bragg. He also mentioned the renaming
the Trump dance,
Bragg, saying
the Trump dance.
We are also going to be restoring the names of Fort Pickett, Fort Hood, Fort Gordon, Fort Rucker, Fort Polk, Fort Avery Hill, and Fort Robert E. Lee. He said, quote, "We won a lot of battles out of those forts. It's no time to
doing
change."
the Trump dance.
So that coming in
at
from
Fort
President
Bragg.
Trump on the ground there in North Carolina. He also made comments earlier today in the Oval Office alongside the
look at the soldiers in the back
Agriculture,
dancing.
Rollins,
They're doing the
and
Trump
others.
dance
So
in the back.
as he walks off the stage,
Oh,
he's
he
joined
saw
also
them.
by
He's doing the Trump
Secretary
dance.
of Defense Pete Hegseth there
Yes.
in North Carolina. Of course,
Oh,
controversy
man.
and
Bless this
comments
dude,
between
and
him and
hope he's
Governor Gavin Newsom
well
over what's
protected
going on,
because
what's unfolding in real time right now in Southern
there you go.
California. Day
Craziness
number
in South
5
Carolina.
of protests there as we're learning more information about the National Guard as California Governor Gavin Newsom filing a emergency request to pull them back, of course, in the filing saying that the National Guard will be implemented as use of immigration enforcement. So I just want to put up this here on Live Now from Fox, some live look there on the ground. As you can see, the show of force, LAPD on the ground after a tumultuous day.
Make sure to hit the like button.
LAPD said
We gotta bring up the likes so I could take advantage of the algorithm.
Due to their failure to disperse, 14 people were arrested for looting. An individual was arrested for assault with a deadly weapon. Another one arrested there for, of course, resisting arrest. So these are just day number 5 here on Live Now from Fox. This is the full image here. I also want to put up this as we're following it on Live Now from Fox. LAPD, the Central Division, talking about a traffic advisory as the Alameda is closed between Aliso and Temple Street due to the demonstration. A dispersal order has been issued saying this is an unlawful assembly. Declared officers have been projectiles thrown at them. So again, just this live picture one more time as we're seeing different LAPD, state, California Highway Patrol also assisting with some of the different roads and blockades. You can see them strategizing behind this initial line, and also
See if we can go a little bit forward. This is a little bit behind.
For LAPD on the ground outside of this
Let's see if we can move forward.
detention center here in Southern California. So following it very
Most of the polls show that Congressman Mikey Sherrill is in the lead. But what a lot of experts say is because voter turnout is always so much smaller during the primary season, that it really could be any one of these candidates. Now, also on the screen, you've got Congressman Josh Gottheimer and Mayor Ross Baraka. Both
Ross
of these
Baraka is the
candidates
idiot that
have been
got
sort of
arrested.
vying for a second position, as well as another mayor from New Jersey, Stephen Fulop. Now, all 3 candidates have tried to angle themselves as one of the better candidates in the race, obviously. Now, both mayors, Mayor Ross Baraka and Mayor Stephen Fulop, now both of these candidates have tried to angle themselves as a more progressive candidate. Stephen Fulop especially has called himself more anti-establishment, and Mayor Ross Baraka, he was
that's
just
primary for
recently
governor.
arrested outside an
The
ICE
election is
detention
today,
facility
actually.
in New Jersey. Prosecutors dropped those charges days later. But he also made national news, trying to sort of use that as well to get some more attention in the race. But right now, as it looks right
No.
now, Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill is sort of the favorite in the race. She also has a lot of establishment base as well. She has a lot of the county endorsements, and different Democratic groups have also endorsed her as well.
Yeah, you know, Morgan, I wanted to ask, has Governor Phil Murphy endorsed a Democrat in the primary?
He has not. He has wanted to sort of leave this open. There's 6 candidates in total running on the Democratic side, so just really wide open.
All right, let's move on to the Republicans here. We have a live picture there of President Trump, who is seemingly walking over to address the press here. He has also endorsed in the primary. Let's just listen briefly, Morgan. Hang on.
Which is 1 year older than our country. How are you? 1 year older than our country. I thought it was incredible, the display. I don't know if you got to see it. I think you did. But that was some great display. It's incredible force, incredible people, and it was an honor to see it. Not with the governor, but there is. I mean, I've always had a good relationship with him. He just doesn't do a very good job. They should have never been allowed to start. And if we didn't get involved, Los Angeles would be burning down right now, just like the houses burned down.
Are you concerned about anything that could go wrong by having the military there? They're trained from different...
No, it can only go right. By having the military, it de-escalates. I mean, that was the only way. These people are agitators. They're troublemakers. I believe many of them are paid. I watched them breaking up the sidewalks with a big hammer, handing pieces of the concrete to other people.
Who do you think is paying for that?
Somebody's paying for it. Thank you.
Might have something to do with it.
Thank you for saying that. Somebody's paying for that. I watched total professionals. He's banging the curb, banging the granite, banging the concrete, and he had a whole group of people. They lined up like totally professional, grabbed the big chunks, and they dropped it on the soldiers. They dropped it on the Los Angeles police. These are insurrectionists, they're agitators, or troublemakers. At a minimum, they're troublemakers.
Mr. President, Governor Newsom did not speak to you a day ago, as you said, in the Oval Office earlier. What's your response?
Well, I gave him, it wasn't a day ago, it was a little longer than that, and I presented the phone conversation to Fox News, John Roberts and Molly Line at Fox News, because they were the ones that said it. And we actually spent 16-point-something minutes on the phone. And I told him he's got to get his act together because you're going to have some bad times in Los Angeles if he doesn't. We had a pleasant conversation. The proof was from the phone company. It was from the phone company. So I spoke to him at a certain time. I'm sure you all saw it. You saw it. Well, why would you ask me that question if you saw it? You know, I mean, he asked me a question. And then he says, yeah, I saw that you spoke to him. Yeah, I spoke to him for over 16 minutes. And I told him to get his act together, but he hasn't been able to do that. I mean, the man, really, we could have a great, you know, we have an Olympics coming up. We have to put the right foot forward. We have to do a job. We have a lot of people all over the world watching Los Angeles. We've got the Olympics, and we have this guy allowing this to happen. Let me tell you, when you watch these agitators break up concrete and hand it out to people as they stood in line to get it, these have to be paid troublemakers.
Mr. President, you appear to say that the governor and the mayor paid them. Do you believe that the governor and the mayor paid the agitators?
No, I don't say the governor or the mayor. I said somebody's paying them, I think. And if they're not, they're just troublemakers. What can I tell you? But I believe somebody's paying them. I mean, I've never seen somebody with a big hammer, so professional. Now, they took the bricks away from them. So they say, how do we get in? The military did. How do we get in, and what do we do? They said, I have an idea. Let's break up the concrete, and that's even better than bricks, and that's what happened.
Yeah, you just witnessed an amazing spectacle, a flex on our military. What impressed you the most?
I think the total love for the military. I mean, I was with the generals. They're explaining the different maneuvers. And the love they have for the Army and the military, it's beautiful. They're really great people. And I've never seen anything quite like that. I don't think any other president has either. You know, they really put on a good show. I asked them, did you do that for Biden? They said no, they didn't do it for Biden. I wonder why. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I know this. As long as we have the military there, the protests won't mean anything. Last night, if we weren't there, they would have burned down the city. But they did not a lot of damage other than they broke up a lot of concrete looking for weapons. You know, those are weapons. If that hits somebody in the head, the person's dead. You know that, right?
Yes, sir. What do you mean by a very heavy force will be met with the protest?
Oh, the military will be very heavy force. I'm very proud to tell you that. They might as well turn around. They're wasting their time. Some of them will end up in jail for a long period of time. They used weapons. That concrete is a weapon, a dangerous weapon. Worse than a brick, heavier than a brick. And they were dropping it off bridges and throwing it at soldiers and police.
I got some medicine to pick up.
That. You know, I went.
I need to go to the dispensary.
I waited for governors to call in the military, and they didn't want to do it. And
I need to go to the dispensary.
Minneapolis and other places burned for a long time. And I said, when are you going to call? When are you going to call? And I said, if I ever do this again, if they're not responsive at the beginning, not at the end. You know, I called in the military in Minneapolis, but it was 7 days. I waited for this guy, the same guy that ran for vice president, who's a very dumb person. He's a low IQ individual, like many Democrats are. But I waited for him to call him in. I kept waiting. I called him every day and say, when are you calling him? And finally I called him because I'm not going to wait. They were destroying the city. The whole city was burning down. Horrible. Okay.
A judge has set a hearing for Thursday from Governor Newsom's lawsuit. Do you think your administration will be successful Thursday for the hearing?
Well, even Senator Fetterman said very strongly that this is horrible what they're doing and that the Democrats are making a big mistake by not talking about it. And I agree with that. I think this is in a league with, and maybe even worse in a true sense, what they're doing is now worse than men playing in women's sports. I think that's a ridiculous thing. Open borders, you take a look at open borders. Open borders is what caused it. Many of these people, many of them, not all of them I guess, but many of them came through the Joe Biden stupid open borders. Really sad to watch. It's very sad to watch this being our country. Now, with our National Guard and our, fairly low number of Marines, they had no chance. And if you look, they were a little bit tougher than the police. Did you notice that? The police are trained not to do it. They're really trained. They're under tremendous political constraint. They're great police. I know the police in L.A. I know the force. They're very good, but they're not allowed to do their thing. They're just not allowed. They're restricted by radical left politicians who are pretty shameful.
As Commander-in-Chief, sir, what rules of engagement do you want for the military? What limitations?
A very simple rule of engagement. If they're dangerous, if they're throwing concrete or bricks, if they're spitting in the face of the police or whoever's in front of them, if they're punching people, if they're doing all of the things that you see done for the last 3 nights, that I would say is engagement. We need to keep our city straight. I want to save Los Angeles. And Newsom is totally incompetent. He's not going to do it. Look at the fires he had. He had fires where half the city, it seemed, burned down. What was it, 25,000 houses? All because he wouldn't take water. I released the water from the Pacific Northwest, and it came down millions of gallons a day. And it's right there right now. They'd like to send it back. There's something wrong with these people. All I want in terms of engagement, I just want to see peace. If there's peace, we get out. If there's even a chance of no peace, we stay there until there's peace. And a lot of people are being arrested. The rioters, or whatever you want to call them, they better know a lot of people are being arrested. They're going to be in jail for a long time. Thank you very much.
All right, so President Trump speaking there with the media, traveling with him. He's on the tarmac at Joint Base Andrews, talking about a whole host of topics. Apologize there, went right to color bars, including, though, the anti-ICE demonstrations in Los Angeles, saying that if he did not send the military in, that Los Angeles would have burned last night. Those were the words from President Trump. In the meantime, speaking of Los Angeles, in the air overhead in downtown, we still have this vantage point. Take a look at this. You can see many Mexican flags, some American flags, although I believe that one might be upside down. But You can see there squaring off with law enforcement on this 5th night of protests. Remember, this all broke out Friday afternoon when ICE agents were conducting some of these sweeping raids at locations in and around the city. And some of these activists, including labor rights leader David Huerta, allegedly impeded the work of some of those very agents, so much so he was arrested, detained. He was released on bond just yesterday. So wanted to make sure you saw that from the air. We do have to take a quick commercial break. We got a lot going on. We're going to try to get to all of it. I'm Andrew Kraft. We'll see you in just 2 minutes.
All right. Well, he's taking a break over there. I can show you from the ground. If I go back a little bit here, we do have several arrests that are being made. Let's go ahead and switch it over here. Let's go ahead and take off the volume on that one. If they are under a little break, and come over here to this one, and let's go ahead and play. Go ahead and put the volume up on this one. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, it's playing. There we go. I know they arrested some people here. We're going to see in a moment. Against the wall there, you're going to see a lot of individuals. They're handcuffed, and they're going to be going into jail. So this is a fuck around and find out type of situation. And you look here, someone was selling water or something there. I think that's water. I'm hoping that's water. See the police there standing, but they're guarding. It looks like water, like for the face or something, maybe some supplies. Oh, they're clearing out the signs, they're clearing out the debris. I do see several people against the wall. Let me make myself smaller here. Someone had a wagon with water or something. They're trying to remove all this crap out the way. You can move it back a little bit. You can see the people that they arrested. Let me see if I can move back a little bit. And you'll see, oh no, there they are. Look, you see the people? They're against the wall. There's like a line of people against the wall. They have their hands tied up, and they're like they're arresting all these individuals against the wall. There's like a lot of people here. More than 10 people, easily over 10. Some have their hands behind their back. Some don't. I don't know. This one looks like he has a cell phone, so it doesn't look like he's handcuffed or. But they don't look like they're free to leave. Yeah, they don't look like they're free to leave. Yeah, you see, yeah, they put him against the wall. I'm definitely going to be stepping out in a little bit. In about 10 minutes, I'm going to step out, but I'm going to keep this playing. So you guys could watch while I'm out for a moment. I gotta go pick up some medicine. I gotta pick up some medicine. I had a good deal. I mean, I have a flavor that I haven't had in a little bit, which is the Ghost White flour. So they have a 7-gram package, and I'm gonna go pick it up. Round trip would be probably less than half an hour. I'll be gone for. I'm just gonna put on my shoes. That's what I'm gonna do now. Put on my shoes and get ready. I'll leave the show playing, and I'll be back and I'll be talking again. Because I want to see what goes down tonight. See how energy is going to be tonight. I think it's going to be about the same amount of energy that I've been for the past 2 nights. I think this is a bit wild, but like I said, we don't know who's here in this country and who's getting what. There's a lot of crimes going around that city.
Can you see anything past that?
Trump is going to prove that he's in control. He's going to try to get this under control. With the government, they're gripping up. You know, they swore an oath, you know, and they're not obeying their oaths. Sorry if it's too loud. That's not me, that's them. Back over here, see if they're back from their break, which they are. Let's go back to Live Now, Fox. These people are being under arrest. They're under arrest. A second. Let's go back over here. We do have arrests being made. The police officers are arresting these individuals. As you can see, they bonded them and they're going to transport them out. And they're going to jail. Look at that old police car. Damn, they bring out the old cars. Hey, if it still works, use it. But they got the paddy wagon, and they're gonna be taking these individuals out and taking them to jail. This is the reward you get for your stupidness. Alright, let me go back over here and share this here. Turn on Fox now.
Okay, so we just wanted to let you kind of listen into some of the natural sound on the ground as we show you these scenes on the ground and in the air as law enforcement by the many hundreds are arresting people. You can see there and trying to bring order to some of this chaos that we have seen now for 5 nights in a row here. So at the top of the
All right,
next
guys,
hour,
I'll
we're
be
gonna
back.
be relying
I
on
gotta
Fox
go and
11
get
in Los
this.
Angeles. They'll be in
So
live
I'll be
coverage.
back. Enjoy the show.
They have
I'll be back in
reporters
about half
spread
an
far
hour.
and wide. But this is the dominant story this week. We've been hearing from President Trump. We've been hearing from lawmakers on Capitol Hill, Democrats and Republicans alike, reacting and responding to this. Of course, we've been bringing on some of these kind of crowd management experts, national security experts, former military officials, trying to help us make sense of kind of the interesting constitutional battles playing out between state sovereignty and federal authority. This story has that because the Newsom administration has sued the Trump administration. And that's what you heard from some of these officials in California, including Mayor Bass, including Governor Newsom, and many prominent Democrats in California saying the extra help was not needed, saying that local and state law enforcement, they have it under control. They can handle it. Though Republicans up and down the board, all across the GOP side, they disagree with that notion, saying that local and state law enforcement could not get this under control, could not get this handled, and that is why President Trump federalized the California National Guard. To remember what we've seen since then, protect federal property. So in the meantime, let's take this ground shot here. Let's listen to this. All right, so it does seem like we've been watching and observing that it has calmed down just a tad from about 30 minutes ago. But like I said, it's really in fits and starts all throughout the course of the afternoon, kind of ebbs and flows. And so we'll keep an eye on it. We're going to keep the vantage points there in downtown Los Angeles up for you so you can watch it. I know you're keenly interested in this. But in the meantime, we also want to replay for you the latest update we have from Los Angeles officials, including Mayor Karen Bass here. So this was from earlier this afternoon. We're going to do this in replay here. Let's watch.
Good morning, everyone. Just to catch you up on where we are today. As of now, we have not received words of raids. I think you all understand that the city is not notified when ICE goes to a workplace. And what we rely on, frankly, is reporting from the community, especially the immigrant rights organizations that have formed the Rapid Response Network. That is usually how we hear about a raid taking place. As far as we know, there might be one rally today, but we don't believe there's going to be a series of them, and we don't have a lot of information about that one rally. I do want to say that at 6 o'clock tonight, though, there will be an interfaith prayer vigil, of which I will be honored to attend, and it will be at 6 o'clock, calling for peace, calling for unifying our community, calling for supporting immigrant Angelenos. So let me just say now, commenting about last night, the violence we saw last night, there is just no way to view it as unacceptable. So I do not believe that individuals that commit vandalism and violence in our city really are in support of immigrants. They have another agenda. If you support immigrants and the rights of immigrants to be in our city, you would not be tearing the city apart or vandalizing it. And I do want to say, especially for our national audiences, that those of us in Los Angeles understand that the unrest that has happened are a few blocks within the downtown area. It is not all of downtown, and it is not all of the city. Unfortunately, the visuals make it seem as though our entire city is in flames, and it is not the case at all. And I think it's important to say that. Now, having said that, though, the violence and the damage is unacceptable. It is not going to be tolerated, and individuals will be arrested and prosecuted to the full extent of the law. And no individual that is involved in vandalism should think because they went home that night that they're off scot-free, because investigations will take place, and I am assured by the police department that there will be follow-up and arrests. The extensive vandalism downtown, especially of the graffiti that is just blanketing a number of blocks, has been extensive. We are 1 year away from the World Cup. This is about beautifying our city and bringing our city together. And so I am calling on business leaders, community leaders, faith leaders to come together downtown in the next few days to talk about how we are going to clean up the city. Obviously, city workers are already out there removing the graffiti, but this is so extensive, it's going to take community-wide involvement. We had launched a program called Shine LA a couple of months ago in preparation for the World Cup, and now we are called on to direct that citywide. We need people from all over the city to come to downtown and to help with this effort. The staff, the mayoral staff standing behind me, represent the best of our organizers and community liaisons, and they will be leading that effort. I do want to go back and say that, just go back in time a minute. On Thursday of last week, Los Angeles was peaceful. There was nothing going on here that warranted the federal intervention that took place the very next day. If we want to look at the cause of what is happening here, I take it back to raids that took place on Friday, and the uncertainty and the fear and the fact that families across the city are terrified that they don't know if they should go to work, they don't know if they should go to school. We have people that were detained. We don't even know the exact numbers of the people that were detained. We have people that have not had contact with legal representation, nor have they even had contact with their families. And so there is an awful lot of concern. When the administration started, they said that this was about crime. They were going to go after violent felons, drug dealers, and I don't know how that matches with the scenes that we saw of people in Home Depot running through the parking lot because they were afraid that they were going to get arrested. You are talking about people who are trying to survive day by day, which is what a day laborer is doing, and why they would be considered as part of a problem as opposed to contributing to our economy is very difficult for me to understand. We've also received reports of people who were here legally, who were showing up for their annual appointment at the immigration office and maybe even showing up with their family and getting detained. This is just absolutely unnecessary. People have asked me, what are the Marines going to do when they get here? That's a good question. I have no idea. The National Guard that are here now have one assignment, and that is to protect one building, which is the federal building downtown. The second building, which is the federal building on Westwood Boulevard. And as far as I know, nothing has happened in Westwood at all. So this was not needed. The idea that the administration would usurp the authority of our state government, take it away from our governor, Gavin Newsom. The governor knows that if we put a request in for the National Guard and it went to him, he would comply. There was never an issue there because we were never thinking about calling upon the National Guard. So I do want you to know that the violence that has happened has required LAPD to ask for additional assistance, but not from the federal government. We are a county of 88 cities. There's a number of police departments in those cities, and we have the sheriff's department. And so we have received assistance from the California Highway Patrol. I mentioned the sheriffs from Orange County, San Bernardino, Riverside, Santa Barbara, Ventura County, and a number of law enforcement departments around the county. So with them being fully deployed now, We're establishing a unified command under LAPD and Chief McDonnell, which will accelerate our ability to respond to hotspots when people splinter off and create pockets of trouble. So I do want to thank all the officers who've been working tirelessly and putting themselves at risk to keep our city safe. But the real solution of all of this is for the administration to stop the raids. We have heard that these raids might take place for the next 30 days. We don't know how many are going to take place in a given day. And you just think about the disruption to families and the disruption to our local economy. You might have a mother who goes to work in someone's home doing childcare or taking care of the household, a father who is the gardener or doing landscaping, people who are working in factories, and people without documents who are running small businesses, contributing to our economy in every step of the way. So I just want to conclude by saying we are 12 months away from the World Cup. We need the administration to help us prepare. They are talking about spending over $100 million with this deployment, which is why I say that I feel like we've all been in Los Angeles a part of a grand experiment to see what happens when the federal government decides they want to roll up on a state or roll up on a city and take over. So with that, I would open it up for questions, of which Zach will manage.
Start with Josh and then go to Craig. Thanks, Mayor Bass. I know that you're saying that some of the violence that we've seen, the chaos later in the evenings, that it's only limited to a few streets, but it does seem to be ramping up. There was a lot of looting last night spreading to other parts of downtown LA. I know you've said that the solution is to stop the raids, but the federal government has said that's not going to happen. What is your plan to bring calm to the city?
Well, first of all, when I say a few streets, I don't mean that to mean like it's very small, because the vandalism, especially the graffiti, has happened kind of outside of that. But nevertheless, I'm trying to counter the image that this is happening all over our city, because it is not. And so we do want law enforcement to respond aggressively. Anybody that is out committing crimes are not doing it in solidarity with immigrants. They are doing the exact opposite. So we have to enforce the law here. I'm going to continue advocating with the federal government, though, to see how disruptive this is. But there needs to be a call that says this is unacceptable, and if you engage in this behavior, you will be prosecuted. Now, we're looking at things like curfews. We're looking at other aggressive response that we can have in case this violence breaks out again.
Do you think there will be a curfew? And wouldn't you say that the LAPD is being aggressive?
Well, I do think that they are, but I do think that we need to be in terms of prevention. And I don't mean aggressive in terms of engaging with the crowd, but there's things that you can do to prevent. So I had a brief conversation with the chief this morning about a curfew. So we will be meeting about that later on today. And that's the type of aggressive tactic I was referring to.
Mayor, good morning. We have reporting on KNX that this presence of Marines and/or National Guard could actually now go on for 60 days. Is
The new information this minute. Go ahead.
Yes, and so your response to that, it seems like despite the calls from you and the governor, the answers are going in the opposite direction.
Well, that doesn't.
Okay, so we've been listening to Mayor Karen Bass. This was from earlier today. We're going to step out of this. We're going to continue to keep up some of these live looks. This is what we call them as for about 10 minutes until the top of the hour, though. So in the meantime, though, we do want to bring in a familiar face to the program. Of course, that's national security analyst and expert and retired Marine intelligence officer Hal Kempfer. He joins me. Hal, good to see you. It's been some time. We got a lot to get to. I want to keep these live images, though, up on the screen. And you've been watching this all throughout the course of the day. Hal, this is day 5. And so I think many are wondering and asking themselves, because there has been a criticism from some of these Republicans, especially, that local and state law enforcement, they can't handle this alone. And that is why they are saying and justifying and defending President Trump's decision to federalize the National Guard. From what you have seen over the last 5 days, is that turning out to be correct, that they cannot handle this alone?
Well, Andrew, the language that we're hearing actually ties to the language in the Insurrection Act. And so you're hearing from, certainly from the White House, and you're hearing from some key Republicans, language about the inability of the local, state and local law enforcement to control the situation. That is a predicate for invoking the Insurrection Act. And of course, what you're hearing from Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom is language saying, no, we have the situation well in hand. We got plenty of forces. We don't need the military here. Now, with that, the federalizing piece is kind of a different topic. If you want the National Guard to come in and do law enforcement right away, then they would stay under state status, and Gavin Newsom would have brought in the National Guard. He had no intent to do so. This was the president federalizing the National Guard, which, just to clarify, the president can federalize the National Guard. He doesn't have to have the governor's permission. They're not the governor's personal, military force. Actually, the president and the federal government has first right of refusal, if you will, on the National Guard. They are a reserve component of the military service to which they align to. So, yes, the president can do that. And what he's brought them in to do at this point is it's not to support civil authorities in general. It's not acting at a request from the governor to the federal government saying, hey, we need support. He's doing what's called federal to federal, which is federal military coming in to provide support for a federal agency or federal agencies. In this case, the support is they're providing security at federal property, federal installations. It's a very different mission, and I've heard a lot of convoluted back and forth on this. And the president can do that, but there is a clock ticking. There's the U.S. Economy Act, which looks at the cost of this and says at some point you have to look at alternative sources that could be more economical. So that's kind of ticking in the background.
So, Hal, if you could clarify for us, and correct me if I'm wrong, about the powers that the National Guard and, yes, the Marines will eventually have. From what I understand, they cannot arrest and detain anyone. And if they do, Pandora's box is open. Do I have that right?
Well, what it is in their current status as Title 10, which is they're federalized, so they're under Title 10 status. They are prohibited by law. It's called the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878 from engaging in law enforcement activity. So they can't arrest anybody. Doesn't mean they couldn't they couldn't provide security at an installation. They actually do that all the time at federal military installations all over the place. So they can do that, but they can't go out there and do like police functions like you see LAPD or LA County Sheriff's doing. They are prohibited unless the president invokes the Insurrection Act. And if he invokes the Insurrection Act, that shifts because that is saying that the state or local authorities have lost control of the situation, and the only way to regain control is to use the military. And that is that exception. And that's where you kind of hear a lot of the political language right now is kind of setting it up one way or the other.
So this is what the president said today in the Oval Office when asked whether or not he would invoke the Insurrection Act. He said, quote, if there's an insurrection, I would certainly invoke it. We'll see. He says, but I can tell you last night was terrible and the night before that was terrible. So it seems like he's leaving the door open, or at least not ruling it out.
Oh, he's not ruling it out. He's very much left that door open. In fact, some would probably say he opened that door by what's been happening here. But no, I've been listening consistently. He has definitely had rhetoric or language that aligns with a decision, should he decide to do it, to invoke the Insurrection Act.
So,
and if he does, no doubt there will be legal review on that to find out, was it justified?
Okay, so Hal, I just want to juxtapose this shot that we have right now from the very same shot we had last night. This is outside the Roybal Federal Building in downtown LA. And last night at this very time, there was a huge throng of protesters right up to those law enforcement agents with shields. And it was very tense, and it really did turn into many clashes, so much so that a dispersal order was given, unlawful assembly was instituted, and they got them out of there eventually. But today, Hal, look at that. Traffic is going right in front of the building. That's the federal building right there. You don't see a protester in sight. What do you make of that? Is that progress? Because I want to ask you this. The fact that the Marines have not been called in. They have been activated. They have been deployed. They're not in Los Angeles, as far as we know. It's been reported they have not yet left their stationing area. Does that undercut the necessity of bringing them in the first place, Hal?
Well, I think the Marines are coming in. I did see pictures of Marines in buses leaving 29 Palms. I don't know
Hal, my point is they're not in downtown Los Angeles.
They're not in downtown Los Angeles yet. We have not seen them yet. And, you know, the total force, once it's a raid, will be almost half the size of LAPD. So it's a pretty big force. But I don't know that the White House really is concerned about the Roybal building situation. I think they have something else in mind, and they want to bring in all these forces. And I would say that if you're looking at securing all the federal property, all the federal offices, all the federal stuff, it would take a very large force to really secure that. So that's probably some of the math that's involved. But my sense is I don't see them turning off the Marines. But
I see.
But the Marines could be going to another location. I can think of a place where they might stage before they go into Los Angeles to those federal properties involved.
So, Hal, last question for you. We're almost at the top of the hour. You and I discuss so often these conflicts around the world, in Russia, in Ukraine, in the Middle East. I was seeing online, I want you to maybe corroborate this if you can, because I was kind of stunned by the statistic. So, the president has ordered the deployment of roughly 4,000 National Guard members and 700 Marines to Los Angeles. I was seeing online from some who follow the Middle East extremely closely that is more troops than we have in Iraq and Syria combined right now. Is that accurate? Is that true?
That is probably correct. And there are some reasons for that. First off, it is a fairly sizable force that's going into Los Angeles. The other thing, too, is we've just done a big drawdown of our forces in Syria. As you know, we've kind of sort of normalized relations, if you will, with Syria. So that force presence has been drawn down by over 50%, or at least 50%, is my understanding. And Iraq, we've been drawing down that force presence for quite some time. It's significant, but it's not huge. And I think most of it's concentrated up at Al-Assad Air Base. So, you know, when you look back historically, you go, oh my gosh, how can that be? But if you look at the current situation, it's a smaller force in both countries.
Okay, yeah. And maybe it's apples to oranges here, but I saw that kind of floating out there on social media. I kind of stopped me in my tracks, and I had to ask you about it. I knew you were coming on here. Hal Kempfer, we don't have much time. Final thoughts in about 5 seconds. Go.
Final thoughts are I'm watching to see if the protests, certainly the violence quells down. And obviously, everyone's going to be watching, will the president invoke the Insurrection Act? And then there will be a huge legal challenge to say, did he have a reason to invoke the Insurrection Act? And that will no doubt go to the Supreme Court if it does happen. But this is all speculative. So that's my final thought.
All right. Hal Kempfer, thank you so much. Out to Fox 11 in Los Angeles.
Freeway is back open.
A lot of law enforcement presence right there. Take a look at the view from the ground. Happened on the freeway. The video there on the right, live pictures on the upper left. You can see CHP mobilized quickly to move those protesters off the freeway. Not a repeat of what we saw this weekend. The confrontation shut down traffic for about 10 minutes. At the moment, traffic is flowing.
Good evening. Welcome to Fox 7 News at 5, simulcast on Fox 11 and Fox 11 Plus. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Christine Devine. Here is where things stand at this hour in Los Angeles. A Marine battalion is here in Los Angeles, but is not yet engaged near protests. The 700 Marines were sent from 29 Palms to aid some 1,700 National Guard already on the ground, but 4,000 are being deployed statewide. Governor Newsom filed an emergency request in federal court to block the Trump administration and use of the National Guard and Marines, but a federal judge has denied that.
At least for now. They may get a hearing on that later. Meanwhile, the Pentagon is revealing the cost of all this. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the deployment of Marines and the Guard will cost at least $134 million. LA Mayor Karen Bass has called for ICE raids to end. That's not the plan, according to Hegseth, who says immigration enforcement could last for 60 days, and things could escalate further, with President Trump suggesting he's open to invoking the Insurrection Act. Today, he used some heated rhetoric in his speech at Fort Bragg, calling LA protesters animals and a foreign enemy.
On Monday night, protests did turn violent. We saw more vandalism, violence, and there were 96 arrests, according to the LAPD.
So protests against federal immigration enforcement heating up again. We're going to begin our coverage of it right now.
Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf joining us live from the downtown LA area again with the latest. Matthew?
Yeah, we're right now on the police line where protesters have been out here all day long. We're at Alameda and Temple Street. You can see there are some protesters kind of taking a break right now over there in the shade, but the majority of the ones that were here actually went that direction at least a few blocks. They've been kind of bouncing around where we are right now. But Sammy, if you want to just flip and show the massive line of LAPD cars out here, we're seeing so many police officers. There's just a giant change of what we've been seeing the last few days. Police departments from all over the area out here, as far as Devonshire Division for LAPD. And if we flip it this way, this is where we're outside the federal detention center. We saw at least 30 people get arrested. They got a little bit too close, and there was a little bit of a face-off earlier today with members of law enforcement. You can see that LAPD bus. Again, at least 30 people arrested there. And then as tensions were building here, more and more people left this scene and went over to the 101 freeway, blocking portions of that freeway. There's currently a standoff in place between protesters at that scene and members of law enforcement. But at this point, it seems like people are just kind of bouncing around. These protesters haven't really figured out exactly where they're going to go. It seems like there's also just this overwhelming force of police and members of law enforcement out here. Definitely right now, it seems like members of law enforcement are outnumbering the number of protesters that we're seeing in downtown. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
So, Matthew, it also is striking the body language is different today as well.
Yeah, completely different, much calmer, right? I mean, there's not really that sense of energy that we were feeling at this time yesterday where you could feel like something was going to happen. I mean, if we can just pan and look at the majority of the protesters on the block that we're seeing, they're kind of just standing there, looking around, hanging out in the shade. There's some signs and stuff, but for the most part right now, it's fairly quiet, at least where we are here at Alameda and Temple.
So, Matthew, also, we know there are fewer protesters out there today. The scene that you were showing with that police bus and hearing about the almost 100 arrests by the LAPD, people who are wondering what's happening to some of these people that are especially committing the violence. What do you make of hearing of about 100 arrests?
Yeah, we actually have an update on that. According to sources, we're hearing that at least 130 arrests so far today, and that's almost as many as we've seen the previous 3 days combined. So law enforcement out here definitely making their presence known, and just a major shift from what we've seen the previous days.
And some arrested today as part of their peaceful protest. There's a long history of that. People that are being taken into custody as a statement, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's always the people that are choosing to be arrested, to make that statement for political reasons. We're not exactly sure, I'm sure that there were portions of people in this crowd that were taken away in the bus that were arrested, you could say, by choice. But there were definitely some that it was not their choice. They had a little bit of a face-off with police that might have gone a little bit too far.
Well, as we are looking at your live shot there, I couldn't help but notice all of the graffiti behind you. And I'm thinking as people around the nation watch Los Angeles as they have been for 5 days now, you can't help but take notice of the destruction and the damage there, just the graffiti alone.
Yeah, sorry about showing that graffiti, but there is it's hard not to because there's so much of it. It's everywhere. We won't pan and show it, obviously, but it's pretty much all the blocks. You see the F word and you see ICE, a lot of derogatory language. You see vandalism, benches that are torn up, concrete sidewalks that are torn up. Yeah, it's tough to see.
Are you seeing more cops out there than protesters?
Oh yeah, definitely. So far today, I mean, look at this massive line. This is all LAPD right here. And then if you, it's even on the next street over, and we've been seeing them kind of driving all over the blocks. You'll see them with their sirens on, as well as California Highway Patrol with them. Just a massive show of force today. Definitely, it seems like the protesters are on the move, and the police departments out here are not letting them really gather in one spot too long.
And just noting, as we see all those officers there, so many of them in those long sleeve uniforms, just noting it's a bit warm out there this afternoon.
Yeah, it is a little bit warm, and a lot of these police officers are putting in just massive amounts of hours. All these officers working overtime. You're talking about 12-hour days, but also some of them working much longer than that, as much as 20-hour days. So they're feeling it. It's been a long few days for them. It's been a long few days for the protesters as well, and maybe that's why so far tonight it's a little quieter.
That's all expensive, too, if you think about it. We know this cost for the military, apparently $134 million. We know LA's in a big budget deficit. Sometimes when we see these, and we've covered these for so many years, there's a moment when the quote-unquote fever breaks, when, things start to go in the other direction. It seems like we may have hit that moment. Last night may have been the end of it. But the real test, Matthew, is what happens after dark when the Antifa folks and all those folks come out. Last night, they were allowed to basically do whatever they wanted, and then at the end of the night, some of them were arrested. Still got to see what happens on that front tonight.
Yeah, that's a good point. And don't forget, too, I mean, there were people that were trying to take over the 101 freeway about an hour ago. So there are still people trying to make their presence known in the downtown area tonight for this protest. But it definitely seems like law enforcement is on top of it, and they have the numbers right now to put an end to it pretty quick.
Well, you heard LAPD Chief Jim McDonald talk about how they really can gauge how protests ramp up when there's an incident or situation. And he said it takes 2 or 3 days, and that would have put it at Sunday for those 2 or 3 days. Of course, it being a weekend allows many more people to make their voices known, get out there, protest, and also people, as you say, the disruptors and those instigators and things like that. But really, this show of LAPD force in this pretty much same area where people have been showing up, which is near the federal building and that 101 freeway, quite the statement if you're planning to show up as a protester or to do some damage. Quite a statement, right, Matthew, by police?
Yeah, I mean, if you come down here right now, you're going to be met with a large, overwhelming police presence, and it's going to be tough if you're trying to cause issues to do that tonight, because even just walking around the town right now, you'll just see police driving by, lights and sirens on. Even driving by just this intersection where we're standing by these protesters, we've been seeing them whip around here with the big buses as well. I mean, it just seems like they want to make their presence known to deter any more issues this evening.
Yeah, Matthew Cedar,
there's this.
Thank you for that reporting. And we look at these folks now marching in the streets as their protest continues. That though, is part of a protest for a lot of people. I mean, as long as that it's just sort of peaceful marching through the streets, obviously that messes up traffic, but that's not nearly as destructive as some of the behavior that we've seen in the last few days. So we're going to keep an eye on that, and also want to see what's happening in Orange County as well, where local leaders are condemning what they are calling authoritarian fear tactics brought on by ICE and Homeland Security officers. This was what it looked like earlier today. This is in Santa Ana after some violent clashes last night between protesters and some of the law enforcement out there.
We had that live on our nighttime newscast. Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez has been out there all day taking the temperature as tempers did flare up last night. Christina.
Yeah, right now we're at McFadden and Bristol, and let me get out of the way because the people who are beginning to gather here and they're just arriving, they're coming in from the Civic Center, from downtown, where you have the National Guard tanks and the setup there. So they were having rallies there, and people were trying to continue business in that area. All that in the middle of this, we had a bunch of protesters from the other side show up as we were talking to a woman from a pawn shop, and let's just listen to what it's like to have to deal with this as it's all going on and try to do business. Listen. Did you ever imagine, algún día se imaginó que iba a tener el National Guard enfrente?
Never. This is the first.
The American people are waking up.
Came to get some lunch and we
Couldn't,
no.
We're going to establish law and order.
Is it changing how you do things to see all the images of, like, you were trying to come here for lunch, but...
Right. Yeah, it does.
In what way?
It does, only because I feel like it's, you can't go to your local places.
This is the United States of America.
We have employees that, need to feed their families. We have a lot of people that come here to get paid to feed their families. And, if we are to close, if we are 1, 2, or 3 days, it's a huge impact for the employees that we have here. So,
aside from the protests going on in front of you, are you also finding employees afraid to come to work because of the raid?
You know what? It's intense. It's not just here in Perla, but just in downtown in general. Whether you are legal or not legal, I think even the people who are legal are afraid to come out. I don't think it's a matter of a document. It's just, you see police, you see, the Marines out here, you see police, and you just don't want to be outside.
It's so frustrating and it's so unbelievable that I don't even have the words for it. It's just so...
Still trying to process this.
Honestly, yeah, because I know from here, this is just the beginning. I know things are going to happen from here. This is only the beginning.
And I want to emphasize, at this point, the only business that's really being affected by this whole thing after the stuff last night are the ones downtown. All of Santa Ana continues operating just fine. But talking about the issue and how angry they are about it, our Orange County politician, 2nd District Supervisor Vicente Sarmiento had this to say just a little while ago. Listen.
To the federal administration, we demand that you take your militarized equipment and troops and stop occupying our communities immediately. Yesterday, I personally witnessed the efforts of ICE officers clearly intending to escalate what was a lawful and peaceful demonstration.
And back live here, you can see all the vehicles beginning to arrive and the crowd beginning to grow. A very peaceful crowd at this point, I do have to say. This is not the first time they've had rallies out here at Bristol and McFadden, and they can get quite large. But at this point, they have been very, very peaceful. Even the stuff going on downtown was loud in your face, but it never came to blows or anything like that. And if I can wear a Dodgers hat in this territory, and I'm not getting it, it's not so bad. But of course, we're going to have to see what happens later on. But generally, the situation here, people have been very peaceful, and we'll keep our eye on it. They're just making their voices heard. I'm Christina Gonzalez, live in Santa Ana. Back to you guys in the studio.
Noting Santa Ana being in Orange County and maybe not Dodger territory, or maybe. But anyway, Christina, we were on the news last night with the protesters pretty late into the night there in Santa Ana. We also talked about there being an ICE raid or two in Santa Ana and surrounding Orange County areas. What are you hearing about that, ICE operations there?
Yeah, I mean, the people that we talked to are telling us that they've had several raids out here, and that is what's bringing out people to the streets. And they've been going on for a while, and they're expecting more. And the reality is that as you see, let me get out of the way again so you can see some of these people. One of the things we are hearing from people, and not only here, but in LA everywhere, is that they were told by their politicians that this is a sanctuary city, a sanctuary state, and that they would be safe. And the reality is that they're seeing people being picked up by federal authorities. So as much as local authorities are trying to do what they can, the reality is that they can't, at least not the local authorities, stop those raids because they're federal. So people are saying, well, can anything stop it? And it's a question we're asking the politicians. What can they do? And the reality is that this is going to be a tough situation because the feds are saying they're going to continue these raids for a while. So it's difficult. It's difficult for them. But as far as we understand, they are continuing, yes.
Yeah, I mean, federal law supersedes state law, and the federal government has the right to do it, even though it's being challenged in court right now. We'll see what happens on that front. Can you talk, though, for a moment, for people that may not spend a lot of time in Santa Ana, about sort of the makeup of Santa Ana? Such a proud Latino community, such an immigrant community.
Yeah, Santa Ana is a huge community, not only for Latinos. I may add, we're in Orange County. There's a huge Asian population out here. We actually had quite a few people asking us, have you heard anything? Because there's a lot of people afraid other than Mexican Americans or Latin Americans. But the population here is highly highly from all kinds of other countries. Santa Ana has always, if you go to the shopping district, you're going to have quinceañera stores, which is where you get your 15 dresses, and one after the other trying, and the new stores like the Starbucks coming in. And it's been an old community, old-time Latino community. So, yeah, this is in Orange County. If there's going to be a flashpoint like LA would be in LA County, it probably would be Santa Ana because of the makeup of the community. And hopefully it will not get to the point. I will say, when I went to downtown this morning, I did not see the kind of damage we saw in LA. People, yes, they spray painted some walls, and yes, they did trash up the windows of the federal building, but nobody broke into any stores. That's why the businesses, but we do have fireworks, that's what those are, and they happen quite often. We're getting kind of used to them. But at this point, the businesses were not targeted like they were in Los Angeles, and hopefully that will remain the case here. That's what the protesters are hoping themselves for.
Well, we also did see the Santa Ana Police Department out there in force. We saw several people being detained on our air as well. And also we had the Sheriff's Department from Orange County that was there also. So I know we've been covering a lot of Los Angeles in our coverage in the past 4 or 5 days. But when we got to Orange County there, we got to see Orange County there kind of, you might say, in action and what was happening there. But there was a heavy police presence. Do you know about that, Christina?
Well, like the woman was saying, the owner of the pawn shop, I don't think this is going to get better before it gets worse. At least that's her perspective and many of the people here. If the raids don't stop, is what I am being told by people out here, these things are not going to stop. So we'll have to see what happens, because as LA does, other cities may follow in terms of how the protests grow. We'll have to see.
In the meantime, we might also want to get you an Angels hat. Go along with your Dodgers.
Exactly. Got to get repertoire.
I had it in the car. I've been digging it out because I also love the Angels. I just have to put something on right now, but hopefully by the next hit, I'll find the Angels hat.
Yeah, do it all. All right, Christina, thank you. By the way, we're expecting a news conference from Mayor Bass that was supposed to start at 5:15. It could start at any moment. When it does, we will go there. That's from the Emergency Operations Center for the city.
So as we talked earlier in this newscast, a federal judge has denied an emergency order filed by Governor Newsom to block the deployment of the National Guard and Marines in Los Angeles.
But it's not totally over. Newsom, of course, is calling the deployment illegal. He says President Trump is turning the military against its own citizens. So the judge has scheduled a Thursday afternoon hearing on California's request for a restraining order. President Trump spoke about the immigration protests today at Fort Bragg, telling the crowd he will liberate L.A. from, quote, foreign enemies.
What you're witnessing in California is a full-blown assault on peace, on public order, and on national sovereignty carried out by rioters bearing foreign flags with the aim of continuing. You know what? They have it in Europe, too. It's happening.
The president also called L.A. a, quote, trash heap. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, also weighing in on Governor Newsom's actions.
Gavin Newsom should be arrested, but he ought to be tarred and feathered, I'll say that. I mean, look, he's standing in the way of the administration and the carrying out of federal law, right? He is applauding the bad guys and standing in the way of the good guys. He is trying to, he's a participant, an accomplice in our federal law enforcement agents being not just disrespected, but assaulted. This is a serious problem.
Newsom the other day told me that Johnson is a joke and not taken seriously. Johnson says Newsom should do his job and stop defying the president. We are on top of more breaking news. A lot going on. Look at this. A brush fire burning in the hills. This is above Burbank. It caused some evacuation orders. Skyfox over the scene. This is near Bethany Road and Amherst Drive. This is west of the DeBell Golf Course. Up to 10 acres burned so far. Authorities have also closed the nearby hiking areas as well.
So let's talk about the weather and what kind of role that's playing with that fire as well. Chief Meteorologist Adam Kruger.
All right, we're going to step out of Fox 11 there in Los Angeles as they go on to some of their forecasts. You saw there that very small brush fire going on, the Bethany fire in Burbank. So in the meantime, though, the key focus of our coverage will continue to be here on Live Now. All of these protests and demonstrations against ICE, still playing out, not only in Los Angeles. Take a look at this. This is in Washington Square Park in New York City. Quite a sizable crowd there, this anti-ICE demonstration. And you can see many coming out on a summer night in New York City. It's about almost 8:30 there in the Big Apple. And you can see this is a pretty sizable crowd, somewhat jovial, not as tense like what we've seen in Los Angeles. You can see people kind of waving their flags and their signs up and down. You see some of those signs have the word ICE on them. And look at that sign there, stop the deportations now. So wanted to let you just make sure you're aware, we're not only following the protests going on in Los Angeles, but also like there in New York, also in Chicago, also in Dallas and Austin, and so many other places, several other places around the country here. So this is a good time to take a quick commercial break. Remember, we are anticipating this hour yet another live press conference from Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. So TBD on that. We'll see you after the break.
All right, and welcome back. I am back with my mind over your matter. Took me a little while. I had to run to the store and get my medicine. I have it here, so we'll go back off of this real quick here, and we'll come back to a live feed of. I'm going to be listening to Karen Bass.
Lines to now restrict access.
Give me 1 second. And we'll come back to this insanity that's going to be happening in a bit. This comes to me. All right, here we go. Like I said, it took me a bit to get my medicine, and I already got it. I got it right here. The medicine that I got, the name of it is called Ghost White. Yeah, Ghost White is what it's called, and it's really strong medicine. And yeah, there's going to be a major event happening soon. I don't think people are not realizing, but we're at some kind of little war here, and it's like a civil war. And the ones that are controlling the narrative really wants this to happen because they don't really care about the people. People are just pawns. They don't mean nothing. The immigrants don't mean anything, to be honest with you. The only thing they mean is money that goes into the politicians' pockets. That's all it is. Got some medicine here. Oh, they gave me some big nugs. I love big nugs. I'm just saying because it's just the terpenes and the nugs, and the bigger the nug, it's more condensed inside, and it makes the medicine a bit more stronger. And yeah, they gave me a really big nug. Let me see if I can show you guys how big this nug is. Let's get a close up of the nug. Look how huge this is. Holy shit, that looks like a tree. That's right. It smells so good. It smells so good. Let's go break it up. And then scale it out. Because I only smoke 0.5. And 0.5 is good enough. So I'm going to have to break down this nug. Sorry, nug. I almost got it. Let me get a little piece to score it up. 2 little pieces here. Yay, 0.50. That's what I smoke is 0.50. Yeah, I got all my rolling stuff here, so I can just do it right in front of me and just keep going. We're gonna listen to this Karen Basshole again. She's gonna have another press conference. What she's gonna say now? Don't send the Marines, please. You're going to expose us. Please, no. Back off. And the lawsuit that Gavin Newsom um, sent to Trump, the judge was like, yeah, go fly a kite. But we'll come back and talk about it because we can make some money. So we'll reschedule the hearing, but most likely you're gonna have to fly a kite. They're gonna tell him to go fly a kite, Kevin. You can't do nothing about it. Trump is the president. If he wants to bypass you, he has the authority to do it. There is an invasion. We did get 20 million people that snuck in through the border. So yes, he can enact that and put the Marines on the ground and sweep all of Los Angeles, get all the illegal immigrants out. And then the louder the Democrats are, you could tell those are the ones that are most corrupted. The louder that they are, the more corrupted they are. It's what it is. It sucks, but it is what it is, and they're a bunch of losers. So let's go back to the live feed here and let's listen in to see if Karen Basshole is going to be popping out here. So Karen Basshole, I changed her name. Her last name now is Basshole. And you just change the bass and you put ass and then you leave the hole and you got the asshole. So Karen Basshole is going to be speaking. So let's get this set up here momentarily and see what happens.
Karen Bass and other LA officials. Not entirely sure if she'll be joined by the LAPD chief.
Terry, you're back. Yeah. Karen asses again. Yeah, her Bass ass is coming back.
Not entirely sure.
Listen. She had 15 minutes of fame. Now she's coming back with another 15 minutes of fame. There's a fire. I saw there's a brush fire. It looks like a little wildfire that's actually breaking out.
For the day.
That could end up being big news there if another fire breaks out while the protesters are going on. Now, what I feel,
she said this: I'm closely monitoring.
Okay, we're gonna pause this here so you guys can read that. Let me make myself a little bit smaller. Karen Bass is in for a really rough week. If this fire explodes and catches steam, they're in trouble. And on top of all the protesters and all the things going on, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some bad seeds that are starting these fires again. And remember, we have a lot of individuals that are here illegal and we don't know who the hell they are, and they could be starting these fires. So it's let it burn. It's gonna burn. And Los Angeles, you are in for a hell of a week coming up. Like this whole next 7 days is just gonna be a headache. So let's continue on listening to the news, and I'm gonna roll up my medicine because I need it. Because Asshole is gonna be speaking, and you know how she really gets on my nerves, and I get agitated when I hear her voice, and I just want to punch the television when I just see her. So that's how I feel. So I really need to roll this joint. Let's continue listening in, and then we'll discuss more.
The situation in downtown Los Angeles and preparing to take new action to protect our communities. Stay alert and be ready to follow any safety measures that may be announced soon.
I was just a little busy. Yeah, I stepped out. I went to get some medicine.
Announcement. She says, don't want to read too much into it. She's preparing to take new action to protect our communities. Not entirely sure what that means. Speaking of the downtown Los Angeles community. Let's take it. This is a live picture right now.
Oh, they're
So
protesting.
yet
Look,
another kind
it's
of
peaceful.
different hallmark to this
Peaceful group of
to
people.
this protest. They're on the move. You see it there. They're
They're
marching through the
on the
streets of
move.
downtown.
I wonder where they're going.
That was
Can they go to Beverly
different
Hills?
from last night. Last night they were fixated and focused and stationed right outside the federal building, and they were there at that intersection for hours. This group, of which I would imagine many similar protesters throughout the duration of these 5 nights are included and comprised there in that group. They're on the move. They're on the march. They are demonstrating in downtown Los Angeles. So in the meantime, you got to get a permit in most big cities to do something like this. Not
Yeah,
entirely sure
what
if they have
permit
one.
did they
This
get?
looks
They didn't
somewhat
get no
ad hoc.
permit for
As you
that
can
shit.
see, they have moved from point A to point B, and that's what they're doing.
This is crazy. Like,
so I only say that because it remains to be seen if this is not, a sanctioned assembly. It will be deemed an unlawful assembly.
It is a
At
lawful
some point
assembly.
by law
Hello.
enforcement.
But do you think the mayor
You
is
know what
watching the
happens
news? Do you think she's watching the
when
television?
a gathering in a group is deemed an unlawful assembly,
Does
it
the
is
mayor
broken
watch
up and people
Yahoo?
are detained. So
Oh, not Yahoo.
not entirely
YouTube?
sure if that's what we're going to see. But this is yet another
Yahoo.
vantage point in the air as we continue to cover this story. In the meantime,
I don't
LAPD
think
Central
mayor,
Division
the mayor
saying
has a
this.
subscription to
Traffic
YouTube.
advisories, several different marches in the downtown area. Please avoid the downtown Los Angeles area, and arrests are being made at Alameda, south of Aliso.
Oh, they're arresting people.
Okay, so that is a new tweet, I believe, from just minutes ago. Let's go back in the air, take a look at
And
this.
that's from the LAPD, okay? That's
As
not the
Fox 11 in
Marines.
Los
That's not
Angeles.
the National
They're back
Guard.
in coverage.
That's
Let's
the
keep listening.
LAPD.
Voice being heard. They've been stopping at different points to get their message out, but we have not seen any major destruction in downtown.
And obviously a much smaller group than we've seen on other days there in the downtown LA area. Again, it is a Tuesday. It is day 5. So perhaps there might be some of the steam let out of this just a little bit as we know.
Yeah, look at the ground. You want to see the ground of how they're walking? Here they go. That same group you saw walking, they're out here walking. So let's go back to this scene here. Is this the people that are going to be at the prayer? Is this the prayer? The peaceful prayer? Oh boy. Oh, Karen Bass is going to be there for this event. Oh, here comes her fucking. I can't stand Karen Bass. She's postponing her conference. I wonder why. I guess she's worried about the fire too. She can't do two things at once. You got to remember, Karen Bass is not that talented. She's only one way thinking. That's my phone. Jesus. All right. I got my medicine rolled up, ready to go. But I get the connection here. I got to restart the connection because it seems like it's not working properly. So let me restart this. Let me stop sharing and I'll start sharing again. Just because something's happening with StreamYard with the sound. So let me make sure it's working again.
It's our democracy at a crossroads. He says, watch live at 6:30 p.m. local time. So in about 45 minutes' time, Governor Gavin Newsom will address what he is calling democracy at a crossroads. This after his administration lost today in federal court. Remember, Newsom and Attorney General of the state, Rob Bonta, wanted a immediate emergency but temporary restraining order on the deployment of Marines to California. They didn't get it today. A federal judge denied that, though hearings on the merits of that will take place Thursday afternoon, 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
Thursday afternoon is a long time.
So we're going to be following that.
Today's Tuesday.
That, as we
There's
get
a lot that can happen between Tuesday and Thursday.
Will rule in favor of the Newsom administration or the U.S. federal government. You see there, Hugo Lowell says Judge Breyer has denied.
Judge Breyer denies California Gavin Newsom
deploying the military in Los
request
Angeles
for immediate
Sets a hearing for
restraining
1:30
order
p.m.
on Trump's
Eastern. For all of you
deploying of the
Supreme Court
military
history
in Los
nerds,
Angeles,
favorite piece of trivia today. Judge
but
Breyer
sets a
there,
hearing
the brother
for
of
1:30
former Supreme
Eastern
Court
Time
Justice
on Thursday.
Stephen Breyer. All right, let's get to that commercial
Incredible.
break. Don't want to miss anything. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
Incredible that the judge set for a hearing for Thursday, but denied him for like an emergency block to stop Trump from deploying the military, the Marines, in California. This is gonna get crazy before it gets any better. It's gonna get more crazy because you got these politicians that they think that they have a lot of power. They think they have ultimate power, that they can control the narrative, and they've been trying to do this for the longest. And it's time for a change, and we need stability back. We need accountability back. We can't just continue on with this craziness, but the bathroom should be coming up next, so stay tuned.
The curfew will
Here
be
she
in
is.
place tonight from 8 p.m.
Wait,
until
let me
6
rewind it a
a.m.
little bit back.
I want to
It
thank
seems
the
like there's
governor
a curfew. Hold on.
for it.
All right, here we go. So let's listen to the bass hole, and sounds like there's a curfew for tonight for Los Angeles. I don't know why there wasn't a curfew for the past few nights, but apparently tonight they're gonna step and have a curfew. It doesn't matter because these hooligans are gonna do whatever they want, and it's just gonna be a sad thing that's gonna be. You guys are gonna witness. You guys are witnesses to the craziness.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass and other city officials addressing the public live right now. Let's watch.
Here they go.
To stop the vandalism, to stop the looting, Many businesses have now been affected by or vandalized. Last night, there were 23 businesses that were looted. And I think that if you drive through
Wow,
downtown
23.
LA, the graffiti is everywhere and has
Wow.
caused significant damages to businesses and
And the military's not even there yet.
So my message to you is, if you do not
The
live
Marines
or
are not
work
even
in
there yet.
downtown LA, avoid the area.
Wow.
Law
It just
enforcement
proves
will
how
arrest
stupid she
individuals who
is.
break the curfew, and you will be prosecuted. Hundreds of officers from police and sheriff departments from across the region and state are working alongside LAPD through a unified command structure. The curfew will be in place tonight from 8 p.m. until 6 a.m. I want to thank the governor for his partnership, and especially thank our state and local leaders and deputies, officers and deputies who are working tirelessly. So curfew guidance, again, it will begin at 8 p.m. tonight and go until 6 a.m. tomorrow. I will consult with elected leaders and law enforcement officials tomorrow on the continuation of the curfew, but we certainly expect for it to last for several days. The curfew will be, the curfew area will be between the 5 freeway and to the 110 and the 10 freeway to where the 110 freeway and 5 freeway merge.
4 days late.
You look at the map and you can see that the city of Los Angeles is a massive area, 502 square miles. The area of downtown where the curfew will take place is 1 square mile. I think it is important to point this out.
1 square
not to
mile, they're going to move
the
somewhere else.
vandalism and violence that has taken place there. It has been significant, but it is extremely important to know that what is happening in this 1 square mile is not affecting the city. Some of the
Look at the
imagery
chief, he's like
of the
rubbing his
protests
eyes.
and the
He's like,
violence
this bitch is
gives the
crazy.
appearance as though this is a citywide crisis, and it is not. So everyone must abide by
You
this
see how she
curfew.
says it? It's
Limited
only 1
exceptions will
mile.
apply for residents,
Bitch, it's the
people
whole
traveling
city
to and
that's
from
going
work,
crazy.
and credentialed media
You are
representatives. With
crazy.
that, I would like to turn it over to Chief Jim McDonald.
1 mile.
Thank you, Mayor Bass.
You don't even know
Good
what
afternoon,
1
everyone.
mile is.
As
When's the
Mayor
last time you
stated,
walked a
curfew
mile?
for the impacted areas shown here will go into effect tonight. And I want to be absolutely clear that if you're within that designated curfew zone between the hours of 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. And are not exempt under the order, you're going to be subject to arrest. The curfew boundaries are as follows: from the 5 freeway to the 110 freeway, and from the 10 freeway to the point where the 110 and the 5 merge. Easier to look at it on that map for description. The curfew is necessary, a necessary measure to protect lives and safeguard property following several consecutive days of growing unrest throughout the city. Since Saturday, we've seen a concerning escalation in unlawful and dangerous behavior. On Saturday, LAPD officers made 27 arrests. On Sunday, that number rose to 40. By Monday, arrests totaled 114, and today alone, we've made 197 arrests. The recent days, it's been as a part of a unified command with our partner agencies who've responded through mutual aid compact and been very, very helpful to us, and we're very thankful for that participation. Of those I mentioned for today, 130 were arrested near Commercial and Alameda. An additional 67 were taken into custody after unlawfully occupying the 101 freeway near Commercial Street. Our CHP partners were instrumental in that. So again, let me be clear that this behavior, blocking freeways, city streets, and on-ramps, refusing to comply with lawful dispersal orders, and interfering with public safety operations is dangerous, unlawful, and won't be tolerated. If you are in the curfew zone during the restricted hours without that legal exemption, you will be arrested. If you assault an officer in any fashion, you will be arrested. We're operating under a unified command with our partners at the Los Angeles City Fire Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the California Highway Patrol. We're fully coordinated, and our shared mission is clear:
Karen
to
Bass
restore
looks
peace
pissed
and
off.
ensure the safety of everyone
We
in our
don't need
city.
no curfew.
We
Everything
previously
is perfect.
mobilized part of our
There's
department
no
at
crime
LAPD
going
while
on.
keeping our
Why do
ability
we
to
need
be
a
able to provide the
curfew?
services that our
Look at
community
her. Look at her.
deserves.
The
Going,
guilt.
we're going to be adding
She's
to
so
that
guilty.
deployment with additional internal LAPD resources.
She's
in the
so
days
mad.
ahead. The curfew does not apply to
We
residents
don't
within
need a
the designated
curfew.
area,
There's
individuals
nothing going
experiencing
on. Everything's
homelessness,
been
credentialed
peaceful.
media, or
Everything's
public
been
safety and
great
emergency
for
personnel.
5 days in a
To be
row.
clear
It's
again, that's
been
not about
nothing but
silencing
daisies.
voices or suppressing lawful protest. When that expression crosses into unlawful conduct, when lives are put at risk, and when our city's safety is compromised, we must act, and we will act. We urge all Angelenos to cooperate with these public safety measures. Our shared goal is to protect our communities and return to a state of calm and safety for everyone. Thank you.
Oh no, the Bachelor's going to speak
Let me
again.
introduce now the councilwoman who represents the majority of the district, Councilwoman Isabel Harato.
You don't need to announce her. She could go up there and announce
Thank
her
you.
himself.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm here today not just as a council member who represents downtown LA, but as its advocate who deeply loves and believes in this community. The history of Los Angeles began right here in downtown, where 200 years later, the grouping of historic neighborhoods remains the beating heart of our city, a place with rich culture and deep community. Downtown LA is a place where workers clock in before sunrise and small business owners know their customers by name, where neighbors greet each other on the sidewalk, and where generations of families have built lives, shared stories, made memories together side by side. It's one of the most vibrant and resilient and hopeful parts of our city. But too often, downtown LA is treated like a backdrop for major events, not the living, breathing community it is. And right now, it's hurting. I am deeply proud that downtown has always been the place where Angelenos from all over the city gather to peacefully
Oh,
protest.
peaceful
I
protest.
support the
Listen to
right to
this
demonstrate,
bullshit.
and the mayor and I know that right is sacred, and at times it's necessary, but we must also face what's happening right now. When these
Oh,
peaceful
Lord.
rallies end and the protesters head home, another element moves in. Opportunists who come in under the cover of a peaceful protest
Now
to
they're
ravage
blaming
and
the
destroy.
opportunists.
They are ruining local small businesses, smashing storefronts, and threatening the safety of the very community that has always welcomed people from across the city and globe.
Hear what's going on in Chicago. This is Chicago. This is Chicago. As we speak, what's going on in downtown LA? This is what's going on in Chicago. So this is what happens. It spreads like cancer. Okay? If you can't handle it in one city, if you can't handle LA, then other cities are going to think that they could do it too, and they're going to copycat. This is what you call copycat. And they're out and about in Chicago, in New York, and they're causing a ruckus because there's no structure, there's no security, there's no proper. Look at these people getting in front of the cops. You're gonna get bopped in the head with a stick. They're just waiting. It's like push the cop, throw a punch at the cop, and you see what happens. And these cops are crazy because they should be wearing helmets. Chicago got a big immigration problem, but this is friendly though. Hey, look at the cops are being surrounded. How is this safe? How is this safe? How is this peaceful? Look, middle fingers to the cop's face. Look at this. Cursing the cops. You know, this is all Democrats, right? I guarantee you there's not really much Republicans there. This is very Democratic. This is a joke. These cops don't get paid enough to be dealing with this bullshit. You know what I mean? You don't. So many illegals are here in this country, and I guarantee you, in Chicago, 80% of those people there, maybe 70%, are illegal. But this person right here, she's looking to get arrested. She's looking for them to arrest her. She wants the virtual signal. Look at this one throwing the middle finger. Like, you know what we should do? If you get caught in one of these like protests and it turns violent, and you're there throwing middle fingers and you're wearing your face coverings like this dude is doing, they should be able to chop your middle finger off. It's like, look, this is what you're gonna get. You gotta pay the consequences. Sorry, you're doing with this all this middle finger. Well, we're gonna take your middle finger, especially if you hurt the cops. But this is the copycat. You know, L.A. This is what you get in Chicago, and I'm pretty sure New York too. So this is spreading, and that's why this Karen Bass doesn't understand. This is spreading like cancer throughout the country. We have over 20 million illegals here in this country. You do not think that they're gonna uprise and try to take over and like take over the narrative? Hello, that's what they're trying to do now. This is the time where we have to reinforce and get these fuckers arrested and put them in a camp. Put them in a camp where they could train to become soldiers, and we'll send them to Ukraine because Ukraine need the manpower. So all these people, they can fight for our country since they want to live in this country and they want to wave their flags from different countries. All right, take your flag waving, and we're gonna throw you in Ukraine, and then have fun fighting Russia. Hey, what's up, Avi? How you doing? And this is Chicago you're looking at right now. Let me see what's going down. And this is LA. Let's check out LA. LA, up to no good. Let's check out LA. Oh, walking in between traffic. There we go. Does this look like safe? Does this look safe? Walking in between cars. Like, these people, we need to send them to Ukraine. And since they're so pro Palestine, because you could tell these are pro Palestine people, why don't we send them to Gaza? Send them to Gaza, and then they're gonna have to go against Israel. Good luck. You know, worst case scenario, you come out, you come out at least dead, and you'll have your body given back to your family because many bodies that have perished and died during the attacks of the November 7th, um, those bodies are gone, and they don't even know what those victims are. But here we go with all this craziness going around the country. Guess what? We have national guards all around this country. We do have military all around this country. Chicago think that they could get away with this, and Trump is not watching what's happening in Chicago and what's happening in New York and what's happening all over the place. Guess what? All these people are going to get in trouble. And if they're illegals, they are going to get a visit from ICE. And Chicago, they can activate the National Guard there and help out with the security there because they're going to need it. Chicago is a hellhole. And this is what we have a lot of young, dumb, full of cum individuals. And we need to get them prepped up and send them out to war. They want to start World War III because that's what they want, right? Okay. Let's get all the illegal. Let's get the illegals. Let's get these people, train them, and send them to Ukraine. Send them to Ukraine. Should have been done 4 days ago. 4 days ago, this should have been done. She didn't even mention the one-on-one. What a dummy. The one-on-one is right next to downtown Los Angeles. What a fucking idiot. Where's Brandon Johnson? I don't know, man. He's probably hiding. This right now you're looking at it's Los Angeles. I'll go between Los Angeles and Chicago. We could go back and forth. I could show you Chicago. Here's Chicago. Where is Brandon? Where is Brandon? She don't need to know about the ice raids. Hello, you. Where's the element of surprise of getting the people that they're going after? Why we're gonna give you a heads up so that way you could alert them and then make it harder for us to capture them? Are you kidding me? No, we don't need to discuss that with you. You just the mayor of LA. That's all you are. You know how far down the totem pole you are? Oh, listen to this. The nannies, like she's making all these illegals. She's trying to say like, oh, since these illegals are afraid, they can't go to work, so they cannot be nannies, they cannot be landscapers, they cannot do anything. Like, are you kidding me? That's all you want them here is to be your slave. So that's why she wants these illegals here. She don't understand Trump. Hello, a deaf person, and that sign language. I'm telling you, they'll understand what the hell Trump is saying. And this bitch can't understand what Trump is saying? Are you gotta be kidding me? Oh man, the gaslighting is on fire tonight. There's a lot of gas tonight. We got gas. And it's coming out of Bass's ass. Because she's a Karen Bass hoe. That's why. Where is Brandon? Where is Brandon? Immigrants go back home. Immigrants go back home. Illegal immigrants go back home. Illegal immigrants go back home. Like all the illegals got to go back home. Sorry, I'm not here to protect immigrants. You're right, Terry. Even though that comment didn't come out on YouTube, I see it here on StreamYard. You put yeah, shit. Well, you put yeah, well, shit. It goes all the way back to the Civil War. The Dems wanted to keep slavery, which is so true, and that's why they assassinated Abraham Lincoln. Look, Karen, she has to shake her head for that because they're saying, "Oh, you have to go through the governor." The governor wasn't going to activate them, and guess what? This chaos would have been gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. The military's not even there yet. The National Guard is there, but the Marines are not there, and they can't even handle what they have going on. I hope the Marines come in and take out all the illegals, take them all, bust them. Now it's a crisis. I thought it was a peaceful. I thought it was peaceful. No more gaslighting. Your gas is running out. You trying to protect your ass now by putting out that curfew? You're full of shit, Karen Bass. You're full of shit, and you're gonna regret the day you were born. You're gonna regret it. You're gonna regret it. Well, why they're doing that and they're looking from above? We're gonna check out Chicago. Let's see what Chicago's up to. Okay, I don't have the shock. I don't have the Chicago up right now. I can get maybe something. Let me see if I can find. Yeah, it should have been done like 4 days ago. Let me see if I could bring up some protesting from Chicago. Okay, I'm going to work on that right now. We're going to go city jumping right now. We're going to go pick up a Chicago. Let me see if there's anything on New York. Let me just see if there's in New York. I really need to get this stand holder for my desk. I'm kind of rigging it here, and I definitely need to order this stand for my phone. It's a clip. You clip it onto the desk, and you can put the phone right in front of you. Let me see in New York. I want to see if there's anything live from New York. No, everybody's in Chicago. Chicago. Um, it's a video but there's nothing live that I don't see from New York. Um, but I did pick up a Chicago one. But I don't see nothing live from Chicago. Everybody's really focused on Chicago. Like New York, it's like there's nothing going on in New York. Everything's all largely peaceful protests. Listen to this bullshit. Peaceful protests. Watch. The creeps come out night. The creeps be coming out at night. Let me see if there's anything here. We got Times Square. We can take a look at Times Square if you want, but I don't see nothing going on there. Everything that's going on is in the West Coast and in Chicago. Because right now, I do not see much out of New York. Protesters case for ICE and NYPD at federal court. And when was this? 3 days ago. So there's nothing live. But let me see. Let me come up here and show you Chicago. Let me see. That's Gavin Newsom. Let's move up forward. So they're gonna go on a commercial break here. Let me pick up a video that I was trying to see if they have something out of New York, but there's nothing out of New York. But I did find something out of another video from Chicago and another one from LA. So I got a helicopter view. Give me 1 sec. I'll show you guys. Here we go. And this is LA. That's LA. I can put the volume on it, but you're probably just gonna hear helicopter. There you go. This is LA. I do have Chicago. So next we'll go to Chicago. But first we'll just stick with LA for a bit. Because they're both hot right now. LA has more movement. LA is like this is like a march. It's a march. You know, it's like start arresting people. Oh, this is gonna be busy tonight. Tonight's gonna be the night. Oh man, it's gonna be good because I can stay up late tonight. It's gonna be a all nighter. Wait, I think I could do it to about let me see. Midnight will be 9 p.m. So 11 p.m. here would be 9 p.m. over there. So they're going to be the 8 p.m. 8 p.m. I'll be here for that curfew to drop, which is 11 p.m. us our time in the East Coast, and we'll be on. I'll be on for a few hours after that just to see if we get a massive amount of people being arrested. I hope they bring out the paddy wagons and the buses, and I hope they arrest a lot of people tonight, and I hope they catch a lot of illegals within the crowds because I truly believe there's a lot of illegals in that crowd. A lot, a lot, lots of illegals. But they're next to an arena here. Oh, the crypto arena. So this is where the Lakers play. I don't see no police. Where's the police? Oh, this is the prayer thing. Great. Do they even know how to pray? That's wild. These people don't believe in religion. These people are the devils. They don't believe in religion. This is just gaslighting bullshit that you're seeing here. You know, they're doing this for the media. They're doing this just to show. It's a show, you know. And then you got these religious people that are not telling people to go home because there's a curfew that starts at 8 p.m. No, that's less than 2 hours. But are they telling their people, listen, go home and stay safe and pray at home? No, they're not. That's very selfish of them. You know that, right? This is a what you're looking at here is very selfish. No, maybe it's because you have an order to be detained and to be removed. And if they want to remove you, honey, listen, a green card, that's not a forever card to be in the United States. They could revoke that green card and send you back to your home country. So don't get that twisted. They think, oh, because I have a green card that I'm here safe. You're not safe. They could revoke it, and you could be deported away out of this country. So, and she's talking about trauma. How about the trauma of them bringing them here against their will? And then you're trying to force our government here to take care of your kids. Like, no, go back to your country and have their government take care of you. You know, their gas ran out a long time ago. They're gaslighting like crazy, man. Virtual signaling like crazy. And you can tell this is the Democrats. This is the Democratic Party right here. The downfall of the Democratic Party. This is all the Democrats know how to do. Cause chaos. All right. I don't think I want to hear this religious shit because it's just what they want, and I don't care for that narrative. To be honest with you, I really don't. But we could go to Chicago because this is getting like spicy. Chicago, spicy deep dish pizza. Camera time. Excuse me, move. I'm trying to see here. Okay. I'm trying to get through this crowd. This guy's taking pictures. Let me block this picture. Let me get my picture. This black cop is like, man, I'm fucking tired. I've been here all fucking day. I don't care what you have to say. You guys could talk and talk and talk. I really don't give a fuck. I'm ready to go home. I'm hungry. Like it's 8:41 in the evening and he's ready to leave. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Now the cop. Now the cop's talking back to this guy. And this guy thinks he's important, that he has to speak up, like he has to give a speech. Like, dude, you have no importancies. Like you're not important, and you're here in the middle of the street. You're causing a ruckus. These people, they know they better just go home. It's just best to go home. Home is where you're safe. I always feel safe at home. I'm always at peace at home. How come these people are not home enjoying their peace? And why are they giving a piece of their mind to individuals that really don't give a shit of what you're saying? Because these cops really don't give a shit. These cops are like, man, we want to fucking sit down and eat a fucking donut. Okay? We're not getting paid here overtime to overhear what your feelings are and what you're feeling like. No, that's why you go see a therapist. Police officers are not therapists. Police officers are law enforcement officers. Last time I checked, that was their career and that's what they chose. They didn't become therapists and they're not here to be listening to all your shit. Like you're wasting public taxpayers' money because of all these officers standing around for a group of entitled people that think that they have power, which they don't. So you got everybody walking away for some reason. They're walking away. They're going somewhere else. Chicago is I don't know what's going on in Chicago. Um this prayer stuff that these people are doing is virtual signaling. They don't really believe in the baby Jesus. They really don't. They don't care. We can continue watching the protests over here. Let me go ahead and take this off the volume. Oh, breaking news. Oh, fuck. Not him. Who is this? Oh, no. Look all the complaints he's coming up with. Listen to this. All right. Let me pause it because I can do that. Because, he's repeating everything that he's been saying all along, and we can listen to it. And just, so it's okay for me to pause it. Look, and this is what I do. This is as an energy reader. I'm going to teach you how to read people. Look at his eyebrows. Look at his forehead. Look at his ears. Look at his eyes, nose, lips, jaw. Is he clenching his jaw? Is his neck being like strained? Like, look at his body posture. All this really says a lot of a person. Like for me, when I read him, I read like he's not a very trustworthy person. He's a person of very corrupted, like very corruption. and not only that, but there's people behind the scenes that are pulling his strings. And I'll show you real quick. Let's just play, and let's listen to his creepiness. Um, Even the news was a little late with him, so let me go back a little bit, and then we'll listen to Gavin Newscomb with his craziness. So this is when they zoom into him. Uh, he's already clenching. Look at his nose. Look at his frown. He already suffered a loss. You know that, right? The judge denied his emergency motion to block the military from coming to California. He lost that case. They're gonna get a second chance hearing on Thursday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, um, which is about what 8:30 on the Pacific side, Pacific coast. So pay attention, listen to his tone, listen to the vibration and how he's putting his words together. Disregard the hair. The hair is just it matches his forehead. So don't be distracted by the hair. But look at his, just the strength, that's the like what he's radiating from his face. Okay, so I'm gonna hit play now, and let me just make sure that the screen is ready. Yeah, it is. Let's go. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Oh boy. This is crazy. This guy's complaining and bitching about all the laundry. Now he's using the founding fathers. Oh Lord, God help me. I'm alive for a reason, man. Why am I still alive? And they don't look fearful. They're causing a ruckus. What fear? How stupid. He sounds so stupid. You hear this? You hear that shit? You hear that? First of all, you're not the president of the United States, you dumbass. You're just a governor of a state. Are you fucking stupid? The president is the ruler. He is the president of all states. He is the number one man. You're not even close to. Oh my god. Uh, yeah, she's even disappointed. She, see, she's even disappointed. Look at her face. Like she's like, "Fuck, man! I live in fucking California. You know what it is to live in California, and have to deal with a stupid governor that thinks he's on a power trip. Like Trump has every right to do whatever the fuck he wants in the United States. You know why? Because he is the president. He's actually a president, not a sleeping one, a very active president, a president that actually cares. Damn. If Gavin Newsom was very like presidential like and he was for the people, he would tell his people to go home. Watch from home. Be with your families. Be where you're safe. Pray at home. Don't come out on the streets. Stay away from the streets. Like let's show that we can obey the law and obey, the the curfew that's going to be happening tonight. Just go home, right? Like encourage peace, encourage people to not vandalize, not take advantage of the situation. Go home in peace. Do you hear anything like that? No, it's Trump's fault. It's his fault, and we're not gonna stop because we're gonna. Let me give you all the laundry list of all the stuff that he's done to us. Everything from like the whole list. He ran through a whole list of bullshit that the Democrats talking points. That's all he did. He's no different than AOC. He's no different than all these other stupid Democrats. It's just the same old playbook, the same old bullshit playbook. And that's the Civil War. The Civil War is the Republicans versus the Democrats slash immigrants because they picked up 20 million people on their side and they're going to try to fight to the death because they do not want to live this. They don't want to leave this country. They want to reform this country. They want this to be the democratic country. They want to run it to the ground and they don't care about your family. They don't care. Look at what we went through the past 4 years. Look at what we went through with Biden and Kamala. Like the bitch was like she fell off a coconut tree, literally, and the coconut hit her in the head. You ask me how? I don't even know. The bitch is crazy, and she could have been our president right now. You know how open the borders would have been? How much more people would have came through? How much more dangerous our streets would have been? No. We have to gaslight and the Democrats are continuing to do it, but they're in their last string of hope and they're putting their chips all in California and to see if California could Trump, which you're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. And the judge even told you, no, we're not going to stop the military from coming here. You got denied, Gavin Newsom. You lost in court. You're so happy that you actually maybe got a little lifeline to be able to speak on that Thursday morning to see if they can remove the military, which they're not going to do because Trump has full authority. He is the president of the United States. He can bypass any governor of any state. I tell you, man. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Let me see what we can go back to the news here. See what they're showing. Um, Let me see if they have anything. I think. Let's see this live. I don't see anything there. I guess they're doing some commercial stuff. I really don't care about that. Chicago really died out. Chicago was hyped for a bit, but I think with the curfew that's going on, I don't know, they did something over there because it seems like it really died out, man. Um, I'm not listening to that prayer stuff because it's a bunch of immigrants that are talking and screaming. Like, you want to hear it? Like, I can let you hear it for a little bit. You see, he's the translator. That's all you hear. Look, look. This is the Mexican lady that's talking. All right, so Reuters tonight. I could get Reuters, and I could broadcast from Reuters. That's good to know because it's going to be on tonight. Let's go over here. Yeah. Okay, I don't want to mix in, but as you can see, it's pretty busy over here. This is Chicago. Actually, no, this is L.A., not Chicago. This is L.A. And that's what they do is walking. Let me see if I can get a another feed or something here. Everybody else is preparing for a little later. They're taking their breaks now. We can take a quick look at New York City. This is New York City right now. I don't think there's any sound. Let me see. Yeah, there's some sound. So there you go. Looking at Times Square. At least Times Square is under control. There's not like a protest or rioting or any craziness. I think New York is like really laid back right now. The immigrants are pretty scared at the moment. They're not going to come out and expose themselves because there's a lot of cameras in New York City, and you don't want to be causing a ruckus there because they will get you. So yeah, it looks pretty peaceful there. Doesn't look too bad. Um, let me close some of these windows out. Okay, I can close that one out. We could go here. Uh, to here. Could drop off of this. Get off of New York. New York is pretty peaceful. Over here, it's a little. They're still out and about. People are still around, hanging around. I know this is ice taco. I don't know what that is. It says ice something taco. Ice. I'm trying to read the signs. When injustice, can't see what it says there. Becomes. I can't fucking read it. If you guys can read that sign, let me know. I can't. The way they wrote it, and with the white and black, it's just not good. Like you gotta make like really make it dark, like black, in order to see the letterings. But the curfew is tonight. And, are you ready for tonight? It's gonna be very interesting. It's gonna be interesting. Let's take a good look at another story here because this is gonna be an all night event again, and it's gonna get a little crazier with um with the curfew from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. Wow. And remember how Miss Karen said, it's only a mile. It's only a mile. Okay. Let's check this report out and let's see what's up. Let me make sure that I'm okay here. Yeah, I'm okay. All right, let's go ahead and play it. That's what's up, Terry. Oh, they got a fire extinguisher and sprayed this guy in the face. Great. You're a stupid idiot. You're a moron. Oh, look, they're gonna get him. They got him. Oh, they're gonna get him. Get him, get him, get him. Look, people stealing. Look, they caught that one. Look, you saw that. California. Oh, look. Oh, yeah, I played this yesterday. She's so stupid. Listen to this. They're gonna shoot gay. See, she's just a poster child. Crazy. Yep. Wow, that's crazy. I want to check this story out here. There's a deadly shooting in Austria. A deadly shooting at a high school in Austria. So I want to check this story out real quick. Viewer discretion is advised. I'm not sure what we're going to be seeing. This is the first time I'm watching this, so let's watch it together and let me know what you guys think. Wow. 10 people killed. Is it 10 plus the shooter or 9 plus the shooter? That's wild. You see, it doesn't only happen in America. It's not only in America. This is a problem worldwide. It's a worldwide effect. That is wild. That's just wild. Um, I don't care for the other news here, but let me see if I can go back over here, see what we're seeing here. I guess we're back to the Gavin Newsom again. Oh man, do we have to listen to this punk ass again? Give me a second. Let me set this up here. So we do have issues all around the country. Uh, Let me just set this up a little here. I think that should be enough. Let's come back over here and let's turn on the volume and hit play. And let's check out, see what's going on. It's going to be a crazy night tonight. I'm still trying to get some sleep tonight. I'm not trying to be up all night. Oh, New York. You're arresting people. I couldn't find anything in New York. I guess this is another area in New York then. Because I did look for New York. Let me see. I don't see live, man. I don't see anything for New York, though. Let me see if I can just check here under the filters. Yeah, this is New York Post, so I could put that here. I'm working behind the scenes to try and find that feed because they're really focusing on LA, man. Because I think because the curfew's coming up soon, they're focusing. Yeah, they want them out because they don't want the immigrants to be captured. They're gonna try to protect themselves at all costs. Uh, San Francisco. Protesters are getting arrested. People are getting arrested. This is in Denver, Colorado. It's Denver. Look, Denver ICE outbreak. There's a breakout in Denver with protesters, but they're getting arrested. So it's all over the country. They're watching LA. They're seeing what LA is doing, and they're seeing how weak LA is. So they think, well, if LA is weak, maybe Chicago's weak. Maybe Colorado, Denver is weak. Maybe New York City is weak. They're trying to push the narratives. And remember, there's a lot of immigrants in these blue states. Look, people are getting arrested. Man, just go home. Why are you out here for what? What is why Democrats are always like so sensitive? This is not their battle. They should know you are Americans. We're supposed to protect each other, us Americans, not protect illegal immigrants. So Denver's looking a little crazy. People are getting arrested in Denver. So let's go over back to LA. So they're deploying this gas. Yeah, it got a little blurry for a second. I don't know why. I guess it's because of the black American flag. You see, they want to show support for people in California. You see, this is why Trump he's a master chess man. He plays chess in 4D. He knows the next move before you even think of what move you're gonna do. Like he knows, and he's reinforcing security throughout the country. He's gonna do it, and all these people, all they're gonna do is they're gonna have to pay the system for all the fines they're gonna accumulate. You gotta get up there in the view. I wonder. It's all tied in. Here, New York City. All right. Oh, look at the big ass Palestinian flag. Of course. Of course. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So as they go on to break over here, I'll hit pause so we won't miss when they come back. And let's come over to this side, which is LA. And this is from the New York Post. At least 15 arrests in New York anti-ICE protests as thousands takes to the street. So it's going to be a pretty active night. The weather's been pretty okay. Couple of storms passed by earlier, but it seems like it's going to be one of those nights that it's going to be a little active. The protesting it is what it is because monkey see, monkey do. If one does one thing, the other one wants to do too. So monkey see, monkey do. And let's go ahead and check this out here. It'll be nice if I put the volume right. Yeah, they got 47 minutes, 37 minutes actually. They got 37 minutes. Got to stretch. Make sure you stretch. One square mile. So we're only going to cover this street and just straight down for 1 mile. Okay, we're just going to have a no curfew. We're going to have a curfew just for 1 mile. That sounds very stupid, right? How does that sound normal? Oh, Denver. People are really focusing on Denver. They're also looking at Denver. Wow. Yeah, viewer discretion is advised. Since Saturday. This is a monkey see, monkey do. Oh no, Gavin Newscom. Just listen to Gavin. No sound? Okay. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll fix it. The good thing about it is I could go back and we could listen to him. So let me go back and then let me just. For some reason, StreamYard is doing that. It's the gremlins within the system. So give me 1 sec, and I'll just restart the whole thing. And then hopefully the sound will be back. And that one was it this one? Yeah, I think so. Okay, hold on. Stop sharing. Stop sharing. Okay, so I stopped sharing. Now I gotta share. And then come back over here. And then let me know if you hear the sound. It's all set up. Okay.
Live images. Viewer discretion is advised. We're doing our best as we can here on this side to make sure that nothing offensive comes
How about
across
now?
on the screen, but make sure that viewer discretion is advised as well. And again, so we've heard from the police chief saying this is unlawful and dangerous behavior, saying that it has been escalating since Saturday. So the LAPD chief called this
Since
curfew
Saturday,
a
that's
necessary
nuts.
measure. So I wanted to continue to show you these live images there as
Can you
well.
hear it, Terry?
There as well. So wanted to bring that
Good?
to you
All right,
here on
good.
Live
Thank
Now
you.
from Fox. Let's go ahead though and continue now to listen in as we heard today from California's
I'm
governor,
about to turn off the
Gavin
lights here
Newsom. He was able to
because
speak
I
in
want to be in the
response
dark.
to the very latest. We do know that the California governor,
Let me
Gavin
turn on
Newsom,
the
did file
lights.
a lawsuit against the Trump
I'm gonna grab me a little
administration's
snack too.
actions to call in the National Guard there to Southern California. Let's listen into that here on Live Now from Fox.
This past weekend, federal agents conducted large-scale workplace raids in and around Los Angeles. Those raids continue as I speak. California is no stranger to immigration enforcement, but instead of focusing on undocumented immigrants with serious criminal records and people with final deportation orders, a strategy both parties have long supported, this administration is pushing mass deportations, indiscriminately targeting hardworking immigrant families, regardless of their roots or risk. What's happening right now is very different than anything we've seen before. On Saturday morning, when federal agents jumped out of an unmarked van near a Home Depot parking lot, they began grabbing people, a deliberate targeting of a heavily Latino suburb. A similar scene played out when a clothing company was raided downtown. In other actions, a U.S. citizen, 9 months pregnant, was arrested. A 4-year-old girl taken. Families separated. Friends, quite literally, disappearing. In response, everyday Angelenos came out to exercise their constitutional right to free speech and assembly, to protest their government's actions. In turn, the state of California and the city and county of Los Angeles sent our police officers to help keep the peace. And with some exceptions, they were successful. Like many states, California is no stranger to this sort of unrest. We manage it regularly and with our own law enforcement. But this, again, was different. What then ensued was the use of tear gas, flashbang grenades, rubber bullets, federal agents detaining people and undermining their due process rights. Donald Trump, without consulting California law enforcement leaders, commandeered 2,000 of our state's National Guard members to deploy on our streets, illegally and for no reason. This brazen abuse of power by a sitting president inflamed a combustible situation, putting our people, our officers, and even our National Guard at risk. That's when the downward spiral began. He doubled down on his dangerous National Guard deployment by fanning the flames even harder. And the president, he did it on purpose. As the news spread throughout LA, anxiety for family and friends ramped up. Protests started again. By night, several dozen lawbreakers became violent and destructive. They vandalized property. They
Blame
tried
Trump.
to assault police officers.
That's how it
Many of you
is.
have
Blame
seen the
Trump.
video clips of
Blame
cars
Trump.
burning on cable news.
If you incite violence, I want to be clear about this. If you incite violence or destroy our communities, you're going to be held to account. That kind of criminal behavior will not be tolerated, full stop. Already more than 220 people have been arrested, and we're reviewing tapes to build additional cases, and people will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Again, thanks to our law enforcement officers and the majority of Angelenos who
Sounds like
protested
he's trying to
peacefully,
cover his ass
the
there.
situation was winding down and was concentrated in just a few square blocks downtown. But that's not what Donald Trump wanted. He again chose escalation. He chose more force. He chose theatrics over public safety. He federalized another 2,000 Guard members. He deployed more than 700 active U.S. Marines. These are the men and women trained for foreign combat, not domestic law
Yeah, they need to do
We honor
domestic
their
too because
service.
we're going to
We
have war
honor
here.
their bravery, but we do not want our streets militarized by our own armed forces, not in LA, not in California, not anywhere. We're
How
seeing
is going to have
unmarked
security
cars,
for the Olympics?
unmarked cars in school parking lots.
If they
Kids
can't handle
afraid
this,
of
imagine the
attending
Olympics.
their own
Imagine the
graduation.
World Cup.
Trump is pulling a military dragnet all across Los Angeles.
They don't
well
have the
beyond his
force.
stated intent to just go after violent.
They're
and
going to
serious
need the
criminals.
military.
His agents are arresting dishwashers, gardeners, day laborers, and
Listen to this
seamstresses.
asshole.
That's just weakness masquerading as strength. Donald Trump's government isn't protecting our communities. They're traumatizing our communities. And that seems to be the entire point. California will keep fighting. We'll keep fighting on behalf of our people, all of our people, including in the courts. Just yesterday, we filed a legal challenge to Donald Trump's reckless deployment
And you
of
lost.
American troops to a major American city.
You lost
Today, we sought an emergency court order to stop the use of the American military
You
to
lost.
engage in law enforcement activities across Los Angeles.
We
If
lost.
some of us could be snatched off the streets without a warrant, based only on suspicion or skin color, then none of us are safe. Authoritarian regimes begin by targeting people who are least able to defend themselves, but they do not
You have an
stop
ID?
there.
Can you
Trump
prove
and his
that you're
loyalists, they
American?
thrive on division because it allows them to take
not
more
hard.
power and exert
I
even
can prove
more
it.
control. And by the way, Trump, he's not opposed to lawlessness and violence as long as it serves him. What more evidence do we need than January 6th?
Oh, he brought up January 6th.
Take time, reflect
What an
on this
asshole.
perilous moment. A president who wants to be bound by no law or
What
constitution,
an asshole.
perpetuating a unified assault on American traditions.
January 6th.
This is a president who in just over 140 days has fired government watchdogs that could hold him accountable for corruption and fraud.
You
He's
hear this
declared
clown?
a war on culture, on history, on science, on knowledge itself.
This guy's a
Databases,
weirdo.
quite literally, are vanishing. He's
I think he has too
delegitimizing
much
news
gel.
organizations, and he's
He
assaulting
puts
the
too much
First
gel in
Amendment.
his head.
And the threat of
It's fucking with his
defunding
brain cells.
at threat, he's dictating what universities themselves can teach. He's targeting law firms and the
Yeah, my
judicial
channel,
branches
I'm uncensored.
that are the
I
foundations
curse
of
a
an
lot.
orderly and civil society.
Oh, well, you know.
He's calling for a sitting governor to be arrested
I express
for no other
myself.
reason than to, in his
I don't
own
hide.
words, for getting elected. And we all know this Saturday. He's ordering our American heroes, the United States military, and forcing them to put on a vulgar display to celebrate his birthday, just as other failed dictators have done in the past. Look, this isn't just about protests here in Los Angeles. When Donald Trump sought blanket authority to commandeer the National Guard, he made that order apply to every state in this nation. This is about all of
The
us.
Miami Vice
This
ripoff.
is about you.
The Don
California may
Johnson.
be
He's a
first,
Don
but it clearly
Johnson
will not
ripoff.
end here. Other states are next.
I used to watch that shit when I was
Democracy
little.
is next.
Miami
Democracy
Vice.
is under assault before
Such
our
a good
eyes.
show,
This
too.
moment we have feared has arrived. He's taking a wrecking ball. A wrecking ball
I should
to our
rewatch it
founding
one day.
fathers' historic project. 3 co-equal branches of independent government. There are no longer any checks and balances. Congress is nowhere to be found.
Nice,
Speaker
Terry.
Johnson has completely abdicated that responsibility.
I used to
The
watch
rule of
that
law
one
has
and Knight
increasingly
Rider.
been given way to the rule of Don.
Miami Vice and Knight
The
Rider.
founding
Those are
fathers, they
like
didn't
my
live
shows.
and die to see this kind of moment, it's time for all of us to stand up. Justice Brandeis, you said it best. In a democracy, the most important office, with all due respect, Mr. President, is not the presidency, and it's certainly not governor. The most important office is office of citizen. At this moment, we all need to stand up and be held to account, a higher level
I used to
of
watch Dukes
accountability.
of Hazzard.
If you exercise your First
I
Amendment
like
rights,
Dukes of Hazzard.
please do it peacefully. I know many of you are feeling deep anxiety, stress, and fear.
All right, that was the message that we heard there from California's Governor Gavin Newsom as he was delivering this response amid these protests that are happening in Los Angeles. As you can see, we're continuing to showcase some of the live vantage points that we do have there in LA as we've entered now the 5th day of these demonstrations happening as well. So again, we know that they're in Los Angeles, that we have been watching some of this here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, let's go ahead and switch this shot here as we're continuing to do our best to make sure that none of these offensive images are getting there on the screen. But listening in here to some of the
I don't want to hear
natural sounds
fucking
that are happening as
motorcycles.
protests are happening there in the city of Los Angeles.
Thanks for lowering it.
So
Damn.
as it is just after 7 p.m. local time there in Southern California,
Fucking
we
Rick.
do know that
Rick is
Mayor
right.
Bass, she has now
I mean, it sounds
implemented
nice, but
a
I don't want to
curfew
hear it.
there for a 1-mile radius there in downtown Los Angeles. She says that this curfew will go overnight as well, starting at 8 p.m. local time until 6 a.m. local time as well. So there are some exceptions as well for these those folks who are not allowed to be there in the area.
Like, media
If you
could
are
be
a
out.
resident there within that 1-mile radius, you'll be allowed
If
to
you
be
have
there, as
credentials,
well as
you could be out and about. If you're a doctor,
and other
nurse,
law enforcement as well. But she did say
your
during a press
worker,
conference just
you
a
have to
short while
show
ago that they
proof.
had reached a tipping point there in the city
That's
after
all.
23 businesses overall were looted. But again, we were just listening
23.
in there to California's Governor Gavin Newsom, who said that President Trump is, quote,
But they're gonna blame
pulling
Trump.
a military dragnet across Los Angeles in these brief remarks that he was able to make. This comes, of course, after Trump ordered the deployment of nearly 5,000 troops, including National Guard members
Trump.
and Marines, to
We
the
blame
nation's
Trump for
second largest
every
city.
little thing.
President Trump said that they
Blame
were deployed
Trump.
there in order to protect
Blame
federal
Trump.
buildings, but are now
We
also
blame
protecting
Trump for
immigration
every little
agents as
thing.
they are carrying out some of these arrests there in Southern California.
Damn, they're boarding
Trump,
up.
though,
They're like,
said,
fuck
Newsom
this
said that
shit.
Trump's immigration
We're boarding
crackdown
up.
has gone well beyond, though,
Does this look
arresting
normal?
criminals, and that
Does this
dishwashers,
look
gardeners,
peaceful?
day
Does that
laborers, and
boarding up look
seamstresses
peaceful?
are among those who have also been detained. So again, he said that President Trump's decision to deploy the California National Guard without his support should
Does
be a
this look
warning
normal?
to other states,
It's
saying
not
California
normal.
may be the first, but it clearly won't end here. Wanted to bring you those full remarks as well.
Now ICE got to
From
go after
California's
all these
Governor Gavin
people.
Newsom, as these
We're going to
protests
need
are
the
heating up
military.
all over the country. In fact, we're getting some
Trump
compelling
said it
images
himself.
right now out of
The
Denver. We'll
military
put
is
this
going
on
to
your
be,
screen.
they're going
We've
to need
also
the
been
military.
watching this as
Oh,
well.
look,
This
they're
is
arresting
happening
more
live
people.
right now in Denver, Colorado, as
Oh,
other
shit.
anti-ICE
Oh,
protests are
they got
ongoing as
another
well. We
one.
do know that people have been gathering there outside of the
Oh,
Colorado State
shit. They're
Capitol,
arresting
as well as
people.
other locations there in the city. This is all in relation to the ICE out
Ah,
protests.
you
They
fucked
said that they are
around. Now
standing
you
with the
find me
immigrants in
out.
Los Angeles who have been targeted by law enforcement
Going to
during
jail.
those raids. But right now, we
Going
can
to
see several
jail.
people
Look, all these
being
people going
detained
to jail.
there in Denver. Again, want to remind you,
Yep.
viewer discretion is advised in these situations.
Yep.
These are live images that
Bad
are
boys,
just now
bad
coming into
boys.
our
What
newsroom.
you gonna
Want to do the
do?
best to show
What you
you all
gonna
of these
do when they
vantage
come
points and
for
also stay
you?
on top of
Bad
it. But
boys, bad boys.
it is important for you all to keep in mind that
You
sometimes
want to
some of these signs
protest
that
for
are there are popping up,
stupidity?
and they could have
Police
vulgar
gonna
language
come and
as
kick
well.
your ass.
But again, we just saw a number of people detained there
Don't worry, here's your flag.
by those law enforcement agents.
That's your Mexican
They're
flag?
wearing
Yeah?
tactical gear there
Here's
in
your
Denver.
fucking Mexican flag. You can take it
This is
with
very
you.
similar to what we've seen in some of
Like,
these other cities
here's your Mexican flag and you're going to
as well.
jail.
But again, a Mexican flag there, also a frequent thing that we've
Who else
seen.
wants to go to
Some
jail?
of
We
these
got another
protests
one over
happening
here in the
all around.
ground.
But again, another person
We got another person
on
over
the ground
there.
there as well. So our camera view isn't going to
Hey,
always
they're not
be the most
playing. Denver's
stable
not
during
playing
this. Our thanks
tonight.
to our camera crews who are
Denver's
out there
like,
on the ground,
hey, we're gonna make an
feeding in some of
example.
these images
This is
for
how we
us.
do it. we're going
That's
to
just
arrest
escalating there
people.
in Denver. This is
We make more
sort of what
money if
we've
we
been
arrest them.
continuing to see in multiple
That's the
cities
truth. They do make more money
throughout the
when they
day and
arrest
throughout
you.
these last 5 days as these
It's a
anti-ICE
business.
protests have been heating up.
The police force is a business.
Another person detained there. See there.
Yeah, I know, Terry.
This is
That's what
not,
they do is
again, this
blame
is a
Trump.
frequent thing that we've seen over the last few days. That person just being dragged there out of the way by law
Nah,
enforcement.
that's what I'm waiting for, Terry. We got 19
They do
minutes,
appear
brother. 19 minutes, and the
to have
curfew
on
is in
gas masks at
effect
this time
in
as
LA.
well. This has
And
happened
I'm
pretty
looking
frequently.
forward to
Again,
it.
so your discretion is always advised, but it seems like these things pop off in pockets.
Gotta make their quotas, yo.
We'll see in a time period of peace. I've been watching this shot here in our newsroom.
Gotta make
It had
it.
been peaceful period of time.
It's been peaceful. Peaceful,
And then
peaceful,
there are several
peaceful.
folks just detained in an instant.
Let me see another channel.
So
See
we're
what
keeping our
they're
eye on
going
this,
with.
but just for some more context here, you're just now joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We're also following the very latest as multiple protests have broken out all over the country. This one happening right now in Denver. So this started apparently at the California State Capitol today, as this was an event calling for immigrants' rights, announcing solidarity with demonstrators as well in Los Angeles. But it was the Colorado Immigrant Rights Coalition that was asking people to mobilize and stand with those protesters in Los
Stop ain't playing
Angeles.
tonight, man. They like, man, we're not getting paid overtime.
And
This
at 8
is
p.m.
our
local time,
time.
our
And you're
affiliates there
fucking
at
with our
Fox
time.
31 in Denver say that they saw Denver police begin to deploy crowd
That's not me, that's their
control
cameras.
gas.
Their camera
So
keeps doing that.
we're keeping our eye on this here on Live Now from Fox.
They're gonna need to
Watching as this
upgrade their
protest
cameras.
heats up there in Denver. This is the second anti-ICE protest there in Colorado in just the last 2 days.
Okay.
In a press
So
release
we'll
where this
pause it
protest
here.
was organized by, the group said that people are not backing
See,
down.
actually, let me see if I
Saying
can
that they
move
want
it
to
up.
show support for the people of California, as I should say, between protesters. Police squad cars have also been vandalized.
This is New
In
York.
one instance where a car did appear to actually drive through the crowd amid these rolling street closures as
Oh no,
well.
it's Chicago.
So we do have some footage of that happening. We'll
Chicago.
put it up on your screen as well so you can see exactly what they're talking about with our partners there at Fox 32.
Kind of
Let's
look like
watch.
New York because they're blue cities, you know. They kind of look. Oh shit! Oh shit! Look, a car's running over. Look! Oh, look! I knew it was gonna happen. I told
You
you
can see
earlier in
very
the
scary
show.
moments here.
I told you earlier in the
This car
show.
just
Somebody's gonna.
driving
Oh my
through
god! I'm such a good psychic, bro.
this crowd of
Hold on.
protesters.
Time out. Time out. Time out. Time out. Were you here earlier when I said that? And I said I'll just run right through them. You know, there's going to be someone that's going to go and they're going to run through the people and people are going to get hurt. I said it when it was earlier in today's show. It was when the people were going onto the highway. And remember I said, look, there's going to be someone that's going to come and it's going to just speed through and speed through the crowds. Here we go. Exactly what I said just happened. This is amazing. I'm good psychic, man. I'm very good at what I do, man. I really do. I've been doing it for years, and I've been seeing things before it happens all the time. But here you go, man. This is scary. Oh, this is scary.
There in Chicago.
This is Chicago.
So again, this is in response to some of the anti-ICE protests that have been happening all over the country. This one breaking out earlier today in Chicago. We've been watching these shots all day long too there in the Windy City. So close, man. So many people almost being hit by this maroon car driving through the crowd erratically at this point, it seems. This was during some of those rolling road closures in the city as these protests had broken out into the main part of
That's a
that.
good driver.
You can see
It
folks walking
avoided
up,
hitting a lot of
parking the
people.
car as well as it's driving through this group. Seems as though law enforcement officers were also on the ground there, but slowing down just a number of people, narrowly missing people as this car drove through this crowd. This could have ended very badly as folks are jumping out of the way, out of the vantage point of this car. So this happened in Chicago earlier today. Again, another one of those cities where protests have broken out
Wow.
in a large number of people, hundreds of
They're
people taking to the
lucky
streets
no one
to
got
protest the
hurt.
immigration arrests that have been happening there around the country.
Wow.
So just in some more context, here's where
Yeah, you're not supposed to be in
showcasing
the
this
road.
devastating video.
I think I would have done the same
I
thing.
want to take you back out live there to Chicago.
I think I would have done the same thing.
As those crowds are continuing to gather as well. So they're in Chicago. Skyfox zooming in, and it seems like people are being detained here as well.
Yeah, they're being
If you look at
detained.
the middle of your screen,
They're
here,
arresting
you
a
can
lot
see
of people.
man who, with his hands behind back, being led by some of those officers.
Mm-hmm.
A large crowd there. So it's a very fluid and ongoing situation. This is according to the Chicago Police Department. The spokesperson said this in an email to our partners there at Fox 32, saying that as of what they know, as of 8:45 p.m. local time, they don't have any information on exactly how many arrests have been made there in Chicago. But we've
Should I move it up a little bit? Because I'm not trying to be here all night either, but enough to catch the curfew and a few hours after the curfew. Get ready for bed. My neck is already killing me. My neck is not used to this stuff, so most likely I'm gonna take this show to my bed and produce from my bed.
Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Of course, we've been continually watching as tensions are continuing to escalate there in Southern California as protesters have been taking to the streets to protest against immigration, customs, and enforcement, also known as ICE. We do know that President Trump has deployed 4,000 National Guardsmen and 700 Marines to the LA area. California National Guard. Earlier today, when Gavin Newsom filed that emergency motion in federal court to block the National Guard members and Marines from assisting in those immigration raids in Los Angeles, Newsom took to his account on X to say that Trump is turning the U.S. military against American citizens. But to talk a lot more about this filing, as we have had a decision from the judge in this case, I want to bring into the conversation legal analyst Nima Rahmani. Nima, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. And I know that you're there in the Los Angeles area. Your offices are in the downtown area of Los Angeles. Before we get started into the legality of what happened today between the Trump administration
If I go somewhere,
and Governor Gavin Newsom, I just want to ask you what you've seen there
I'm
from
not
your
either.
vantage points as this is now entering the 5th day.
Christina, thank you. I'm sitting here in downtown Los Angeles, and the vast majority of the protesters are peaceful, but there's certainly been violent rioters, especially at night. Things do tend to be getting better over time, in large part, I think, due to that National Guard presence. Not just myself, but, you know, as far as my experience as well, I used to work for the city of Los Angeles. I used to do enforcement there for years at the top 2 floors of City Hall. So not only do I live and work in Los Angeles, but I'm a native Angelino, and this is certainly hitting our community hard, both in terms of the folks who are affected by this immigration enforcement, but the rest of the law-abiding citizens of Los Angeles that do not want to see these rioters continue.
And so as we've seen this face-off continue, not only against police as well in the city with other Angelinos, we're also seeing a face-off in terms of government officials. Of course, President Trump and Governor Gavin Newsom trading shots back and forth over the last few days, but it all comes down to what they think should be happening there in the city. We know that President Trump originally deployed the Guard, he says, to protect federal buildings and personnel. But it was the governor's request that was filed in court that stated that the state's military department was told that the Pentagon plans to direct the California National Guard to start providing support for immigration raids. Before we dive into that ultimate decision, first, let's talk about this move that was done by the governor. Was it expected that he was going to take this legal battle to court?
It was, Christina. He was conducting interviews Sunday evening, and he said he was going to file a lawsuit, and he filed it the very next day. He filed it yesterday, and the case was assigned to Judge Charles Breyer. If that name sounds familiar, that's the younger brother of former Justice Stephen Breyer. So he's a Clinton appointee. I'm sure everyone wants to know who the judge is and how he will rule. In this particular case, we're talking about an important issue, federalism, and who has control when you have the executive of the United States, the president, and the executive of the state of California that are in disagreement. And generally speaking, federal law does control in these circumstances. Obviously, we're talking about some unique circumstances here because the National Guard is typically under the governor's control under Title 32. But there are circumstances where the president can federalize the National Guard, even over the governor's objection under Title 10, which is what we're dealing with here, Christina.
And so the two of them, they have never been the best of friends, but we've seen moments where they've come together, shaking hands, even in this photo right there. But Nina, yes, like you just said, the district judge, Charles Breyer, declined Newsom's request to issue the order immediately and is now giving the Trump administration the time that they requested to file a response. He's set up a hearing right now for Thursday to determine whether or not to issue that temporary restraining order. Ultimately, why did the judge decide to make this decision?
I think that's the right move, Christina. You're talking about federal law that's on its face seems to favor the Trump administration's position here. And I've come on the show and I've been critical of the president, saying he's done things that are unlawful, even things that are unconstitutional. But in this case, if you look at the law, it allows the president to take over the National Guard under one of three circumstances. One, if there's a foreign invasion. I know the president said that's happening. I'm not sure that's the case. The second is if there's a rebellion against U.S. authority. So maybe that's something you're dealing with here. And the third is probably most likely to apply that if the president believes that he's unable to enforce federal law with the agents and officers that he has. And that appears to be the case. And the reason that's important, Christina, is under California law, the Values Act, state and local police officers and sheriff's deputies, they are prohibited from actually helping with civil immigration enforcement. So now, regardless of how you feel about it politically, and I understand that immigration is a hot button political issue, I don't think the president has the bodies to enforce these immigration raids like DHS wants to. So it's not unlawful, if you just look at the plain text of the law in Title 10, for him to call up the National Guard. I know it's very rare for it to be done over the governor's objection. It hasn't happened for decades, since the South, the civil rights movement in Selma, and even going back further to desegregation after Brown v. Board. But there is precedent for this, which is why I think Judge Breyer wants to hear from the Department of Justice, the federal government, to hear their position before he issues a ruling.
And it has been interesting because, like you said, it's a hot button issue. And even looking at some of this footage that we've had in our newsroom, I'm going to put this up as well, aerial footage of the response that we've seen from even local law enforcement. And Nima, I want to take the time because it is important to distinguish between the two, right? The National Guard or the Marines, those are under federal government, but LAPD stepping in as they have to sort of get these protests under control, two separate issues.
6 minutes.
So obviously, local police, LAPD are not going to be involved in the raids of, homes and businesses to deport individuals. But obviously, if they see violence against anyone, it can be a civilian, it can be a federal officer, they have to step in. That is a completely separate crime, and their job is to make sure that they're protecting the public, whether civilian or law enforcement. So that's what they're there for, to protect those officers, to protect buildings, to even protect the peaceful protesters. Because obviously, everyone has a right to protest under the First Amendment, but there's speech and there's conduct. So if you're launching fireworks, throwing Molotov cocktails, cinder blocks at, ICE agents or their vehicles, that is unlawful. And that's a crime under both state and federal law.
And so, Nima, it's not just happening in Southern California. We'll step away and get back to that conversation because we have this vantage point as well. As this is what's happening in New York City as well. Folks are also protesting against some of these immigration rates. Could we see similar action taking place by New York's governor if things get out of hand to the place where President Trump decides to call in the National Guard to New York City?
I wouldn't be surprised, Christina. Obviously, we know the president has taken aggressive action against these sanctuary cities. So, first was to stop federal funding, right? But now you're talking about actual active enforcement and operations. And if you're going to do that, you need the man and woman power to conduct these operations, especially if you're going to get resistance, because the political reality is many of these states like Los Angeles and New York are deep blue, and these
Let me say in 20 minutes. I'm a little bit behind, so could go live. Minutes away, curfew. Can you hear, Terry? Let me know if you can hear it. Just give me a thumbs up if you can hear. No? Okay, I have to drop out.
The ongoing problem with violence, but also the need, when all of this subsides, is to repair and restore downtown Los Angeles, especially the businesses and properties that have been hit
Curfew
with
is in
graffiti.
effect.
Now let me
Curfew is in effect. 8 p.m.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
Curfew
Chief.
is in
Thank you,
effect.
Council
Let's see
Member.
what's going
The
on.
swift action today to take a look at and examine how this curfew could be put in place is a good example of the leadership we see and continue to need for downtown. CCA, or Central City Association, represents businesses, institutions, nonprofits, the fabric of downtown Los Angeles that also represents
What the hell's going on with the sound tonight, man? I gotta jump out and come back on. Cool. Thank you.
Type of opportunism has escalated between yesterday and the day before. And, frankly, I admit my humility here and my beginnerness in that I'm new to downtown, but our downtown stakeholders have seen this multiple times over and had to basically develop their own strategies. And they saw the warning signs of how this could get worse. And they knew from past experiences that curfews have been ways in order to stem this and to calm the city once again. And it's but one tool that we can execute at this time.
Okay, you sounded so dumb.
Yeah, Mayor Bass, I know that you were referencing that there have been 23 businesses that have now been damaged, broken into, looted. Looking at videos of the Apple Store and Adidas. Any sort of estimate of the cost of damage at this point with all this vandalism? And also, what is the latest on the Marines arriving here? And is there anything else about what their mission will be?
So there is not a financial estimate right now, unless Nella has one.
in the case of.
Do you want to?
It's millions in the case
Yeah.
of some of the larger, retail stores. It's in the millions, but I don't know of the 23 what the total is.
And I think it's really hard to estimate the vandalism from the graffiti.
They're not even there yet. They're not even there yet. The Marines are not even there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 1 mile out of 500.
Off of the streets after 8 p.m. Pacific time. Here we do sit at 8:06 Pacific time. Lots and lots of people still holding flags. It's tough to get an accurate gauge from this vantage point just how many people are outside in downtown LA. This is where the curfew zone is, effective from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. portion of downtown LA. This applies to everyone according to Mayor Bass. There's limited exceptions, including for emergency and medical personnel, residence workers, and credentialed media. We do know that 23 businesses were looted last night. They say that was the tipping point for them to call for this curfew. They say this is a necessary safeguard for people and property after several days of concerning escalation. Anyone in the curfew zone, they say, will be arrested. So as we look at these live images, and I'll be on the desk here for the next hour or two, I'm curious to know if we will see any arrests in real time. As I mentioned, we are now past the curfew. So we're starting to see some of these officers on horseback arriving. In fact, let's pull up the audio. Let's listen into a bit of what the cameras are capturing in downtown LA right now. We've got two different vantage points of downtown LA at this point. We don't hear a lot, but we do see a line of local police officers with their riot gear. We did hear at that press conference that 197 arrests at least have been made today.
There go the horses.
Mayor Bass says that she does not know how long the ICE raids will continue for.
There goes the horses. There go the horses. I'm working hard over here. I'm trying to go through all the cameras and all the stuff and show you guys. There's the horses. They're gonna text saying it's a public safety alert. Public safety alert. Trying to zoom in. He had to turn it at an angle. He almost had it. This freezer here. LA City Alert. The city of Los Angeles has declared that a curfew is in place from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. for, I guess it's I-110 to West 5, I-5 to East 110, I-10 to South I-5, and this is very confusing. I-110 to North, traveling to from work, seeking or giving emergency care, and emergency responders are exempt. Additional information is available on the city website. Okay. Man, I keep the sound, man. It keeps going in and out. I gotta reset it again one more time. I'm sorry. It seems like it's going crazy tonight. Give me one sec. I'll bring it back up. It's just the sound. It's something with StreamYard tonight. I got it here.
We cannot have this happen again. We cannot have another night of that. And when you have so many people converge on a small area, there's only so much police can do. Okay, police on the move now, pushing along a few people. There aren't that many people. And by the way, we love the mounted units only because we love horses, but the horses are very persuasive. You might be able to go toe-to-toe with an officer with a riot stick, but it's a lot harder when you've got a 2,000-pound beast, or however. Yeah. Christina Gonzalez would know better than I how much a horse weighs.
2,000-pound beast. Let's go back to Laura Diaz if we can. They're on the ground. Laura, you are outside the federal building where it seems to me that police are tightening up that area right now, really trying to take control of that area.
Let me see if I can get a close-up on it.
Those people that you see backing up right now.
Yeah, you can see that there's a scrimmage line that's been formed on the other side. When we had the camera whipped around before and we were showing you the mounted unit, that's the other side. So they're now walking toward us, and I presume they're trying to get the last. Okay, they want us to move. We got to move.
All right, we'll take it back here. Obviously, Laura, a member of the media as well, but when the police come in like this and they are clearing the area, that means us as well.
Yeah.
It is.
They'll start directing you to an area that you need to go. If they don't want you there, we have a right to be there as members of the media, but they can tell you, instead of here, please go over there.
And again, that is the area
where
they're
cleaning
we
out.
saw the National Guard
the city
there
out.
and Homeland Security there. Obviously, the LAPD wanting to make a statement about that specific area to start, for sure. That's where our camera is, and we are seeing overhead. But they're really wanting to make a statement, Susan, about that area with the federal building, and perhaps that is a sign that they want no damage in that area, nobody being unruly in that area, and making a stand right there.
Well, particularly because a lot of what we see, a lot of the optics, especially around the federal building, that informs what kinds of sentiment we're getting out of the president or Speaker Johnson or, you know, anyone that is justifying the orders that ICE and Border Patrol, whatever, have issued, or specifically the Trump administration, in terms of like fortifying law enforcement around federal buildings.
So it happened around 6 o'clock, give or take, right before 6 o'clock, that the mayor's news conference happened. LA Mayor Karen Bass declaring a local emergency with that. Which they're saying, not tonight, people.
And really, when you think about it, what areas were affected by the protest is even much smaller than that. It's much smaller than when we see the map of the curfew zone, which extends all the way north past Chinatown. We didn't really see very much in the way of Chinatown. The closest we came was that reckless driver that drove. That guy got out of there as well. So you see borders, you see how all bordered by freeways, and that was on purpose. The mayor said that's the way Los Angeles sees the areas around Southern California, bordered by freeways. And so you know the 110 slot between the 101 and the 5. So you know that's closed. You know that the Interstate 5 down to the 10, that is the border. That's the eastern border that is closing off that zone. But it's a huge, she says it's 1 square mile, but it looks really big. And if you then consider, if we were able to zoom into exactly where the protests have been, it's a smaller portion still of this where the curfew zone is.
Well, bottom line, we saw some lawlessness last night, destruction of businesses. You've seen all of the graffiti that's been left behind. If I'm in business in that area, I may be welcoming the curfew just to bring some calm, but also that means a loss of business. And people who don't know downtown LA, it's really been built up over the years.
Absolutely.
With wonderful restaurants and hotels and crypto.com.
There's an entertainment zone now, whereas 10 years ago or so, it wasn't so big as it is now.
Right.
You got crypto.com, LA Live. Not LA Live Now. That's this.
Anyway, it's one of those locations that, you know, you go on a Friday night to go out to dinner or to an event downtown. There's the garment.
The BET Awards were downtown yesterday.
City Hall, your LAPD headquarters. Your heart of government is right there. But for the most part, if you're living in anywhere else, any other spots of Los Angeles, you're not directly affected by this. You're not under a curfew if you're in Woodland Hills or Calabasas or Irvine or Marina Del Rey.
And I guarantee you, everyone that lives in the city of Los Angeles or even nearby the city of Los Angeles,
like
they've gotten text messages from people
LA.
from across the country going, "Are you okay?"
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And when in fact it's like, I mean, just today I got a text message from somebody in Hawaii who says, "How's your neighborhood?" And I go, very far away from this area that's impacted by the protests. Don't worry. It's just not, I mean, the world sees it as a whole area, this whole city of LA, when it's not.
But that's true with any breaking news, and you see something happening in Dallas. Do you reach out to your friends in Dallas? I often do. How are you doing? Checking on you, because not only does it maybe not affect you physically, it might affect you emotionally, and people know that we work in the business, so they probably assume you and I are coming to work, you and I are in the midst of this, you and I are dealing with this, and you and I can provide information. But I'm wondering, to our viewers, if you also have gotten a message from family or friends who they live away from LA, they live in another location, and they want to check on you, because emotionally, this affects all of us, because we're all watching. We know the ICE operations are not over. And for families that are being directly affected by the ICE operations, it's a very painful time. But on a greater issue, we're looking at this politically. We're looking at this with our local government and our national government. And it affects us in LA, but it also affects the nation.
Absolutely. In fact, the mayor called it an experiment, that she said that she believes that this is the Trump administration's experiment. If we can take the second largest city and take control of it, the second largest city in the nation, then we can do it elsewhere. So that was her assertion. We don't know if there is any credibility to that opinion, but she believes that it is some kind of experiment. Of course, we know that there's no love lost between the governor and the president, so perhaps that's why there's such an aggressive, or seemingly an aggressive, actions by ICE. We do know that there have been raids today in various locations around Southern California. So despite the protestations, despite the demonstrations and the protests, it's not stopping ICE. Excuse me. It's not stopping ICE from doing what they came here to do, which is to round up undocumented. Now, you can take issue with the people that are violent criminals with police records, but also people that are just trying to work and feed their family.
Well, as we are watching this here, obviously the LAPD there is very prepared to deal with this crowd here. And some are going to say their press, in this day and age where there's so much social media press, I'm wondering who gets to stay, who doesn't get to stay. It seems everybody with a cell phone seems to be a commentator, seems to be press. I'm sure that you have to have some kind of credential.
Okay.
Palestinians. Big Palestinian flag. That sounds stupid. He's blaming the president. I'm really getting sleepy. I don't see no movement though. Oh, they still doing raids. ICE conducts raids in Clover City. They still go after the people. But you're working illegal. That's the problem, man. Oh, but they raised up 15,000 already. Wow, they got $15,000. Can you hear what she's talking about? Let me restart this shit. This damn signal, man. I don't. Tonight's been horrible.
Does he have any kind of a police record?
We don't know if he does or not. The family has stated before that he does not, that he was working 2 jobs. He apparently worked at Earth Cafe, was one of his employers. And they say he was just a hardworking man who supported his family by working those 2 jobs. He'd been trying to get legalized, but they talked about how it's been incredibly difficult and there was no pathway. It's what I was told.
Well, you mentioned Earth Cafe. That is a very popular restaurant, I'll say chain, but it was family founded, and I believe Pasadena might be their first location. Many of us have gone to Earth Cafe, know Earth Cafe very well. That's just a reminder, Gina, of how this is going to play out, where employers will be affected, customers will know people.
Well, yeah, absolutely. We went by the car wash to try to get a little bit of video and perhaps speak with someone there. It was closed. There was nobody there. And that's what we're hearing from folks, that if you go to certain groceries, there won't be anyone there, not like the usual traffic, because people are afraid. Brian, the 15-year-old we spoke with, says that he's afraid. He's a U.S. citizen, but he says that now I will be carrying my passport and a couple of extra IDs because I'm afraid that I could get picked up. So there's just a lot of fear in the community, of what's going on. A lot of folks saying, look, the initial statement was that we're going to go after hardcore criminals, people with criminal records. But the stories we're hearing from many families is that their loved ones didn't have a record.
Yeah. Well, I know from people that I know that they don't have the criminal record in the sense that you and I think of a crime committed, but I personally know of somebody who had been removed from the country, sent back, and returned back. So he's considered a criminal because he violated the law and coming back to the country. Who knows the story here, but I think that it's an example of the true emotion that we are seeing and going to be seeing with families that are hit so directly by
They
this.
didn't listen.
Oh, absolutely. And that's why we're seeing so many protests all over the country. You know, people are protesting what they call unfair, unjust.
Just gonna prepare myself
many
for
were very
bed.
much on
So
board
I'll leave this plane for a while. I'll be right back.
people with the violent criminal records out of the country. They certainly, many were not on board with breaking up families and doing this kind of thing. Unfortunately, with some of the protests that we've seen, you know, the violence and the agitators who come in and destroy. If you look at this building, it is just heartbreaking to see all of the graffiti, the horrible things that are written on here about police officers, about just awful stuff. And of course, that isn't helping, as the mayor said, that is not helping the immigrant community, because that obviously gives, you know, the other side who do want complete, you know, mass deportations, no matter what the story may be, it gives them ammunition to say, look at all the destruction that these, you know, people are causing. But again, as the mayor has said, and many other officials have said, the protesters, many of them are very peaceful. They're out there marching, talking about what's unjust, and then unfortunately there's another element that comes in and causes so much destruction.
Yeah.
Fox 11's Gina Silva reporting live from Los Angeles, as it's time for us here on Live Now to step away for a brief commercial break. We still have lots and lots of live feeds coming in, a lot more to show you when we return.
Very, very interesting. Um, I'm just waiting for this channel to come back. They're on a break. So I just came back and sat down here for a second. But they're coming back now. So let's go back to this channel and listen in.
Welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. We're continuing to follow Los Angeles. Live feeds coming in from the ground. A live look at police helicopters as they monitor the developing situation in downtown LA. Curfew going into effect at 8 p.m. Pacific time. It will remain in effect until 6 a.m. for a small portion of Los Angeles.
They should have
mostly
freaking done
encompassing the
this like
downtown
4 days
LA
ago.
area.
This is so stupid.
Those
They should have
familiar
done this
with
4 days. Every day should have been a
the
curfew.
major freeways in the City of Angels, this is where the curfew will be in effect again until 6 a.m. local time. As we continue on looking at live pictures from both there in the sky and on the ground. I'm curious if we can hear anything. Let's pull the audio up. Just a reminder, LA Mayor Karen Bass announced that curfew earlier today. The only exceptions, they say, are people who are traveling to and from work, credentialed media, if there's any medical situations. There's only a few exceptions for the curfew. By the way, yeah, those are the exceptions right there. Emergency and medical personnel, residents, workers, and credentialed media. They say that 23 businesses were looted last night. That was the tipping point that led to the curfew being implemented. They say that this measure is necessary in order to safeguard people and property after several days of what LA officials are calling concerning escalation. They say anybody in the curfew zone will be arrested. Anyone who assaults officers will be arrested. The curfew comes after 197 arrests at least were made today. LA Mayor Karen Bass saying that she doesn't know how long the ICE raids will continue in Southern California, but she says the cessation of those raids is the only way she hopes to end these protests immediately. Most of the protests in Los Angeles proper have been limited to 5 streets in the downtown area. We've also seen activity in Compton and Paramount, California as well. This is a main feature we've seen at so many of these protests. Mexican flags being supported by those who show up to these events. We've also got these live looks. That's CHP right there. So this is California Highway Patrol officers, likely nearby the 101 freeway, which is where we've seen a lot of activity in recent days. In some instances, we've seen the 101 freeway being shut down. And now we're seeing some of these protesters making their way into the intersection. We don't have an exact cross street on where this is, but Fox 11 Los Angeles is still on with their newscast. They're covering this exact scene. Let's listen in.
Yeah, so let's talk about this. So the curfew started at 8 o'clock. It's almost 8:45 p.m. My history tells me that LAPD gives you a little time to make your way out of there. How much time are we talking about?
Well, absolutely. It's going to be, especially for the first night, it's a reasonable standard issue. We understand it's new for everybody. It's a pretty early time slot as well for 8 p.m. So it's generally going to be officers going out, ensuring that people are, safely going to their premises. If there's anybody out there, look, you're overseeing it. You're kind of looking at what the situation is. You have families going home, people from the workplace, from other places. So you're really going to be the first, especially for the first night. It's a very reasonable standard, and just kind of advising people what to do.
So that's why we're seeing the LAPD with the heavy presence there, but not taking a huge amount of action just yet.
Absolutely.
I'm assuming you've worked these kinds of scenarios. What kind of a reaction have you seen from the public in the past?
Quite honestly, there's a lot of positive sentiment as well. A lot of good people out there, community members, they're worried about their safety. And they like the fact that they're going to be officers there overseeing their communities, because it's a really difficult time sometimes. These are the issues that the bad folks take advantage of, especially at nighttime. Because they know officers are going to be in different parts of the city, some neighborhoods are not going to be well protected because you have so many officers getting diverted to one section of town or 2 locations and hotspots. People take advantage of that. So quite honestly, in my experience, when we're on patrol and going through these neighborhoods, people have a very positive effect and very are supportive of their officers.
So whether you're looking at a curfew or demonstrators or random people in the streets, your life will be affected. So I just talked to a business owner who said, yeah, it doesn't matter whether it's a curfew or too many protesters downtown or bad actors, the looters and those that were in a destructive point of mind. It's not helpful to anyone. So whether you're a resident downtown or a business downtown, any one of those scenarios is bad for them. So as far as the curfew is concerned, it means no one can come into downtown to patronize their businesses. But on the other hand, a lot of people were canceling anyway because of the fact they didn't want to run into roadblocks and people in the streets, you know, causing mayhem. So at one point, you know, how long can this kind of ordered curfew go before those residents and businesses say, enough, we got to get back to normal?
Yes, and that's a great question. And that's something that you look at. You don't want this to lengthen in time. You want this to happen for maybe a day, 2 days, 3 at the most. And you want the normalcy to go back. Obviously, people are nervous about it. They're fearful about it. You want normalcy. And I think the best situation now is for the police, LAPD specifically, continue communicating with their community. Let the stakeholders, let the schools, let these businesses know what we're doing. Transparency is key. And we want to ensure that we are partners with them. That's what we're going to do now. They want to make sure that, hey, we want to get you guys back to normal, but we also want to make sure everybody is safe, family, business, and the community as a whole. So I think the more communication, the more transparency you're going to be seeing, a lot more outreach. That's really an effective strategy to get this back to where we should be.
What do you say to critics who might have been watching this over the days saying, why did it take this long? Too much damage has been done. Protesters have had too much free reign, and I mean those who've been the bad actors already, and that it's a late response in their eyes.
Right, and look, as a layperson, I can understand that. As an officer going through the ranks, I can understand that. But command staff, it's politically charged as well. You don't want to come in as a command staff heavy-handed immediately and putting in that situation where police are overrunning a protest or overrunning anything else, because now it seems like the police are inserting themselves and becoming that authority that is overextending. And you don't want that to come out to be that way where the police are against the community. That's why you'll see this going a little bit slower, because you want to respect the First Amendment, the freedom of speech. But once it turns from that to what we're seeing now in certain pockets and certain times where it's a legitimate riot on our hands, then it changes. And then the action, it's really more reactivity, because if you're very proactive initially and do it so quickly, now you're the bad guy and now you're infringing on people's rights. And that's the problem that they don't want to have.
Yeah, the line in the sand seems to be the 23 businesses that were looted and damaged overnight. Now, let me ask you, in terms of the curfew zone, it seems really extensive for those people who know really where most of the protesters have been, that it's a rather small portion of that giant, well, it's only 1 square mile, but of that, the curfew zone is bordered by all those freeways, which the mayor said was on purpose because of the way we, as people who live in LA and Southern California, how we understand the geography, if you will, of the city. But do you think it could have been smaller in order to not affect business in, say, Chinatown or nearer to crypto.com?
You know, as a matter of fact, my wife and I were at crypto just last night, and what a difference it would make, right? I think that's all part of the equation. Look, how big, how small, anything you do is going to be criticized, right? And I know they don't want to extend it too much out. You want to start smaller and expand if you need to, just to limit that problematic situations you're going to have. And you hit it right on the head. It's the 110, it's the 10, it's the 5, it's all these freeways that are going to be affected, because that's where the problems are happening, right? These folks are getting on the freeways, are creating that damage. More problems can occur, people getting run over or get struck. That's what you're trying to limit. So yes, you're trying to balance between providing that safety and also not affecting the community overall in such a stringent way.
Not sure if you're seeing our live pictures here on Fox 11. So the picture with the white bus, that is that bus that they will transport people who've been arrested or detained. On the picture on your right, we've seen at least 3 people putting those zip ties right there. They seem to be willingly going there, or perhaps they got boxed in and sorry, too late. The curfew's well underway, and you got caught up in the zone that is a curfew zone. But tell me what you think if you're seeing these pictures, officer.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now in a few minutes here. But quite honestly, in that situation, and again, the officers are going to be in that same mold as well, where let's try to find out what we have first. Who are these people? Is this a family? Are these people just going back from another location? They're not part of any type of melee or problematic issue. So that's what the officers will always err on the side of caution to make sure that we're not going in an overly aggressive manner to handle what's happening. There's a high risk of fear right now for a lot of people. And when that happens, it becomes more problematic to communicate properly of what's going on. So I think at this time what the officers are doing is just ensuring that whoever's in the area are being advised. There's nothing.
Space there. And saw the mounted themselves to serve in the city as a police officer to the crowds that you saw on a Saturday and a Sunday, 3 days before the protests ramp up. Crowds that we had before, meaning LAPD.
I think, yes, you're right. The issues are that potentially based on what's happening. But as the nights continue, you're ensuring that those hot spots, if you will, there's riots starting or still immediately identify which person that person.
I'm curious whether or not you can speak to what we've been watching the last couple of minutes, where we saw a line of officers sort of jogging towards an whether
is you'll get on the radio, they'll getting some kind of major issue. Location so they can get there and be proactive about it, and this time make
they seem to be taunting as how cell phones and social media
out to the news at night at 11 to see what's going on. They're seeing protests and during the day nighttime, and this changes, and we know that as officers, the daytime and they want to bring the people over to create these problems. We have logistics there too. Officers do happening as well.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Chief Jim McDonald had said that arrests, over 100 today alone. Themselves doing whatever they're doing. Are you arresting the rioters?
It doesn't. I mean, I can't say that 100%. Hang around.
Right, but if the officers, let's say if there are undercover person we're looking for this, so a lot of the times you'll see a detention being made, but not
Deacon
Malconian, yeah,
Malconian, thank you for your great insight on what's going on, because, of course, we're not Live News tonight at 9 o'clock. Stay with us.
That's 11 plus ACOP.
In Los Angeles, whenever their coverage is available, stick with them. We're also going to be monitoring just under an hour ago, Pacific Standard Time. It runs until there. Caleb, if we're able to, can we full screen? They say that the curfew applies are going to be, and you know what? There's a can stay out. That's people who are either working anybody who is during the curfew. They may be arrested. This businesses were looted last night. There's been a level of escalation, evening by evening, according to the Los Angeles Police Department. 197 arrests were made today, at least. That was just at the time that they gave the news conference earlier today. They said 197 by earlier this afternoon. So I would be curious to know by sunup how many people end up being arrested because of this curfew. Because we have seen a number of people who did not abide by the curfew. Got this chopper image showing the police response in the area. We've watched as the line of police have moved closer to the protesters, pushing them back, for the most part. Let's get the shot back on the ground again. I'm curious if we can hear anything. It has been relatively quieter, I will say. There's not been as much shouting. There has not been as much. There hasn't been much of a combative nature, I'll say. That isn't to say that it's been completely perfect out there tonight, but it was just 2 nights ago that I was on the desk and it was nonstop. Protesters getting in the faces of police officers. We've been watching all evening to see if there would be similar activity tonight. tonight, a line of people who have been detained. So again, I'll be waiting for numbers either later tonight or early tomorrow morning to indicate just how many people were arrested because of the curfew tonight. You know what? Fox 11 is back on with their live news.
Marines have been deployed by President arrests. Governor Gavin Newsom criticized this precedent by deploying the state's national administrators shutting down tomorrow, and the LAPD reports arrests after protesters ignored dispersal orders. Night, where there was a lot of looting, damage, and I-5, the 110, and the 10 freeways. Now, for the very latest, or you were at that vigil earlier this evening, and now
from Grand Park over here to the Convention Center on LA Street. Of course, this is an some cases, you know, it devolved something else. So here at the detention center, after 8 o'clock are media. So a few people who I believe thought that they would be handcuffed, and we are told they'll be put into that LAPD bus that you see off to the left, and they will be booked. They were ordered to disperse. We all knew that after 8 o'clock, had to get out of the area, only media allowed to stay. So that's the scene here. But earlier today, it was a much different scene when we were at Grand Park. Let's listen to what people had to say there, including a very I would say about half of them may and we felt that the people who had been at that it's time to go. The make problems. They're not part of that has something they want to express in a peace. Earlier, they were the mounted police. We have officers that are booking those who to move back. We were asked to move in the most aggressive manner that we've been told. We had to move back quickly. I think I was in the middle of a live of trying to determine who was here, deserved to be here, and the only one who's allowed to be here after 8. And they will be taken away. So it's peaceful. The guard was here earlier. I don't see them now, ensuring that things are quiet in this spot in downtown LA. Susan?
And you know what we're not seeing, Laura? We're not seeing anyone lob water bottles or worse, fireworks at police. Nothing like that.
No, obviously the area and then down the street, but he moved in. They moved in quickly and they that I thought was quite fascinating.
Go to meteorologist Adam Kruger, near the palette, and enjoy some good
it works. You got to get the weather. You got to get some of the breaking news in our coverage as they do their weather forecast. We're going. We do still have vantage points and two, and their reports from the scene, though. And we have seen such tonight. A number of people being detained as a result of this curfew. Box 11 Los Angeles, we dipped out of them as they were in the middle of a weather report, but now they're back to covering the protests Let's listen into a little bit of their coverage. Specifically, not here in downtown LA. They're looking at Orange County, the neighboring county. Let's listen in. Fox 11 is live.
This morning, we heard from our district attorney, and we agree that law enforcement needs to show the same restraint that we are asking of the public. We don't want to see any excessive force or civil rights violations by our law enforcement agency at any level. To the federal administration, we demand that you take your militarized equipment and troops and stop occupying our communities immediately.
And now live, the cheers as that press conference came to an end. I can tell you at this location, some more fireworks down at that intersection over at Edinger, and also at the Federal Building tonight by the Civic Center Plaza. Easy, very, very few protesters out tonight. A very much different situation, ladies, than what we saw here in Santa Ana 24 hours ago. Back to you.
Ed Lascos, thank you very much. Still ahead at 9, a big change is coming to U.S. Army bases. President Trump reveals his plan to restore their original names.
Fox 11 Los Angeles, going back to a commercial break. So we're going to bring you back out to our live coverage here. What we like to work with oftentimes here on Live Now are live feeds. We work with live videographers, cameras that are on the ground at these scenes, as well as Sky Fox, who is working with Fox 11 tonight. We do see at least one protester down there in the intersection waving a Mexican flag. A couple of other protesters as well. Yeah, so 2 Mexican flags. But I gotta say, these scenes that we're seeing right now, this could not be any more different from what we've seen in recent nights. The statistics that were given at the LA Mayor's update today said that 23 businesses were looted last night. In fact, they said that that was the tipping point that led to them implementing the curfew. Appears those are officers. Okay, so we're watching as a number of protesters are being chased away by police. Most of the vehicles and most of the officers we've seen in this area have been LAPD. A lot of time when we were looking at some of the images out of the protesters who were on the freeway, a lot of times that was CHP, the California Highway Patrol. Their jurisdiction, of course, is the highways. But these city streets in downtown, oftentimes, this is going to be the LAPD's jurisdiction. So many of the officers that we're seeing patrolling downtown tonight are going to be LAPD units in this riot equipment. It was just 2 days ago where we were listening into a press conference and a reporter asked city officials if this type of activity puts a strain on the rest of the emergency management services when there's such a high concentration of officers focusing on one part of the city. Does that detract away from law enforcement response times in other parts of Los Angeles, like the Valley? They said yes, it does. They've gotten to the point where, in some instances, it was priority calls only that would be taken. Again, that's because there is such a large police presence, making sure that the streets stay safe down in downtown LA. This scene is evolving, I will say, as we've been watching the chopper travel around. I gotta say, it looks like we're seeing a few more people starting to gather by the steps. I don't know exactly which building this is. What we're gonna do is dip back into Fox 11. They actually just came back on with their newscast. Let's listen into what they're learning.
And across the street, there are several demonstrators who were just standing around there, and then they did walk on this street here on 1st and Los Angeles, and they walked by and just basically started saying peaceful protest, peaceful protest. Of course, a few that were there did taunt some of the officers, and so that was taking place, and the officers were just standing in place, not doing anything. Then all of a sudden, just a few minutes ago, we saw more police
police officers come up on First Street, and they immediately started firing some of the tear gas toward Los Angeles Street. And the crowd, you can just see there's a smaller number of people there, but earlier there was a large crowd that was walking up and down. Obviously, they know that there is a curfew that's in place, and they're not supposed to be here. So at some point, we knew that this was going to happen. They were either going to be told to leave, and if they don't leave, they would be arrested. And that's possibly what's happening now, but officers are trying to take control of the situation. It has been announced that there is a curfew. You see the officers moving in. Again, we're at First Street and Los Angeles, and the officers are moving toward some of the protesters who have refused to leave the area. And at this point, you know, the group mostly has disappeared. I mean, there are a few that are still standing their ground there, but overall, people have left the scene. The officers are taking control of the situation, which is a good thing, because when there's a larger crowd, sometimes it gets out of control.
And Gina, they can chant peaceful protest all they want. The bottom line is there is now a curfew in that area, and police have every right to do what they need to do to get them out, including arrest.
Absolutely. And they were warned. They were warned. They were given plenty of time. They knew that this was a curfew. And again, you know, it's already what time? 9:21. So it's an hour and 21 minutes past the curfew, and they still refuse to leave. So at this point, the officers will keep walking toward the group that is still standing and eventually push them out of the area that they have been positioned at and protesting. But you're right. And their message was peaceful protest, but the curfew is in place.
Right, you see a bit of a standoff right there. So you've got the line of police, and then in front of them, those protesters that are not moving. Of course, one of them has an upside-down American flag, and that is a tell on how their point of view is. Yeah, their point of view about police and about the government in general. So it will be interesting to see.
That is a much smaller group.
A much smaller group, but still an illegal one.
100%. Yes.
So we're
what I'm saying is, at this point, it is what the officers are doing is working, because the larger group has left. Now you've just got, I don't know exactly how many, but perhaps, you know, 5 to 10 that are just standing there. Earlier, there must have been at least 100. And that was just about, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes ago. Be careful.
Oh. So once they see all of those police officers, it is a cooling effect. And the smart ones anyway, move on. Okay, we also have an aerial view, too, that we're looking at that shows that there are some demonstrators, or also people in downtown LA. They're on the move. So not the area where you are, where we see a little bit of that standoff of, you suggest that there could be fewer than a dozen people there, but regardless, they're not supposed to be there. The mayor was quite clear, so was the chief of police. And all of this, of course, is to gain control on what has been happening in the downtown area for the last 5 nights. And the mayor was pretty specific, and the chief of police. Once all that looting took place overnight, that was the line in the sand. But Gina, the good news is last night in Santa Ana, you experienced pepper balls or some kind of tear gas, and tonight, nothing like that. They haven't used that kind of tactic, the LAPD.
No, they have not. Obviously, in Santa Ana, there was a much larger group, and that specific group that we witnessed, they were taunting the officers, and it was getting out of control, so they were repeatedly firing pepper balls, and we were not close to where the officers were. We were a few blocks away, and we could still smell it, and it just was incredibly powerful.
And effective, because Because ultimately, Orange
Yes.
County sheriffs as well as Santa Ana police got control of that crowd and made numerous arrests. So that is most likely.
And
what's
there
going
will
to
be
happen
numerous
next.
arrests tonight as well.
Yeah. So the
I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say the mounted units are there now too, and they're very effective because those animals are so big. It's hard to push back when you have a big animal, and one that, by the way, everyone loves. Everybody loves those horses.
Yes. Yeah, they do, and they are beautiful, and it, as you said, it does work. This curfew, of course, the reason I overheard some people here, some of the protesters saying that it is, in their words, BS, and it's not right, and they have a right to protest. But the reason, we've seen some of the destruction, and the mayor wanted to clarify and make sure, people across the country think that it's all over Los Angeles. It is just a very small area of Los Angeles where this is happening. And that's why the curfew area is between the 110 freeways. And it's just this specific area. But when you walk around here, Susan, and you look at the buildings, many of them beautiful buildings, they've all been tagged. They all have horrific wording, awful attacks on police officers. And ICE agents, and it doesn't look good, and I'm sure it's hurtful for many in law enforcement.
Indeed. And for residents of Los Angeles and Southern California who love this city, love the beauty of the city, it's all been tagged, as you say, and marked up with things that should not be on your TV. But unfortunately, it becomes a part of our coverage because it's just so prevalent.
Yeah, it's impossible. When we pan over from one side to another, you'll see the F word, you'll see vulgarities, and it's impossible for us to cover it. It's just all over the place, but when we talk about, and I think we just got something on air right now, there are so many businesses that have been affected by the looting, by the vandalism, and many of these stores, we're talking about a total of $1 million losses. So enough is enough is what essentially these officials said during the conference this evening. 23 businesses were affected.
And it's interesting, Gina. Laura Diaz pointed out that she went to a different part of what is now the curfew zone, and she said those people were out and about enjoying the evening and didn't even know that not very far away or several blocks away there was this kind of chaos, that she experienced not far from where you are now in Little Tokyo. So it's just so interesting, and I asked a retired policeman what he thought about the size of the curfew zone, the fact that it would impact so many different people, residents and businesses. I mean, imagine, I talked to a business owner tonight who said where his restaurants are, he's one of the owners of Level 8, which is not far from Crypto.com. He said, we're shut down. Everything, even before they announced the curfew, everything was canceled. All the people that were scheduled to come to his establishment, they canceled. And then I talked to one of his staffers who said, yeah, I'm just shutting everything down because no one's going to be there. Of course, no one's going to be there now because of the curfew. And that's despite that the fact that there could be people not very far from where you are now, say 5-6 blocks away, who are not aware that this kind of thing is happening. But so many businesses are going to be affected regardless of whether they were impacted by the bad actors, the looters last night. So many other businesses as well, they're hurting because of the fact that people don't want to come downtown.
No, I mean, who wants to come downtown when you've got this kind of situation going? And there's obviously the fear of getting hurt, getting caught in the middle of some of the skirmishes. It's just, not a good thing that's happening. It's been now the 5th day of this, and that is why they decided that this curfew has to be in place. And the mayor made it very clear, so did the chief, that they will arrest individuals who break the law and they will be prosecuted.
Absolutely. In fact, in one screen, we're looking at the buses, those big white buses that will come in. They are emblazoned with LAPD, but they are brought in specifically to move the detainees for processing. So right now we're seeing one that's basically in front of the federal building. And then in the larger screen, you're looking at Gina's shot at first in Los Angeles. So that's a part of Little Tokyo. And then we have another live shot from Skyfox that shows the fact that there are people still in the downtown area, still in the curfew zone, but they are on the move. So that might help them for a little bit until the skirmish lines perhaps get a little closer to where they are and forces them to either be arrested or, again, they might be on the move because they're trying to get out of the location, but they had 90 minutes to figure that out. And have you heard any kind of public announcement, Gina, at all from police telling them about the curfew?
Yes, throughout the night. They've been announcing it. There's a curfew, you need to leave. And, it's not a secret. It's been announced for hours now. So, yes, and they make it very clear. And there are hundreds of officers, not just LAPD that you see out here, hundreds of officers from police and sheriff's departments that are working with the LAPD. They're from across the region and the state, and they're here to help in this kind of situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And did you get an emergency alert? Because Laura at one point got an emergency alert on her phone because, of course, thanks to geolocators, if you're anywhere near the curfew zone, you're going to get an emergency alert. Did you get that?
I did. So it seems like everybody who lives in LA County would have received that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We did not get it here. We're in Los Angeles. I didn't see anything like that. Of course, we were well aware of the curfew zone and when it would be enacted, when the curfew started. 8 p.m. seems a little early nowadays, considering that there is an entertainment zone in that part of downtown LA when you consider Crypto.com, LA Live, and of course, as Laura pointed out yesterday, Little Tokyo has become a place to go. And Chinatown, which we haven't actually seen protesters in the Chinatown area, that is impacted as well. That is a part of the curfew zone.
Yes, the curfew, the boundaries are pretty much from the 5 freeway to the 110, from the 10 freeway to the 110, and as they merge. So it is just, what is it, a quarter mile?
The mayor says a mile, 1 square mile. But when you consider where you are right now and where the federal building is and where the Metropolitan Detention Center or Roybal is, that's like 3 blocks. Am I wrong? It's pretty close.
Yes, it's a very small area.
It's just sort of interesting that, I should point out, Little Tokyo is on the corner. A lot of people have been at, like, First and Alameda in the course of it. That's because it's like half a block or a block away from the MDC, from the Metropolitan Detention Center, and where all the National Guard has been around that garage, where we saw, actually, Saturday night, Sunday night, the agents that were at the gate or the garage made sure that the protesters that came anywhere close, and they were able to get close because that building is tagged too, but made sure that they knew that the message was, no, you're not making entry. You're not getting closer, any closer to a federal building. Okay, we're still watching.
We saw the line of officers by the federal building there.
Yeah, we're watching.
I was saying we were at the federal building earlier, and yes, we were at the federal building. We saw all of the officers that were there making sure that no one crossed the line there. And really, there weren't any protesters in that area. We saw a couple of homeless people who are allowed to be in the area if they live here. So that's about it. It was pretty peaceful there. When we got to this location, we saw at least, I don't know, 100 people or so that were hanging out. And again, they were walking back and forth, saying peaceful protest, peaceful protest. And, you know, they kept walking in front of the officers and nobody was doing anything until just when we went live, when they started moving the crowd out of the area because it is the curfew area that we're talking about. Now, earlier, as we reported, I mean, people try to take over the 101 freeway. So it can get out of control fast if they don't take immediate action.
Yeah, well, you experienced that last night in Santa Ana, so in Orange County, far, far away from all of this action as we watch as some of the detainees are being led away, and they will be loaded onto one of those buses, those white LAPD buses, to be processed for staying in the curfew zone past the point of the start of the curfew. Gina, we're going to let you go. Thank you so much for your reporting for us in Little Tokyo. We're going to turn now to Attorney Mary.
So, we wanted you to watch at least a little bit of their live reporting from the ground there. That was Gina Silva, who was reporting down there as we are just about ready to wrap up our live coverage for the evening. A live look in downtown LA. This is what we do here. We work with live feeds. We work with our Fox television station partners like Fox 11 Los Angeles. Looks like we see a steady stream of LAPD vehicles moving through this intersection. We've seen a number of people being detained tonight. Looks like this is on Temple. So a lot of this has been happening in this area. It really has stuck in. And this is what LA Mayor Karen Bass said today, is that the majority of the protests that they had seen by this afternoon had all taken place pretty much on 5 streets within downtown LA. Before we wrap up for the evening, one more final look at Skyfox's vantage point. There are still small pockets of protesters, it appears, but police have not been joking around. They have been arresting people. We've seen a number of people being detained and then loaded onto buses for processing afterward. So this is something that we will continue to cover tomorrow. Our Orlando-based newsroom comes back on the air tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Eastern Time. I'm Austin Westfall. If you want to keep up with some of these live images, you can go to Fox 11 Los Angeles' newscast, foxla.com. It's where you can see some of their coverage. In a second here, I'm going to toss it to a commercial break. On the other side of that, you will see our overnight playlist. The overnight playlist begins, if you want to watch it back, it begins with what Governor Gavin Newsom has been saying. He, in fact, uploaded a 8-minute-long speech to his social media accounts earlier, talking mostly to President Trump and speaking about some of the actions that ICE has been, and some of the raids that we've seen from ICE in Newsom's state in recent days. This is a good size of protesters, by the way, a good size of people marching down the street right next to the Alexandria Hotel. So the message tonight is anybody who's on the streets of the curfew zone in downtown Los Angeles will be arrested. They say if there's any violence, those people will be arrested. Police have been making arrests, but clearly, as I alluded to, there are still several pockets of protesters sprinkled around downtown Los Angeles. There are certain zones that the police do appear to have under control. And I will say this before I sign off for the night. Tonight, although we are looking at live images of people marching down the streets of downtown LA, in light of the curfew, it does appear, at least for now, that things are much quieter at this time tonight than they have been in recent nights. Again, what police said is that there were 23 instances of businesses being looted last night. That was what caused them to implement this curfew. There were at least 197 arrests today. Now, they gave us that 197 number earlier this afternoon. We've seen on camera tonight lots of arrests being made. So presumably sometime tomorrow we will get an update on the amount of protesters that have been arrested today alone. It is about 9:40 Pacific time right now. As I said, it's time for us to go off the air. We're about to hit a commercial break. On the other side of that, you will see what Governor Gavin Newsom had to say earlier today. You'll also see what Mayor Karen Bass and a number of other law enforcement leaders in Los Angeles had to say at the latest press conference. So all of that is coming up on the overnight playlist. That's going to do it for our live coverage tonight. Again, we pick up the live.
Well, it is persuasive in the fact that it again speaks to other officials who are saying we don't want this presence here, and it speaks to is this use of the National Guard, is it really serving the broader interests here? But again, courts have been quite deferential to the executive function powers of the president. They have cited in past opinions that they do very much give credence to that. So that's where that gray area comes in. And how do you also show that the harm that's being caused is directly tied to the increased military presence? Some of the looting, for example, and other activities it might be harder to make that leap of how do you know what their intent was and that was directly fueled by the president's actions. So that would also present a wrinkle there in the legal argument.
For sure. I think there's a lot of people who feel like that particular argument is not persuasive, at least in the court of public opinion. But people do want peace. And so those that are very much in favor of what the Trump administration is doing are saying, yeah, bring them on, bring them in. But again, the primary point of Governor Newsom and Rob Bonta's, the AG's, the point of the suit was also to point out that the states are sovereign, and this most recent action by the Trump administration threatens that sovereignty. Can you speak to that a little?
Absolutely. There is definitely a strong argument there. Again, the language of the statute specifically says that bringing in military force shall be authorized by the governor. So overstepping that chain, which is really the tie to whether forces are needed because they are closest to the site to really be able to evaluate that, is problematic and speaks to the separation of powers issues present with the 10th Amendment, where the courts are very strong in upholding the tenets of federalism. It's a big part of what our country's laws and values are based upon.
Mary David, thank you. I just want to point out it's 45 minutes into the curfew. Oh, pardon me, an hour and 45 minutes into the curfew. And as we look at our live cameras downtown, we can see that police are there. There still are other people filming and recording. And I wish I knew to what degree or what kind of credentials that the police need from the media or from whomever is still there in order to prove that they should be there, that they are allowed to be there. I know that there are some reporters who come downtown and they wear their press credentials on a lanyard. At the same time, I want to point out that the LAPD and the LASD, they started to make the the ability to get a press credential a little tougher, a little more strict. You had to really prove what kind of publication you worked for, or in the case of Fox 11, what broadcast you work for, what station rather, and prove it with a letter from the manager, from somebody, a superior, that does indeed validate the fact that you are meant to be in this kind of situation and covering this kind of breaking news. As we're watching, a lot of people walking along, so you see that guy with his phone up, most likely he's streaming, we don't know where, perhaps to the Citizen app. But again, you know, if you're not working for a bona fide organization, I'm surprised that they're not, I mean, perhaps if they're moving, they're going past the Marukai in that plaza there. But it's just an interesting time period for sure. What are the impressions you've gotten? Have you been down there at all? I don't know why you would, but you've, I'm sure, watched the coverage to see all these people and the way they're being pushed out of Little Tokyo in this case and downtown LA in general.
I haven't been there in person, but the footage is very compelling, and it does present other questions when there are these limitations on press as well that speak to First Amendment issues, because there is freedom of the press under the Constitution. And so, again, the restrictions on that do raise questions.
Well, again, the credentialed media are allowed to be in the curfew zone. One could argue that there's also the right to free speech and the right to protest. So where does the ability of local government and police, what is the statute that allows them to set a curfew?
That goes back to the nature of harm and the threat of violence. So there are certain circumstances where that is allowed, and here where things have escalated at night, that does fall within their purview in a situation of massive groups of populations that are meeting and properties might be how broadly this could extend, and what the possibilities are for saying this is too much and protesters just have to leave altogether.
Well, again, I think the line in the sand was the 23 businesses in the downtown area that were looted, damaged, and had all kinds of losses due to these bad actors, due to the agitators, what have you. I don't know how you want to describe them. Meantime, we continue to watch the live cameras that are showing more people that are being assessed by police, being detained, put into those flexi cuff, zip tie kind of handcuffs, and also seeing a lot of people who are leaving. There was a parking lot, because of course we are a car culture, so most people who wound up, I don't know about most, but a lot of the people who wound up in the downtown area for these demonstrations, they found a parking lot, they parked their cars, now they get to the cars and it's time to leave. So it is suggestive that we're watching somebody now who's tagging that building in the upper left corner there of the larger screen. He was tagging whatever that building was. He was caught in the act on our camera, tagging a window. And that is the heartbreaking part of watching this kind of live coverage. When you see someone being destructive, that's the kind of thing that so many people, including those who are demonstrating against the ICE raid, saying peaceful protest. We do not want to be among those that are destructive or looting, and it plays into the narrative that the Trump administration has been putting out. So that is, it was a very quick moment there, but I did see that he was tagging that building. So much is happening tonight on this fifth night of the ICE protests, but it is now coming on to 2 hours into the curfew. The curfew seems to be effective rather, but as you see there, as they're walking through, that's part of the Weller Plaza near Marukai, and as you see them, there still are people there, so they haven't 100% been able to clear out Little Tokyo, downtown Los Angeles. People there are moving, so that's the good news. But in terms of actually enforcing a curfew 100% with 100% effectiveness, those who perhaps work in the downtown area and credentialed members of the media. But that little group there, they're just standing right there on the corner. Again, are you familiar with signs and symbols? Because it means something when somebody typically it's anarchists. Okay, so we are watching 3 different views of what happened with the curfew and how the curfew went into effect at 8 o'clock and how people are responding. They are responding, the ones that are stragglers, they're responding slowly. I think you can say that. So at this point, I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out where we need to go. Where you want me to go, Jay, producer Jay. Okay. You might need to move the prompter because I'm not quite sure. All right, so at this point, we are looking at these 4 different views of what is going on in downtown Los Angeles. Again, the larger picture has a group. They're clearly designating themselves as anti-ICE protesters. Now, I haven't seen them do anything destructive, but they are not following the rules of the curfew. They are not following the curfew orders. So eventually, police will not tolerate it and take care of them, move them out. I'm actually surprised that they've been allowed to stay there on that corner a little longer than I expected. Also in front of the federal building, so that would be the upper left corner there. A lot of police officers, far fewer people. It seems as if no more people. In fact, that white police van that was there is now gone. There were a number of detainees that were loaded up into that van. And then Skyfox over a broader or a part of downtown LA from the sky. And what that is showing is the fact that we're not really seeing a lot of people anymore around. Oh, there we go. There we have some people, and there we see some people on the move, some of them moving fast, some of them running, which also suggests that perhaps police are getting more serious about making sure they get out of the curfew zone. That is probably the biggest group of people we've seen in a while. Again, overhead, thanks to Skyfox, looking at these people. They are on the move. I'm not seeing exactly where police and where the skirmish line might be, but we do know that they are there. There is a lot of police presence, and people know now that there is a curfew in effect until 6 a.m. Thank you so much for joining LA Live News tonight. Right now, Fox 11 News coming up at 10 o'clock with Christine Devine and Alex Michelson. They will continue our coverage as the curfew, the first curfew of this anti-ICE protest, is in effect as of now. I'm Susan Hirasuna. Thank you so much. We will keep an eye on the situation in downtown Los Angeles. I timed that wrong.
Medical situations, there's only a few exceptions for the curfew. By the way, yeah, those are the exceptions right there. Emergency and medical personnel, residents, workers, and credentialed media. They say that 23 businesses were looted last night. That was the tipping point that led to the curfew being implemented. They say that this measure is necessary in order to safeguard people and property after several days of what LA officials are calling concerning escalation. They say anybody in the curfew zone will be arrested. Anyone who assaults officers will be arrested. The curfew comes after 197 arrests at least were made today. LA Mayor Karen Bass saying that she doesn't know how long the ICE raids will continue in Southern California, but she says the cessation of those raids is the only way she hopes to end these protests immediately. Most of the protests in Los Angeles proper have been limited to 5 streets in the downtown area. We've also seen activity in Compton and Paramount, California as well. This is a main feature we've seen at so many of these protests. Mexican flags being supported by those who show up to these events. We've also got these live looks. That's CHP right there. So this is California Highway Patrol officers, likely nearby the 101 freeway, which is where we've seen a lot of activity in recent days. In some instances, we've seen the 101 freeway being shut down. And now we're seeing some of these protesters making their way into the intersection. We don't have an exact cross street on where this is, but Fox 11 Los Angeles is still on with their newscast. They're covering this exact scene. Let's listen in.
Yeah, so let's talk about this. So the curfew started at 8 o'clock. It's almost 8:45 p.m. My history tells me that LAPD gives you a little time to make your way out of there. How much time are we talking about?
Well, absolutely. It's going to be, especially for the first night, it's a reasonable standard issue. We understand it's new for everybody. It's a pretty early time slot as well for 8 p.m. So it's generally going to be officers going out, ensuring that people are, safely going to their premises. If there's anybody out there, look, you're overseeing it. You're kind of looking at what the situation is. You have families going home, people from the workplace, from other places. So you're really going to be the first, especially for the first night. It's a very reasonable standard, and just kind of advising people what to do.
So that's why we're seeing the LAPD with the heavy presence there, but not taking a huge amount of action just yet. Absolutely. I'm assuming you've worked these kinds of scenarios. What kind of a reaction have you seen from the public in the past?
You know, quite honestly, there's a lot of positive sentiment as well. A lot of good people out there, community members, they're worried about their safety. And they like the fact that they're going to be officers there overseeing their communities, because it's a really difficult time sometimes. These are the issues that the bad folks take advantage of, especially at nighttime. Because they know officers are going to be in different parts of the city, some neighborhoods are not going to be well protected because you have so many officers getting diverted to one section of town or two locations and hotspots. People take advantage of that. So quite honestly, in my experience, when we're on patrol and going through these neighborhoods, people have a very positive effect and very are supportive of their officers.
So whether you're looking at a curfew or demonstrators or random people in the streets, your life will be affected. So I just talked to a business owner who said, yeah, it doesn't matter whether it's a curfew or too many protesters downtown or bad actors, you know, the looters and those that were in a destructive point of mind. It's not helpful to anyone. So whether you're a resident downtown or a business downtown, any one of those scenarios is bad for them. So as far as the curfew is concerned, it means no one can come into downtown to patronize their businesses. But on the other hand, a lot of people were canceling anyway because of the fact they didn't want to run into roadblocks and people in the streets, you know, causing mayhem. So at one point, you know, how long can this kind of ordered curfew go before those residents and businesses say, enough, we got to get back to normal?
Yes, that's a great question. And that's something that you look at. You don't want this to lengthen in time. You want this to happen for maybe a day, 2 days, 3 at the most. And you want the normalcy to go back. Obviously, people are nervous about it. They're fearful about it. You want normalcy. And I think the best situation now is for the police, LAPD specifically, continue communicating with their community. Let the stakeholders, let the schools, let these businesses know what we're doing. Transparency is key, and we want to ensure that we are partners with them. That's what they're going to do now. They want to make sure that, hey, we want to get you guys back to normal, but we also want to make sure everybody is safe, family, business, and the community as a whole. So I think the more communication, the more transparency you're going to be seeing, a lot more outreach. That's really an effective strategy to get this back to where we should be.
What do you say to critics who might have been watching this over the days saying, why did it take this long? Too much damage has been done. Protesters have had too much free reign, and I mean those who've been the bad actors already, and that it's a late response in their eyes.
Right, and look, as a layperson, I can understand that. As an officer going through the ranks, I can understand that. But command staff, it's politically charged as well. You don't want to come in as a command staff heavy-handed immediately and putting in that situation where police are overrunning a protest or overrunning anything else, because now it seems like the police are inserting themselves and becoming that authority that is overextending. And you don't want that to come out to be that way where the police are against the community. That's why you'll see this going a little bit slower, because you want to respect the First Amendment, the freedom of speech. But once it turns from that to what we're seeing now in certain pockets and certain times where it's a legitimate riot on our hands, then it changes. And then the action, it's really more reactivity, because if you're very proactive initially and do it so quickly, now you're the bad guy and now you're infringing on people's rights. And that's the problem that they don't want to have.
Yeah, the line in the sand seems to be the 23 businesses that were looted and damaged overnight. Now, let me ask you, in terms of the curfew zone, it seems really extensive for those people who know really where most of the protesters have been, that it's a rather small portion of that giant, well, it's only 1 square mile, but of that, the curfew zone is bordered by all those freeways, which the mayor said was on purpose because of the way we, as people who live in LA and Southern California, how we understand the geography, if you will, of the city. But do you think it could have been smaller in order to not affect business in, say, Chinatown or nearer to crypto.com?
You know, as a matter of fact, my wife and I were at crypto just last night, and what a difference it would make, right? I think that's all part of the equation. Look, how big, how small, anything you do is going to be criticized, right? And I know they don't want to extend it too much out. You want to start smaller and expand if you need to, just to limit that problematic situations you're going to have. And you hit it right on the head. It's the 110, it's the 10, it's the 5. It's all these freeways that are going to be affected because that's where the problems are happening, right? These folks are getting on the freeways, are creating that damage. More problems can occur, people getting run over or get struck. That's what you're trying to limit. So yes, you're trying to balance between providing that safety and also not affecting the community overall in such a stringent way.
Not sure if you're seeing our live pictures here on Fox 11. So the picture with the white bus, that is that bus that they will transport people who've been arrested or detained. On the picture on your right, we've seen at least 3 people put in those zip ties right there. They seem to be willingly going there, or perhaps they got boxed in and sorry, too late. The curfew's well underway, and you got caught up in the zone that is a curfew zone. But tell me what you think if you're seeing these pictures, officer.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now in a few minutes here. But quite honestly, in that situation, and again, the officers are giving that same mold as well, where let's try to find out what we have first. Who are these people? Is this a family? Are these people just going back from another location? They're not part of any type of melee or problematic issue. So that's what the officers will always err on the side of caution to make sure that we're not going in an overly aggressive manner to handle what's happening. There's a high risk of fear right now for a lot of people. And when that happens, it becomes more problematic to communicate properly of what's going on. So I think at this time what the officers are doing is just ensuring that whoever's in the area are being advised and making sure there's nothing in those vehicles that's going to become a problem for them, and making sure these folks are going home in a rather safe manner.
Yep. We are watching more LAPD officers move into space there, and we also saw the mounted units making a move there as well. You know, it's been a tough time, let's just say that, also for local law enforcement. How many of us know somebody who has dedicated themselves to serving the city as a police officer to deal with these crowds? But fair to speak also, this is a Tuesday night. You don't have the crowds that you saw on a Saturday and a Sunday. And also, Chief Jim McDonald said sometimes it takes 2 to 3 days before the protests ramp up to their full height. That would have been Sunday, give or take, Monday spillover. You don't have the crowds that we had before, meaning LAPD isn't outnumbered tonight.
Absolutely. I think, yes, you're right. The issues are the first night you're kind of getting caught off guard potentially based on what's happening. But as the nights continue, now you're gathering the resources, you're getting all the allocated officers that you need, and now you're making sure you're ensuring that those hot spots, if you will, are going to be handled. And again, the numbers are big for us, right? We have to have the right numbers, so at least we're trying to make sure that it stays peaceful, or if there's riots starting or civil unrest starting, we immediately identify which persons are doing that to incite this, and immediately make the detention or the arrest or remove that person from that crowd, so now the crowd can minimize or at least go back to a peaceful standard rather than getting incited by it.
I'm curious whether or not you can speak to what we've been watching the last couple of minutes, where we saw a line of officers sort of jogging towards an intersection and then kept going. Whether they're just en route to another location, they've been ordered to move, or whether that somehow is effective in kind of getting the message across. You need to get out all the people that are downtown who don't deserve to be downtown.
Yeah, what happens on those, again, I'm not there right now, I'm not listening to the radio, but what happens in those cases is you'll get on the radio, there'll be another flare-up. You'll start getting issues where somebody's throwing rocks and bottles or creating some kind of major issue. So where the officers are at currently, they'll have to minimize the presence there and respond to the next location so they can diffuse any problems coming up. So there's a lot of communication going on. We have our officers out there that are in plain clothes as well, that are monitoring these things and can hear and see things. So before it actually acts up, they can see and hear what's going on and relay that to the uniformed officers, so we can get there and be proactive about it, and this time make sure that it does not start becoming a problem.
Absolutely. It's interesting to see, though, that there were a couple of people on scooters. They seem to be taunting officers, and that they're kind of riding around in front of the officers as the skirmish line moves. And of course, they're filming, and I'm wondering, filming on their phones, and I'm wondering how cell phones and social media and all the streaming that you can do now, how that's changed the equation, if at all.
Well, that's a great question, and that really has. I think people see so much of it live right then and there. There's no longer people going out to the news at night at 11 to see what's going on. They're seeing it as it's like I am right now with you watching it. And because of that, that's going to bring in people to the area that want to create a problem. It's one thing they're going to protest during the day and what have you, but this is the nighttime, and this changes. And we know that as officers, the daytime versus nighttime really changes. And a lot of these folks is what they're doing. They're trying to get on the streaming. They want to get the likes, and they want to bring the people over to create these problems. And yes, it's a huge problem for LAPD. But one good thing is we also have logistics there too. Officers do monitor these sites. They know who they are. So I think they're also getting the information on where and when things are happening as well.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Chief Jim McDonald had said that there are a lot of videos out there and that they had made arrests, over 100 today alone. And he said more are coming. So there's the pro and con of people documenting themselves, doing whatever they're doing. But I think as people are watching this, they're thinking, but are you arresting the rioters? Are you arresting the people who did the damage? Are you arresting the people who did the spray painting at this hour?
Yeah, there was an older, like middle-aged man or older that just seemed like he happened to be there. He doesn't look like he was going to go loot, the Apple store. I mean, I can't say that 100%, but yeah, there's a whole mix of people in this group of people that have decided to hang around.
Right, but just to answer that, a lot of times you might not see on video, but if the officers, let's say if there are undercover other officers that observed him doing something or her doing something prior, we didn't see on what you're seeing on your telecast right now, they can advise the officers that's the person we're looking for. 3-4 minutes ago, he did this, and this. So a lot of times you'll see a detention being made, but not necessarily you didn't see the action that was precluding it.
Yeah, indeed. Deron
Malkonian,
thank you for your perspective. We really appreciate your great insight on what's going on because, of course, we're not down there and we're just watching from Skyfox. So, again, at this point, we're going to take a break and come back with LA Live News tonight at 9 o'clock. Stay with us.
LA's home for LAFC is Fox 11 Plus KCOP.
1 minute you're driving along, enjoying your life, and
So one thing we like to do is we like to dip in to Fox 11 Los Angeles whenever their coverage is available. One thing that we're going to be doing in the upcoming hour is we're going to stick with them. We're also going to be monitoring the curfew order as they've been discussing there on Fox 11. We're in the middle of the curfew right now. It started just under an hour ago, Pacific Standard Time. It runs until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. That's the curfew zone right there. Caleb, if we're able to, can we full screen the graphic portion of this? They say that the curfew applies to everyone who's out and about within this region. Residents are going to be, and you know what? There's a few populations of people who can stay out. That's people who are either working in the area, that's people who are living in the area. Accredited journalists may be out and about, but for the most part, what authorities have warned is that anybody who is in these areas during the curfew will be arrested. They didn't say may be arrested, they said will be arrested. 23 businesses were looted last night. They say that was the tipping point that led to the curfew being implemented. There's been a concerning level of escalation, evening by evening, according to the Los Angeles Police Department. 197 arrests were made today, at least. That was just at the time that they gave the news conference earlier today. They said 197 by earlier this afternoon. So I would be curious to know by sunup how many people end up being arrested because of this curfew, because we have seen a number of people who did not abide by the curfew. Got this chopper image showing the police response in the area. We've watched as the line of police have moved closer to the protesters, pushing them back for the most part. Let's get the shot back on the ground again. I'm curious if we can hear anything. It has been relatively quieter. I will say this. It's been relatively quieter. There has not been as much shouting. There has not been as much. There hasn't been as much of a combative nature, I'll say. That isn't to say that it's been completely perfect out there tonight, but it was just 2 nights ago that I was on the desk and it was nonstop. Protesters getting in the faces of police officers. We've been watching all evening to see if there would be similar activity tonight. But largely what's happened is we've seen protesters take to the streets. And then it looks like that's a line of people who have been detained. So again, I'll be waiting for numbers either later tonight or early tomorrow morning to indicate just how many people were arrested because of the curfew tonight. You know what? Fox 11 is back on with their live news. Let's dip back into them. Again, this is their 9 p.m. news amid the curfew.
Enter their 5th night. Nearly 5,000 federal troops, including National Guard and Marines, have been deployed by President Trump, originally sent to protect federal buildings. They're now assisting with immigration arrests. Governor Gavin Newsom criticized the move tonight, saying it unfairly targets workers and sets a dangerous precedent by deploying the state's National Guard without his approval. Protests erupted downtown today, with demonstrators shutting down the 101 freeway. In response, Mayor Karen Bass issued a curfew in downtown L.A. until 6 a.m. tomorrow, and the LAPD reports arrests after protesters ignored dispersal orders. Now, the curfew is in effect until 6 a.m. It started at 8 p.m., and that was due to the night's unrest last night, where there was a lot of looting, damage, and it was just awful. 23 businesses. Now, the curfew started at 8, so we're about an hour into it. Covers about 1 square mile of downtown Los Angeles. It's bordered by the 5, the 110, and the 10 freeways. Now, officials hope the curfew will restore order while allowing peaceful demonstrations to continue. Fox 11's Laura Diaz is live downtown with us for the very latest. And Laura, you were at that vigil earlier this evening, and now where are you?
We're in front of the detention center, and that's where people who were at the vigil elected to walk from Grand Park over here to the detention center on LA Street. And of course, this is an area that we've been seeing often over the last 5 days as the unrest has developed, as the ICE raids came first and then people started protesting, and in some cases, you know, it devolved into something else. So here at the detention center, I'm going to step out of the picture. We've been watching as people are carefully checked to see if they have a right to be here. In fact, we know the only ones who are allowed to be here after 8 o'clock are media. So a few people who I believe thought that they would be able to stay, but once their ID was checked and authorities here determined that they did not have valid ID, that they were not members of the press, then they were indeed handcuffed, and we are told that they will be put into that LAPD bus that you see off to the left, and they will be booked. They were ordered to disperse. We all knew that after 8 o'clock, had to get out of the area, only media allowed to stay. So that's the scene here. But earlier today, it was a much different scene when we were at Grand Park. Let's listen to what people had to say there, including a very prominent priest here in Southern California. Let's listen.
Oh, we want to support the families. So here they're talking about, families are sacred, and so we want to underscore that, and we want to resist, the lies really about Los Angeles that somehow the chaos requires National Guard and the Marines, which of course is not true.
That was Father Greg Boyle talking. He was one of the many people who spoke today. We also heard from a rabbi, and she had poignant words as well. And we heard from community leaders and Mayor Bass. Basically, the message was said in different ways by different people: stay together. You have a message you want to get out to the world. Do it peacefully. Show the world that Los Angeles is a peaceful place, that we are a place where we support neighbors and we support the cause of people who've come over to this country and work hard and deserve the right to stay. She said, as did many others, that if people have broken the law, if they've broken the law to get into this country and they've come here and they've committed horrible crimes, then of course they have to pay for those crimes. But they wanted to support the people who've been in this country for many years, who pay taxes and work hard. So that was the sentiment that we heard over and over again. I think there were about 500 people in Grand Park. I would say about half of them made the trek over here to the detention center. And then, you know, it was about 7:45 when everybody arrived here, and then at 8 o'clock it was time to go. When I looked around, and my cameraman felt the same as we looked around and we felt that the people who had been at that prayer vigil, most of them left at 8 o'clock because they knew it was time to go. The other people who hung back were some of the ones that we recognized from last night, who then got involved in activity that was very harmful to property and to people. So we do see some of the same people coming around trying to make problems. They're not part of the group that has something they want to express in a peaceful manner and support their neighbors. Coming back live here, though, in front of the detention center, you can see that there is a large presence by LAPD. Earlier, they were the mounted police. Here we have officers that are booking those who elected to stay after the 8 o'clock curfew. And I will say that when we were asked to move back, we were asked to move in the most aggressive manner that we've been told since I've been covering this story over the last 5 days. We had to move back quickly. I think I was in the middle of a live shot when that happened, and they pushed us back you know, quite a few feet from where we were before, because they were going to begin the process of trying to determine who was here that deserved to be here. And the only one who's allowed to be here after 8, if you don't live in this area, are the media. So those people are being arrested and they will be taken away. So it's peaceful here now, but there's a large police presence. Also, the guard was here earlier. I don't see them now, ensuring that things are quiet in this spot in downtown LA. Susan?
And you know what we're not seeing, Laura, we're not seeing anyone lob water bottles or worse, fireworks at police. Nothing like that tonight.
No, obviously the area is secured, so we won't see any of that tonight. At least from my vantage point, I'm able to see almost all the way to the freeway and then down the street. But when the LAPD moved in, they moved in quickly and they moved in with conviction. You know, as people like to say, they weren't playing. I mean, we knew to get out of the way fast. So that's what we're seeing right now. Just those people being booked. They're being lined up along that gate there. And presumably they'll be taken away in that bus and I guess perhaps spend the night in jail. I'm not exactly sure. I don't think you'd be released OR. I think probably people will spend the night in jail. But this is the scene in downtown, and I assume that it's quiet in other parts of the city as well. This is the only place I've been today. But a story I told to you earlier that I thought was quite fascinating. After we finished our live coverage last night and I got back to my destination at 7th and Olive, I saw, you know, we weren't that far away. We were, 7 blocks from where all that lawlessness had taken place. All the vandalism and people hurting other people. And people at 7th and Olive were out on dates, Susan. I saw couples walking by holding hands, walking down the street to go have dinner, and other people walking up to the taco truck. And trust me, they didn't have a clue what was going on not far from where they were. So that's the difficulty of it. If you own a business and you're thinking, come on, I'm not close to where that activity is taking place, why can't I stay open? But, you know, the mayor and the chief of police have to do what's best for the people of the city to keep them safe. And they have determined that having this curfew is what's safe for people. And, you know, we have to trust them. We elected them into office, and it's their decision to make.
Good point, Laura Diaz. Thank you. Indeed, because it is a huge, square mile of the curfew zone. And as she pointed out, you could be not that far away when things are happening, and yet you don't see any of this kind of thing that we've been focusing on the last 5 nights. All right, let me show you this. Crowds protesting the anti-immigration raids marched onto the 101 freeway in downtown Los Angeles earlier today. The CHP mobilized quickly to move protesters out of freeway lanes. The confrontation shut down traffic briefly, but it's moving again tonight. And last we saw, there were definitely law enforcement officers at on-ramps on locations where protesters could access the freeway. All right, we're going to go to meteorologist Adam Kruger.
Yep.
It's kind of like a amuse-bouche. It's kind of a way to clear the palate and enjoy some good news about our weather.
A palate cleanser. And that is how the LA news market works. You got to get the weather. You got to get some of the breaking news in. We wanted to make sure we got you some of the breaking news elements to their coverage. As they do their weather forecast, we're going to take the opportunity to slide away for a brief commercial break. We do still have vantage points from the ground here. As they've been alluding to in their reports from the scene, though, a lot quieter tonight than previous nights, as is indicative by this vantage point in downtown LA. Let's take a commercial break. We're going to bring you back down to Los Angeles in a moment. So welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. This is the one scene we've got from the ground for now. We've been seeing a number of people being detained. It is a quieter night. As I mentioned before the break, we've seen a number of people being arrested. We know the LAPD pulled up this bus in the shot here. That is a Department of Corrections bus. Presumably, the number of people or the group of people that are detained or arrested tonight, they'll use this bus or buses to process people. I haven't been able to count exactly how many people I've seen, but there's been a steady stream of people being led away in those zip tie handcuffs. This is an area of downtown Los Angeles that's within the curfew zone, which again, for anybody who's familiar, it is this portion of downtown LA, roughly between all of these freeways. I'll say what they said during the press conference earlier today. It's much simpler to look at this map than it is to describe each freeway, but a lot of times that's how LA is pieced out, and that's how a lot of Angelenos geographically think of Los Angeles. Think of it as freeway to freeway. And tonight, anybody who was within that curfew zone, LAPD was clear. Mayor Karen Bass was clear. They were going to be arrested. Anybody who attempted to incite violence or assault police officers would be arrested. And we have seen such tonight. A number of people being detained as a result of this curfew. Fox 11 Los Angeles, we dipped out of them as they were in the middle of a weather report, but now they're back to covering the protests. Let's listen into a little bit of their coverage. Specifically, not here in downtown LA. They're looking at Orange County, the neighboring county. Let's listen in. Fox 11 is live.
This morning, we heard from our district attorney, and we agree that law enforcement needs to show the same restraint that we are asking of the public. We don't want to see any excessive force or civil rights violations by our law enforcement agency at any level. To the federal administration, we demand that you take your militarized equipment and troops and stop occupying our communities immediately.
And now live, the cheers as that press conference came to an end. I can tell you at this location, some more fireworks down at that intersection over at Edinger, and also at the federal building tonight by the Civic Center Plaza. Easy, very, very few protesters out tonight. A very much different situation, ladies, than what we saw here in Santa Ana 24 hours ago. Back to you.
Ed Lascos, thank you very much. Still ahead at 9, a big change is coming to U.S. Army bases. President Trump reveals his plan to restore their original names.
Fox 11 Los Angeles, going back to a commercial break. So we're going to bring you back out to our live coverage here. What we like to work with oftentimes here on Live Now are live feeds. We work with live videographers, cameras that are on the ground at these scenes, as well as Sky Fox, who is working with Fox 11 tonight. We do see at least one protester down there in the intersection waving a Mexican flag. A couple of other protesters as well. Yeah, so 2 Mexican flags. But I gotta say, these scenes that we're seeing right now, this could not be any more different from what we've seen in recent nights. The statistics that were given at the LA Mayor's update today said that 23 businesses were looted last night. In fact, they said that that was the tipping point that led to them implementing the curfew. Here's those are officers. Okay, so we're watching as a number of protesters are being chased away by police. Most of the vehicles and most of the officers we've seen in this area have been LAPD. A lot of time when we were looking at some of the images out of the protesters who were on the freeway, a lot of times that was CHP, the California Highway Patrol. Their jurisdiction, of course, is the highways. But these city streets in downtown, oftentimes, this is going to be the LAPD's jurisdiction. So many of the officers that we're seeing patrolling downtown tonight are going to be LAPD units in this riot equipment. It was just 2 days ago where we were listening into a press conference and a reporter asked city officials if this type of activity puts a strain on the rest of the emergency management services when there's such a high concentration of officers focusing on one part of the city. Does that detract away from law enforcement response times in other parts of Los Angeles, like the Valley? They said yes, it does. They've gotten to the point where In some instances, it was priority calls only that would be taken. Again, that's because there is such a large police presence, making sure that the streets stay safe down in downtown LA. This scene is evolving, I will say, as we've been watching the chopper travel around. I gotta say, it looks like we're seeing a few more people starting to gather by the steps. I don't know exactly which building this is. What we're gonna do is dip back into Fox 11. They actually just came back on with their newscast. Let's listen into what they're learning.
And across the street, there are several demonstrators who were just standing around there, and then they did walk on this street here on 1st and Los Angeles, and they walked by and just basically started saying peaceful protest, peaceful protest. Of course, a few that were there did taunt some of the officers, and so that was taking place, and the officers were just standing in place, not doing anything. Then all of a sudden, just a few minutes ago, we saw more police officers come up on 1st Street, and they immediately started firing some of the tear gas toward Los Angeles Street. And the crowd, you can just see there's a smaller number of people there, but earlier there was a large crowd that was walking up and down. Obviously, they know that there is a curfew that's in place, and they're not supposed to be here. So at some point, we knew that this was going to happen. They were either going to be told to leave, and if they don't leave, they would be arrested, and that's possibly what's happening now. But officers are trying to take control of the situation. It has been announced that there is a curfew. You see the officers moving in. Again, we're at 1st Street and Los Angeles, and the officers are moving toward some of the protesters who have refused to leave the area. And at this point, you know, the group mostly has disappeared. I mean, there are a few that are still standing their ground there, but overall, people have left the scene. The officers are taking control of the situation, which is a good thing, because when there's a larger crowd, sometimes it gets out of control.
And Gina, they can chant peaceful protest all they want. The bottom line is there is now a curfew in that area, and police have every right to do what they need to do to get them out, including arrest.
Absolutely. And they were warned. They were warned. They were given plenty of time. They knew that this was a curfew. And again, you know, it's already what time? 9:21. So it's an hour and 21 minutes past the curfew, and they still refuse to leave. So at this point, the officers will keep walking toward the group that is still standing and eventually push them out of the area that they have been positioned at and protesting. But you're right. And their message was peaceful protest, but the curfew is in place.
Right, you see a bit of a standoff right there. So you've got the line of police, and then in front of them, those protesters that are not moving. Of course, one of them has an upside-down American flag, and that is a tell on how their point of view is. Yeah, their point of view about police and about the government in general. So it will be interesting to see.
That is a much smaller group.
A much smaller group, but still an illegal one.
100%. Yes.
So we're
what I'm saying is, at this point, it is what the officers are doing is working, because the larger group has left. Now you've just got, I don't know exactly how many, but perhaps, 5 to 10 that are just standing there. Earlier, there must have been at least 100. And that was just about, 15, 20 minutes ago. Be careful.
Oh. So once they see all of those police officers, it is a cooling effect. And the smart ones anyway, move on. Okay, we also have an aerial view, too, that we're looking at that shows that there are some demonstrators, or also people in downtown LA. They're on the move. So not the area where you are, where we see a little bit of that standoff of, you suggest that there could be fewer than a dozen people there, but regardless, they're not supposed to be there. The mayor was quite clear, so was the chief of police. And all of this, of course, is to gain control on what has been happening in the downtown area for the last 5 nights. And the mayor was pretty specific, and the chief of police. Once all that looting took place overnight, that was the line in the sand. But Gina, the good news is last night in Santa Ana, you experienced pepper balls or some kind of tear gas, and tonight, nothing like that. They haven't used that kind of tactic, the LAPD.
No, they have not. Obviously, in Santa Ana, there was a much larger group, and that specific group that we witnessed, they were taunting the officers, and it was getting out of control, so they were repeatedly firing pepper balls, and we were not close to where the officers were. We were a few blocks away, and we could still smell it, and it just was incredibly powerful.
And effective, because ultimately Orange County sheriffs as well as Santa Ana police got control of that crowd and made numerous arrests. So that is most likely
and
what's
there
going
will
to
be
happen
numerous
next.
arrests tonight as well.
Yeah. So the
go ahead.
Well, I was going to say the mounted units are there now too, and they're very effective because those animals are so big. It's hard to push back when you have a big animal, and one that, by the way, everyone loves. Everybody loves those horses.
Yes. Yeah, they do, and they are beautiful, and it, as you said, it does work. This curfew, of course, the reason I overheard some people here, some of the protesters saying that it is, in their words, BS, and it's not right, and they have a right to protest. But the reason, we've seen some of the destruction, and the mayor wanted to clarify and make sure, people across the country think that it's all over Los Angeles. It is just a very small area of Los Angeles where this is happening. And that's why the curfew area is between the 110 freeways. And it's just a specific area. But when you walk around here, Susan, and you look at the buildings, many of them beautiful buildings, they've all been tagged. They all have horrific wording, awful attacks on police officers. And ICE agents, and it doesn't look good, and I'm sure it's hurtful for many in law enforcement.
Indeed. And for residents of Los Angeles and Southern California who love the city, love the beauty of the city, it's all been tagged, as you say, and marked up with things that should not be on your TV. But unfortunately, it becomes a part of our coverage because it's just so prevalent.
Yeah, it's impossible. When we pan over from one side to another, you'll see the F word, you'll see vulgarities, and it's impossible for us to cover it. It's just all over the place, but when we talk about, and I think we just got something on air right now, there are so many businesses that have been affected by the looting, by the vandalism, and many of these stores, we're talking about a total of $1 million losses. So enough is enough is what essentially these officials said during the conference this evening. 23 businesses were affected.
And it's interesting, Gina. Laura Diaz pointed out that she went to a different part of what is now the curfew zone, and she said those people were out and about enjoying the evening and didn't even know that not very far away or several blocks away there was this kind of chaos, that she experienced not far from where you are now in Little Tokyo. So it's just so interesting, and I asked a retired policeman what he thought about the size of the curfew zone, the fact that it would impact so many different people, residents and businesses. I mean, imagine, I talked to a business owner tonight who said where his restaurants are, he's one of the owners of Level 8, which is not far from Crypto.com. He said, we're shut down. Everything, even before they announced the curfew, everything was canceled. All the people that were scheduled to come to his establishment, they canceled. And then I talked to one of his staffers who said, yeah, I'm just shutting everything down because no one's going to be there. Of course, no one's going to be there now because of the curfew. And that's despite that the fact that there could be people not very far from where you are now, say 5-6 blocks away, who are not aware that this kind of thing is happening. But so many businesses are going to be affected regardless of whether they were impacted by the bad actors, the looters last night. So many other businesses as well, they're hurting because of the fact that people don't want to come downtown.
No, I mean, who wants to come downtown when you've got this kind of situation going? And you know, there's obviously the fear of getting hurt, getting caught in the middle of some of the skirmishes. It's just, you know, not a good thing that's happening. It's been now the 5th day of this, and that is why they decided that this curfew has to be in place. And the mayor made it very clear, so did the chief, that they will arrest individuals who break the law, and they will be prosecuted.
Absolutely. In fact, in one screen, we're looking at the buses, those big white buses that will come in. They are emblazoned with LAPD, but they are brought in specifically to move the detainees for processing. So right now we're seeing one that's basically in front of the federal building. And then in the larger screen, you're looking at Gina's shot at first in Los Angeles, so that's a part of Little Tokyo. And then we have another live shot from Skyfox that shows the fact that there are people still in the downtown area, still in the curfew zone, but they are on the move. So that might help them for a little bit until the skirmish lines perhaps get a little closer to where they are and forces them to either be arrested or, you know, again, they might be on the move because they're trying to get out of the location, but they had 90 minutes to figure that out. And have you heard any kind of public announcement, Gina, at all from police telling them about the curfew?
Yes, throughout the night they've been announcing it. There's a curfew, you need to leave. And, you know, it's not a secret. It's been announced for hours now. So, yes, and they make it very clear. And there are hundreds of officers, not just LAPD that you see out here, hundreds of officers from police and sheriff's departments that are working with the LAPD. They're from across the region and the state, and they're here to help in this kind of situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And did you get an emergency alert? Because Laura at one point got an emergency alert on her phone because, of course, thanks to geolocators, if you're anywhere near the curfew zone, you're going to get an emergency alert. Did you get that?
I did. So it seems like everybody who lives in LA County would have received that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We did not get it here. We're in Los Angeles. I didn't see anything like that. Of course, we were well aware of the curfew zone and when it would be enacted, when the curfew started. 8 p.m. seems a little early nowadays, considering that there is an entertainment zone in that part of downtown LA when you consider Crypto.com, LA Live, and of course, as Laura pointed out yesterday, Little Tokyo has become a place to go. And Chinatown, which we haven't actually seen protesters in the Chinatown area, that is impacted as well. That is a part of the curfew zone.
Yes, the curfew, the boundaries are pretty much from the 5 freeway to the 110, from the 10 freeway to the 110, and as they merge. So it is just, what is it, a quarter mile?
The mayor says a mile, 1 square mile. But when you consider where you are right now and where the federal building is and where the Metropolitan Detention Center or Roybal is, that's like 3 blocks. Am I wrong? It's pretty close.
Yes, it's a very small area.
It's just sort of interesting that, I mean, I should point out Little Tokyo is on the corner. A lot of people have been at like First and Alameda in the course of it. That's because it's like half a block or a block away from the MDC, from the Metropolitan Detention Center, and where all the National Guard has been around that garage. Where we saw actually Saturday night, Sunday night, the agents that were at the gate or the garage made sure that the protesters that came anywhere close, and they were able to get close because that building is tagged too, but made sure that they knew that the message was, no, you're not making entry. You're not getting closer, any closer to a federal building. Okay, we're still watching.
We saw the line of officers by the federal building there.
Yeah, we're watching.
I was saying we were at the federal building earlier, and yes, we were at the federal building. We saw all of the officers that were there making sure that no one crossed the line there. And really, there weren't any protesters in that area. We saw a couple of homeless people who are allowed to be in the area if they live here. So that's about it. It was pretty peaceful there. When we got to this location, we saw at least, I don't know, 100 people or so that were hanging out, and again they were walking back and forth saying peaceful protest, and they kept walking in front of the officers, and nobody was doing anything until just when we went live, when they started moving the crowd out of the area, because it is the curfew area that we're talking about. Now, earlier, as we reported, I mean, people try to take over the 101 freeway, so it can get out of control fast if they don't take immediate action.
Yeah, well, you experienced that last night in Santa Ana, so in Orange County, far, far away from all of this action, as we watch as some of the detainees are being led away, and they will be loaded onto one of those buses, those white LAPD buses, to be processed for staying in the curfew zone past the point of the start of the curfew. Gina, we're going to let you go. Thank you so much for your reporting for us in Little Tokyo. We're going to turn now to Attorney Mary.
So, we wanted you to watch at least a little bit of their live reporting from the ground there. That was Gina Silva, who was reporting down there as we are just about ready to wrap up our live coverage for the evening. A live look in downtown LA. This is what we do here. We work with live feeds. We work with our Fox television station partners like Fox 11 Los Angeles. Looks like we see a steady stream of LAPD vehicles moving through this intersection. We've seen a number of people being detained tonight. Looks like this is on Temple. So a lot of this has been happening in this area. It really has stuck in. And this is what LA Mayor Karen Bass said today, is that the majority of the protests that they had seen by this afternoon had all taken place pretty much on 5 streets within downtown LA. Before we wrap up for the evening, one more final look at Skyfox's vantage point. There are still small pockets of protesters, it appears, but police have not been joking around. They have been arresting people. We've seen a number of people being detained and then loaded onto buses for processing afterward. So this is something that we will continue to cover tomorrow. Our Orlando-based newsroom comes back on the air tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Eastern Time. I'm Austin Westfall. If you want to keep up with some of these live images, you can go to Fox 11 Los Angeles' newscast, foxla.com. It's where you can see some of their coverage. In a second here, I'm going to toss it to a commercial break. On the other side of that, you will see our overnight playlist. The overnight playlist begins, if you want to watch it back, it begins with what Governor Gavin Newsom has been saying. He, in fact, uploaded a 8-minute-long speech to his social media accounts earlier, talking mostly to President Trump and speaking about some of the actions that ICE has been and some of the raids that we've seen from ICE. in Newsom's state in recent days. This is a good size of protesters, by the way, a good size of people marching down the street right next to the Alexandria Hotel. So the message tonight is anybody who's on the streets of the curfew zone in downtown Los Angeles will be arrested. They say if there's any violence, those people will be arrested. Police have been making arrests, but clearly, as I alluded to, there are still several pockets of protesters sprinkled around downtown Los Angeles. There are certain zones that the police do appear to have under control. And I will say this before I sign off for the night. Tonight, although we are looking at live images of people marching down the streets of downtown LA, in light of the curfew, it does appear, at least for now, that things are much quieter at this time tonight than they have been in recent nights. Again, what police said is that there were 23 instances of businesses being looted last night. That was what caused them to implement this curfew. There were at least 197 arrests today. Now, they gave us that 197 number earlier this afternoon. We've seen on camera tonight lots of arrests being made. So presumably sometime tomorrow we will get an update on the amount of protesters that have been arrested today alone. It is about 9:40 Pacific time right now. As I said, it's time for us to go off the air. We're about to hit a commercial break. On the other side of that, you will see what Governor Gavin Newsom had to say earlier today. You'll also see what Mayor Karen Bass and a number of other law enforcement leaders in Los Angeles had to say at the latest press conference. So all of that is coming up on the overnight playlist. That's going to do it for our live coverage tonight. Again, we pick up the live coverage tomorrow at 6 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow morning. Have a good night.